Everybody, Peter Diamandis here. Welcome to Fund Your Purpose. So excited to share with you how I raised billions of dollars over 20 plus companies to really fuel and fund the purpose-driven companies that have shaped my life, that have given me tremendous joy. Before we get started, I want to share with you that this program is broken up into two parts, Part 1 and Part 2. Part 1 is really a bonus section that's focused on helping you create the mindset you need to raise the capital. It's going to focus on helping you determine your massive transformative purpose and your moonshot to give you clarity on the mindsets required to be an extraordinary entrepreneur. Part 2 is the content about raising money. It's the educational programming of how do you find your investor? How much should you be raising? Should it be a nonprofit or a for-profit? What is the pitch deck you create? How do you answer the difficult questions they're going to be throwing at you? So if you know that you've got the mindset already, if you are clear about your purpose-driven company or your moonshot, then go straight to Part 2. That's where you're going to learn everything you need to actually go, hit the road, raise the capital, and fuel your company. If you're not sure you've got the mindsets, then please start with Part 1. It's really up to you. It's your journey. So let's get going. Let's jump in. Best of luck. For me, this is the most extraordinary way to make a dent in the universe. Have fun. Enjoy. Fund your purpose.
Everybody, Peter Diamandis here. I am going to be your course instructor for Fund Your Purpose. You know, cash is one of the tools that has potential to transform the world if it's driven by a purpose. So many people out there have money, but no purpose and no mission. My mission here is to help you get access to the capital that will help you live your greatest dreams. We're going to be talking about what your passion is, how you transform it into purpose, and how you go and find those individuals who are willing to back you at every stage of the way. We're going to be going through step by step, whether it's angel investment, venture investment, crowdsource investment. Money is a form of energy that you can gain access to help make your biggest and grandest dreams come true. This is going to be a step-by-step. It's going to be a chance for you to connect your heart and your mind with one of the most extraordinary journeys for the rest of your life. So if you're willing to work hard, I am too. Over the course of the last 30 years, through nonprofits, for-profits, over 20 companies, I've had the honor and the pleasure to raise billions of dollars to build companies that transform the space business, the healthcare business, the education business, and I know that you can do. It's been my greatest joy in the world to help people, to help them go big, create wealth, and transform humanity. All right, join me on the inside. Let's go do this. Let's create something that lifts your heart and your mind, gets you excited to go out there and create your grandest dreams. See you in the course. Welcome to Fund Your Purpose. My name is Peter Diamandis. I'm going to be your teacher, your mentor, your inspiration over the course of this program. You know, I've had the absolute honor to start an extraordinary number of companies. At last count, 5 nonprofits, over 20 for-profit companies. And to fuel those purpose-driven companies, I've raised, literally billions of dollars. And I want to share with you the tricks, the techniques, the stories of how I've done that. It wasn't obvious. I didn't start as an entrepreneur as a kid. I started as someone passionate about space and medicine, which has been a through line throughout my life. I spent a decade at MIT studying molecular biology and aerospace engineering, and then went to Harvard for medical school. By my 4th year of medical school, I had started 2 companies. I literally almost did not graduate because I was so driven by those 2 companies. And I'll tell you stories about that. But from there, I've gone on to start a number of rocket companies, 2 universities, the International Space University and Singularity University, 2 public biotech companies, and of course the X Prize Foundation, which has launched over $500 million of incentive prizes that have driven $4 to $5 billion of R&D by thousands of teams around the world. My mission here is to help you understand how to first create a mission-driven organization, and then second, how to capitalize it. how to get the fuel that's going to enable you to make your grandest dreams come true. Along the way, I've also had a chance to advise 40 companies. A number of them become unicorns. And I get such passion, such extraordinary joy out of seeing entrepreneurs succeed. We're going to be talking about something called a massive transformative purpose. And my MTP is to inspire and guide entrepreneurs to create a hopeful, compelling, and abundant future for humanity. And it's through that MTP that I'm here providing you this course. The more I can help you do that, the more I can make an impact on this planet. So again, there is no greater joy than building a purpose-driven enterprise. And there's no better time than right now to make that happen. Before we get started, let me mention that this program is built in two parts. The first is called Find Your Purpose, and the second is Fund Your Purpose. Now, you may be coming to this program with absolute clarity about what your purpose is, the mindsets you need, what your moonshot is, what company you want to build, and you're just here for part two, to go and fund what you're going to build. And that's fine, and I welcome you to jump to part two directly if you like, but I guarantee you're going to get a lot out of part one. Part one in Find Your Purpose is all about not just your purpose, but the mindsets that get you to that purpose. A founder's greatest tool, your greatest asset, are your mindsets. And I'm going to be diving into 5 key mindsets that I've developed and have really served me in building all of my companies and, frankly, raising $1 billion+. We're going to learn about how to shape your mindset in part one. We're going to learn about going from a linear to exponential mindset, from a scarcity to abundance mindset. We're going to create your massive transformative purpose, the thing that fuels you every morning, keeps you going through the night. Then finally, on top of that, we're going to define and build your moonshot and figure out exactly what business you're going to build if you don't know that already. That will all prepare us for part two, which is all about funding your purpose. In part two, we're going to focus on fundraising. I know that's one of the main reasons you're here, and arguably it's one of the most important and critical skills for an entrepreneur to build a purpose-driven business. We're going to explore raising dollars for both nonprofits and for-profits. I will share with you my personal experiences, the stories I've had from funding 5 nonprofits and 24 profits, the best practices I've learned, the tricks that I've done, all of that, as well as the stories from top entrepreneurs. I've designed this course with exercises, and throughout part one and part two, I'm going to be asking you to stop the video, pull out your notebook, and do the work. Because doing the work enables you to actually ingrain that information in your neural net and prepare you to go and build and find and fund your purpose. Before we get started, I want to share a few key points for context. And this is the way I think about it and why I'm excited that you're taking this course. Again, if I can support you in creating a purpose-driven company that changes the world, everybody benefits. So I want you to take to heart, there is no better time to be an entrepreneur. There's no better time to be alive, right? Really, we're living in a day where the world's biggest problems are the world's biggest business opportunities. And what I teach at Singularity University, at Abundance 360, at XPRIZE, you want to become a billionaire, help 1 billion people. That's also called 10 to the 9th plus thinking. We're going to be speaking about that throughout the program, that today, as an entrepreneur, you can build a product or service that can impact the lives of 1 billion people. It's never been the case before. Listen, doing anything big and bold is hard work, and it's going to require passion and commitment, right? Most of us see these companies out there, from Airbnb and Uber to SpaceX, whatever it might be, and we say, oh my God, that's amazing. Look at what they've done. And we think about it as an overnight success. The reality is, none of these companies are overnight successes. They're all overnight successes after a decade of hard work. And you're only going to stay in it for a decade if you truly love what you're doing, if it's truly a purpose-driven company. We're going to talk about these key mindsets. I'm going to repeat these over and over because these are the mindsets that are going to enable you to actually persevere for a decade and to be seen as investors, as someone that they want to invest in. The key mindsets are perseverance and persistence, determination. These are the most important ingredients of success in entrepreneurship and also in life. So in our first lesson, we're going to be discussing the critical importance of mindsets. I'm going to pound on this over and over again. So how do you maintain a positive mindset through difficult times? And if you're taking on this moonshot journey, this purpose-driven desire to change the world, you're going to counter a lot of no's. How do you get through that and maintain that positive mindset? The only way is to learn every time. One of my dear friends, Martine Rothblatt, who's an extraordinary entrepreneur, she has done things that have shocked the world, from being able to save her daughter's life to being able to regrow organs, livers, hearts, lungs. Something she said that I've never forgotten is she says, it might take 99 no's to ultimately get to a yes, but every no gets you one step closer to that yes. So we're about to dive into the first part on mindsets. I want to ask you, where are you in your entrepreneurial journey? Are you here looking for inspiration? Where you want to do something, you're driven to do more than what you're doing today because it's in your heart, in your soul. You've seen incredible entrepreneurs out there and you want to be like them, or you just feel that you have a calling for something greater than you're doing. Perhaps you're at a place where you've got a company in mind. You've thought about it, you've written notes, you've started dreaming about it. It's captured what I call your shower time. Or perhaps you've already started the company, you found your co-founder, and right now it's all about getting your seed capital. It's getting that lifeblood to get started. Regardless of where you are, I really hope you're going to be open to being inspired, to up-leveling your ambitions, to discover an even greater purpose-driven mindset. Hold on to what you have, hold on to that inspiration, but be prepared to go even further, because today there is nothing you cannot accomplish. It's all about being driven with a persistent and compelling mindset. So let's dive into mindsets. I'd always been an entrepreneur since college. My first entrepreneurial effort was space and SEDS and then International Space University. But the idea of mindset really came about with Ray Kurzweil and Neil Jacobstein talking about how abundance was something inevitable from technology, that technology was a force that was making everything more abundant. And when I finally saw that and acknowledged it, it was such a powerful insight, because it was like, I don't care what the world is telling me. I don't care what I'm seeing on the news. Yes, there's issues with food and water, with energy issues around the planet. But I'm clear when you look at the data that it's getting better. And that became a mindset realization where I could say with confidence to anybody, listen, the world is getting better at an extraordinary rate. The only day better than today is tomorrow. And it was interesting because people started actually gravitating towards that mindset. I would have dinner conversations with friends and family, and at first they'd be very standoffish when I was coming at this optimistic mindset, this abundance mindset. And then after a few moments, they started leaning in. I started realizing people wanted this refreshing attitude. They wanted to believe because they were bombarded by negative news all the time. It was that abundance mindset that came first, and then an exponential mindset, and then a moonshot mindset. I started meeting all of these entrepreneurs who are doing extraordinary things, who are doing things 10 times bigger and better than anybody else. And I started studying that, and I wrote about that in bold. I'd interviewed Elon and Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson, Larry Page, who I'd known on my board at the X Prize. And there was definitively something different about the way they saw the world. There was nothing impossible. I loved that. I loved that moonshot mindset. And I started curating that in myself. Really, that became the X Prize and our motto, right? That there's nothing impossible, that we can solve the world's biggest problems. So it really has been the last 15 years that I've leaned heavily into mindsets, studying them, teaching them, and realizing how powerful they are. Your mindset determines to a large degree your future in so many different ways. I mean, there's a study I read about recently of 16,000 people that showed that if you're optimistic, you're going to live 15% longer than those who are pessimists. I mean, that's how fundamental mindset can be over yourself and your physiology, let alone what you do in life. All right, allow me to ask you a question. What makes the world's greatest leaders so successful? When I think of my friends like Elon Musk and Sir Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos, and historic figures like Martin Luther King and Mahatma Gandhi, or cultural leaders like Oprah Winfrey and Malala, was it the money they had, the network they had, the tech? Or maybe, just maybe, was it their mindset? If you took everything away from those individuals, but they retained their mindset, I bet you they'd rebuild their success. You know, a mindset is an entrepreneur's most critical asset. It's your most critical asset. You know, your mindset is the means by which you filter both challenges and opportunities in the world. How does one person react to a challenge and say, oh my God, I'm gonna go back to bed and get under the covers? And another person say, that's an amazing business opportunity. That's mindset. How you react to challenges, how you act on opportunities is everything. So if in fact mindset is your most important asset, and I hope you agree with me that it is, here's another question. What mindset do you currently have? Where did you get that mindset? And even more importantly, what mindset do you need, or do you believe you need, during this decade of exponential, unprecedented growth that's coming our way? You know, the mindset that you received, and I received from my parents, right, from my friends, isn't the mindset that has enabled me to do what I'm doing today. I've had to shape those mindsets proactively, to choose those mindsets, to actively say no to certain mindsets and yes to others. The mindset that we humans have evolved on the savannas of Africa hundreds of thousands of years ago. It's a fear and scarcity mindset. Back when we were hunters and gatherers, we didn't know what the dangers were that were around the corner. You know, we heard a rustle in the leaves and we thought lion. We saw a squiggle on the ground and we thought snake. And it was that fear mindset that saved our lives. We didn't know where our next meal was coming from. So scarcity became the default mindset. And these human default software of fear and scarcity doesn't serve us. You know, fear and scarcity puts you as an entrepreneur in inaction, cowering, looking backwards to protect yourself. It's exactly the wrong mindset during this exponential decade ahead. I want you to take a look at this 20-second video. I collected it off of CNN and Fox. I jokingly call CNN the crisis news network or the constantly negative news network. I don't have a good acronym yet for Fox. But take a look at this news clip and let's talk about it in a second.
Explosions, the violence,
devastating missile strike,
war crimes,
forced to flee their homes,
and torture, strict COVID lockdown, a triple murder, inflation,
human-caused climate change,
starvation, shipping gridlock,
30 tornadoes, touchdown,
fentanyl flooding into the U.S.
No signs of survivors.
$7 a gallon.
Approval rating now at the lowest.
There's no power, there's no water, there's no food, there's no supplies.
Those clips were collected over the course of a few days. Many of them are still relevant. The point of the matter is when you're watching the evening news or opening the newspaper and reading the stories, is that the only news going on? The answer is no. There's a huge amount of positive news going on in the world. You just don't see it because it's not in the best interest of the news media to present it to you. In fact, today the news media is finding every murder, every problem, and delivering it to you over and over and over again in your living room multiple times per hour. Now, they're not masochists. There's a reason they're doing this. You know, as we were evolving on the savannas of Africa, we learned to pay 10 times more attention to negative news than positive news because it would save our lives. And there's an old adage, if it bleeds, it leads. And today, the business model for news media is to deliver your eyeballs to their advertisers. And because we pay 10 times more attention to negative news than positive news, that's what we're fed. Good news networks don't succeed. I ended up creating my own news feeds out of a platform called daily.ai that gives me every day the top 10 exponential tech breakthroughs or in the top 10 longevity breakthroughs. And for me, I curate what I watch. Living in a world of abundance means having an ever increasing, series of opportunities. It means not fearing the future, being excited about the future. It means not, begrudging an opportunity you missed because next year there'll be 10 times as many opportunities. This is by far the best time to be alive, the best time to be an entrepreneur. So don't let anyone convince you otherwise. Before we dive into shaping your mindset, I want to take a moment just to relate mindset and an abundance mindset to fundraising, which ultimately is one of the fundamental reasons that you're taking this course. You think of the greatest entrepreneurs out there and what they built. It was impossible and considered crazy when they got started. And ultimately, it led with an abundance mindset, right? Google, I had a chance to know Larry Page in the earliest days. Google had a business model that built a multi-trillion-dollar company that gave away its primary product for free. That mindset of realizing that I'm going to give away the primary product for free and build something as a revenue engine on the backside is an abundance mindset. What Uber did to provide everyone a private driver is an abundance mindset. Elon's ability to literally create SpaceX and Tesla and Starlink comes from an abundance mindset. What you'll find is the greatest entrepreneurs are not restricted by the way things are. Their mindsets enable them to envision what can be. So let's dive in now to one of the most important parts of this course, which is shaping your mindset. When we think about mindsets, I want to give you an analogy. Hopefully, like me, you've been following everything going on in AI, in neural nets, and you've learned about the notion of training a neural net, where you present a neural net image after image after image in order for it to learn how to recognize. So what you're seeing here is a typical deep neural network. On one side are a set of inputs coming into nodes, and then we have these layers and we have these weights and biases, and this is a typical neural net. Now, if you start feeding this deep neural net images of cats, the neural net will begin to learn to recognize a cat. It will see it has whiskers and it has, these types of eyes and pointy ears and a tail. And ultimately, that neural net will begin to learn how to recognize a cat. Image after image shapes a neural net to be able to consistently recognize whatever you're feeding it. Our brains are neural nets. Our brains are consistently trained by everything you see, everything you hear, everything you do, every interaction is training your neural net. So the question is, how are you training your neural net? How are you shaping your mindset? What are you watching? What are you reading? Who are you hanging out with? Ultimately, all of these things are the mechanisms by which we begin to shape how we deal with challenges and opportunities. One of the analogies I want to share with you is I'm focused on longevity and I care deeply about the food I eat, right? I'm minimizing my sugar, I'm eating whole plants, I'm eating protein because what I put into my body shapes my body. It's the same way with our mindsets. What you're letting into your mind matters. In this next section, we're going to dive into the 3 key elements of shaping your mindset. Number 1, the people you hang out with. It's the who. Number 2, the information you read and watch and listen to. It's the what. And third, and we forget about this, but it's critically important, is your environment, your community. It's the where. Each of these are important, and each of these need to be shaped by you if you truly want to create your mindset. All right, let's dive into the first, and that's people. Who you spend your time with is critically important. One of the great motivational speakers of the last few decades, Jim Rohn, famously said, "You're the average of the 5 people who you spend the most time with." And if you want to be fit, hang out with fit people. If you want to be inspired, hang out with people who've got a moonshot, who've got a massive transformative purpose. Another way to say this is stop hanging out with people that dissuade or discourage you or have habits that are counterproductive for what you're trying to do. I want to give you some data to reinforce this. So, according to research at Harvard by Dr. David McClelland, he said, the people you habitually associate with determine as much as 95% of your success or failure in life. I mean, for me, that's a wake-up call. That matters who I spend my time with. Okay, here's another study. This was done by Christakis and Fowler, and found that if your friend becomes obese, your chance of becoming obese as well is 57%. In a similar study by the same team was found that if your friend quits smoking, your chances of quitting smoking increased by 36%. They also found that happiness is contagious. If someone you directly have contact with becomes happy, your chance of becoming happy increases by 15%. These things matter. I consider myself extraordinarily lucky. Over the years, I've had the ability to build friendships and communities around me that are always inspiring me to go further, go faster. And as you start a company, this is going to be fundamental to you. Who you let into your company, who your partner is, who your employees are. In a moment, I'm going to be asking you to pause this program and run through an exercise that I'd like you to record in a notebook. We're going to be doing these exercises throughout the program, and please don't skip them. They're a way in which you commit to taking some actions right now. And it's the difference between being entertained and actually making a difference in your life. So the first exercise is going to be about the people in your life and how they impact you. But let me share some stories with you. I've started a number of organizations and companies over the years. I'll be speaking about them as examples throughout. My first, when I was at MIT, was called Students for Exploration and Development of Space. It was interesting. When I went to MIT, I joined a fraternity called Theta Delta Chi. And most of the living groups at MIT were fraternities. And, it was a study hard fraternity. But when I let people know that I was passionate about space, they really started making fun of me. I'm going to share with you something that I don't share often. My nickname at my fraternity became Pete in Space. And unfortunately, when you abbreviate Pete in Space, it's PIS. And I kid you not, I had everybody coming at me and making fun of me. Now, it's not easy to try and do something bold and significant when people are making fun of you. And you may experience this in family settings or friend settings. And something happened which changed my life there. I decided to start an organization on the campus of MIT called SEDS, Students for the Exploration and Development of Space. Back then, and this was in the mid-'80s, this is before the internet, I ended up writing up these posters and postering the halls of MIT and saying, there's a founding meeting of the Students for Exploration and Development of Space. And I put up hundreds of posters in the Infinite Corridor, and I had no idea whether anyone was going to show up. But they did. I filled the room, and I'll talk about the idea of convening people later. It's one of the themes we'll be talking about for finding your co-founder and raising capital. But at this founding meeting, about 35 or 40 people showed up, some of them who are still my friends, and they became my people. They didn't make fun of me. They, in fact, became the individuals who supported me, who believed in me, who became my co-conspirators. And over the years, SEDS grew from a small chapter at MIT to a national, to an international organization around the world. In fact, Jeff Bezos became the president of the Princeton chapter, which is how I first connected with him. My fraternity brothers, who used to make fun of me and call me piss, they became proud of me. they flipped over and they said, it's amazing. Peter is part of our fraternity. But it would have never gotten there if I didn't have that support organization. So it was those individuals early on in SEDS, and then my co-founders, Bob Richards and Todd Hawley, who became closer to me than family, who together I built a global organization. The people I dreamed with, who nothing was impossible with. And together we met amazing individuals like Arthur C. Clarke and the heads of NASA over the years. The people in your life can hold you down or lift you up. Let's do this exercise. It's one of the most important exercises you can do in this program. So I'm going to go through it, and at the end I want you to pause and actually do the work. So here's the exercise. I want you to list the top 10 people who you currently are spending the most time with. This can include your girlfriend, boyfriend, your spouse, your business partner, your family members. It can also include podcasters and authors, not people who you physically spend time with, people who you spend intellectual time with, who you listen to frequently. So I'm going to ask you to list that down. If you can't get to 10, get to as many as you can. And this is about time exposure. It's not making a critique about are they positive or negative yet. Who are the people you spend the most time with? Okay, next. Next to every name, I want you to grade them from a -3 to a +3 on the scale of how much they inspire you. They support you to be purpose-driven, to be your best self. You use a 0 in the middle if it's neutral, but if someone is just like always making fun of you and saying you that's a crazy dream, stop wasting your time, rate them as a -3. If someone is like, Peter, go, 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 that's amazing. I love what you're doing. I believe in you. That's a +3. Take a moment now and rate all of those individuals -3 to +3. Okay, that's your current list. I'm going to ask you to do something difficult. Next, I want you to make a new list. And this is a list of 5 to 10 individuals, get as many as you can. These are individuals who you have access to. They might be an old buddy of yours from work or from university who, that person has an amazing mindset. I wish I could spend more time with them. Or it might be an author or a podcaster, somebody whose work inspires you that you don't spend enough time with. So list those 5 to 10 individuals, the individuals you want to be inspired with. And then finally, your final step here is look at the list and decide what actions you're going to take. All right? How are you going to shift people out of your life who are in the -3 category and increase the number of people who are in that +3 category or the 5 to 10 who are going to inspire you and push you forward? We have evolved as humans to be most influenced by the people in our tribe. Unlike the past where you were born in a small village someplace determined who you were influenced with, today we're living in a day and age of exponential technology where you can shape your tribe. And I want you to do that. Okay, please pause the program now and complete this exercise. I'm going to put the questions up on the screen so you can see them. And when you're done, hit play again, and we'll continue with the program. I know you're probably here for fundraising, but fundraising is downstream of who you know. It's downstream of your network. And building your network is one of the most important first steps that you can take to being able to fund your passion and your purpose. And building your network starts today. In doing the first exercise, hopefully you realized that there are many influencers in your life that aren't people who you actually know. They might be podcasters or authors or people who have ideas that you meditate on. Just as important as these individuals is the media that you're consuming. I want to take a second and sort of list the things that all of us typically consume every day. And I want to reflect on these with you. The first is the TV news, newspapers, and online news. I'm going to be honest with you. I just don't. I have eliminated 99%, maybe 99.5% of that news content. It didn't take me long to actually, and you can do the experiment at home tonight, to actually take the newspaper, flip open the first 10 pages, and count the number of negative stories to positive stories. It's 10 to 1 at least, right? And then when you're watching the evening news, it's murder after crooked politician. Do you really need to have that stuff bombarding your mindset? They couldn't pay me enough to have them shape my mindset. And you have to ask yourself, is that really how you want to spend your time? You know, if there's something tragic going on the planet, I guarantee you're going to find out. And just that 1% of flipping, I use Google News alerts and I use daily.ai, and there are lots of other products out there to shape the information I get. I'll look at one headline on Google News to find out, is there something going on in the world that I have to know about? Or otherwise, my mom will call me and tell me. I guarantee you. The second thing is the books you read. I'm always reading books. Actually, my kids would tell me I'm listening to books. Always consuming Audible. And I'm consuming two types of books. Number one, I'm consuming a book on a subject that I want to learn about. Typically these days, I'm just book after book after book on AI. I'm also consuming science fiction books, not only for entertainment, but also to envision futures. I don't actually consume dystopian science fiction books. They're the books that look about how society might be in the age of robotics, or in the age of AI. The blogs I consume. I read a number of blogs. Hopefully, I'd be honored if you'd be looking at my abundance blog. These are topics that on my cell phone, when I'm in line at Starbucks, wherever, I'll always be consuming. Social media. A lot of people are just over-consuming and over-indexing on social media. One of the things that I do love, and it's not just because I'm friends with Elon, is I love the fact that X allows me to follow the individuals whose mindset I want to replicate. So I'm very careful about who I follow on X, and I'm actually reading what they have to say. When you're selective in that fashion, instead of doom scrolling, right, through TikTok or Facebook, I'm using my social media to inform me of what the greatest entrepreneurial leaders or investors are thinking about. What's going on in AI and robotics and 3D printing and longevity. Social media can be an amazing opportunity. We'll talk about the idea of getting into subgroups on social media that educate you as well. And finally, podcasts. You know, podcasts are a way that I consume a lot of information. Again, I'd be honored if you are listening to my Moonshot podcast. My mission there is to interview individuals who are taking moonshots in the world. What are they doing? Where have they failed? Where have they succeeded? What have they learned? Right? So podcasts are another important way. There is one other, and I'll just mention it because it's a fun story, which is what's on your walls. What posters are on your walls? What wallpaper is on your computer? So I'm going to tell you a story that was very influential in forming my mindset. It goes back to the mid-1980s. It was actually 1987. I was just founding something called the International Space University, ISU. Today, it's the leading university for the study of space. Globally, it's based in Strasbourg, France. One of my co-founders, Todd Hawley, and I shared a small office above a bagel shop in Kendall Square. His desk was across the way from me, and we were just looking at each other. It was one of those friendships that were always just constantly, upping each other and what's possible. And one day he put on his wall behind me Murphy's Law. And you probably heard of Murphy's Law. It says anything that can go wrong will go wrong. And it was like, Todd, please take that down. That is like the most negative mindset I've ever seen. And I think he kept it up there just to piss me off. And so one day I put a whiteboard behind my desk and I wrote, if anything can go wrong, fix it, to hell with Murphy. And on top, I wrote Peter's Law. I was so just pissed off at Murphy's Law, I needed the antithesis. That was really meaningful for me. And I took that to heart and I started thinking about where I could be fixing the things going wrong. And then I started writing down all of the other lessons I was learning, and I called them Peter's Laws. Let me take a moment and share with you some of my favorite laws. There's a story and a lesson behind every one of these. I mentioned the first, if anything can go wrong, fix it, to hell with Murphy. I love start at the top, then work your way up. Do it by the book, but be the author. When forced to compromise, ask for more. If you can't win, change the rules. If you can't change the rules, then ignore them. I mean, in here, you see some of the stories from our greatest entrepreneurs ever, right? You know, I mentioned, by the way, that this Peter's Laws started with a poster that Todd put up and then a poster on my wall behind my desk. I still have this poster on my wall. Let me go get it for you a second. I want to show it to you. All right, here it is. Peter's Laws, the creed of the persistent and passionate mind. So, continue with a few of these. No simply means begin at one level higher. Don't walk when you can run. One of my favorites, when in doubt, think. One of mine that I actually took from a friend, Todd Hawley, the squeaky wheel gets replaced. How many often do we talk about, giving it oil? No, man, get rid of it. The best way to predict the future is to create it yourself. That's a law that I adopted from others. Abraham Lincoln has said it. A few others have said it. Another one that I adopted from a friend of mine, Byron Lichtenberg, the ratio of something to nothing is infinite. If you think it is impossible, it is for you. Your mindset is so critically important. The difference between someone who tries and doesn't try is 0 to 1. It's infinite. The day before something is truly a breakthrough, it's a crazy idea. That's something I learned from Burt Rutan, who created Spaceship One and won the Ansari X Prize. Without a target, you'll miss it every time. That came from Byron Lichtenberg. The world's most precious resource is the persistent and passionate human mind. This version of it has 23. We have in the course all 37 that I've come up with for you to download. And I hope you'll take a look at these. More important, I hope that you'll create your own. Each of these laws was a hard-won lesson. It's how I respond to challenges and opportunities. These help me remember why I'm doing what I do and why it's important. I built these one at a time over the course of over 30 years. They're on my wall. I invite you to take the copy that's in your course and print it out. Put it up on your wall. Better yet, create your own laws. I offer you full license to borrow, steal from these laws, ultimately create your own. So that's what we're going to do as our next exercise. I'm going to ask you again to pause this program. I'm going to put up on screen here what I'd like you to do. Pull out your notebook, and here's your goal. From the Peter's Laws that I've given you, which of them speak to you? Which would you like to borrow or modify for yourself? Can you think of some hard-won lessons and learnings that might become your own laws? Take a moment and write down at least 5. Hopefully as many as 10 such laws, and put them up on your wall. This is training your mindset. This is making sure you've got that reflex on an opportunity or a challenge, to turn an opportunity into something that's extraordinary and a challenge into something that's extraordinary. I believe in building some good habits in your life to maintain a hygiene of the things that shape your mindset. And this is what I'm doing. I think one of the things that I do that helps me maintain my mindsets is to write about them. I'm writing and blogging every week, shooting at least 1 or 2 books a year. It forces me to organize my thoughts and to find the data to back up my conviction, and then to present it in a fashion that is compelling to my community. That practice, driven by a curiosity mindset, driven by the desire to show exponentials and abundance and moonshots keeps me fresh. And it's easier now than ever before in this exponential time, seeing what's going on with AI and robotics and AR and VR and all these technologies. It's getting easier to demonstrate, the positivity and the transformation from scarcity to abundance. The speed is increasing at a rate which is almost impossible to keep up with. That's the only challenge. But that practice of writing every morning, I'm up typically at 5:30, going to sleep at 9:30 at night, get my 8 hours of sleep, wake up. We'll write for the first hour. We'll go to the gym, take my kids to school as much as I possibly can. And then I dive into my schedule. So that first hour of writing is my happy space, my time where I get to think and meditate. And writing is a meditation for me. So that's probably where I keep myself as much as I can. And again, the other thing is I'm not waking up and listening to the news. I'm filtering the news, right? I have my news feed that I get from daily.ai. I will have a very curated news feed from Google on subjects on exponential tech, and getting that information, right? Filtering what I take in, what I read, and then what I do with that information is how I keep myself in this mindset and in this headspace. We've talked about people and media shaping your mindset. Let's talk about your surroundings and your community shaping your mindset. And again, importantly, enabling you to raise capital. We're going to talk about later how you're going to be raising money from your community. In fact, I could honestly say a quarter to a third of all the capital I've raised has been from the communities that I've built. So your community is going to be an environment which is the nest in which you build your startup. It can make or break your company. I guarantee you, communities, organizations, groups of people have immune systems. And most people don't like bold, crazy, disruptive ideas. People like waking up in the morning and seeing the world as exactly as it was the night before. And if you're out there professing something that's a big, bold, crazy idea, they're gonna try and stop you, slow you down. They'll say things which disincentivize you. So making sure that you've got a community around you that is supportive is critically important. I've said this before, I'm gonna say it again. The day before something is truly a breakthrough, it's a crazy idea. And typically your crazy idea is gonna threaten others. If your idea threatens the prevailing ideas of your company, if it's disruptive, then the experts in your organization are gonna fight against you. I define an expert as someone who can tell you exactly how it can't be done. So whenever you're pushing forward your crazy breakthrough ideas, you're gonna have people fighting you. So you're gonna probably need to go and create some kind of a setting with individuals who are supportive of you. I mentioned earlier the experience I had in my fraternity, and then creating SEDS enabled me to create that nest. Since then, International Space University, and in particular Singularity University, became an amazing place. In the late 2000s, around 2008, I had the privilege of meeting my dear friend Ray Kurzweil, the author of The Singularity is Near and The Singularity is Nearer, the futurist at Google, one of the most celebrated technologists on the planet. He and I co-founded the Singularity University, and it became a place that enabled us to bring in the top thinkers in computation, sensors, networks, AI, robotics, 3D printing. It became a nest. And we had students from around the world who were disruptive thinkers. And I kid you not, it was one of the most permissive environments, right? We used to sort of one-up each other with the crazy ideas of what blockchain and AI would do, or biotech and 3D printing would do. I loved that. And it was there, frankly, that so many of the companies that I've now built have been birthed. So you're going to want to build a community. Here's a quote from another dear friend, Tony Robbins. If we surround ourselves with people who are successful, who are forward moving, who are positive, who are focused on producing results, who support us, It'll challenge us to be more and do more and share more. If you can surround yourself with people who will never let you settle for less than you can be, then you have the greatest gift that anyone can hope for. I love that statement, and it is so true. So I want you to begin to start building your community. Either find a community that's already been built that you can join, and just don't passively join and become a leader in it, and then go out and find others and bring it to that community. Or go create your own. Let me share with you 2 stories that I wrote about in my book, Bold: How to Go Big, Create Wealth, and Impact the World. They're stories of 2 individuals. One I know you've heard of, the other one you probably have heard of, that had to create a special setting to do something revolutionary, right? The first is the story of Kelly Johnson and the Lockheed Skunk Works. So the year is 1943. We're in World War II, and the battle is not going well. The Germans had come up with a jet fighter, and the US badly needed a jet fighter of its own. So the Defense Department called a guy named Kelly Johnson. He was one of the best engineers at Lockheed. And he said, "We need you to invent our first military jet, and we need it yesterday." What Kelly Johnson did is a incredible lesson for every entrepreneur. You can think of it as moonshot thinking, agile development, whatever you want. Take notes on this. Kelly decided to try something unprecedented. And so to do this, he created what he called Lockheed Skunk Works. There's a whole reason I talk about in Bold about why it was called Skunk Works. But along the way, he developed a set of Kelly's rules that was able to deliver in 143 days something that was unthinkable: the first military jet, from clean sheet of paper to a delivered flying jet. The formula relied on 3 factors. The first item is isolation. Kelly Johnson very famously said, "Isolation is the most important success factor." He went on to say the number of people with any connection to the project should be restricted in a vicious manner. Now, why is he saying this? He wants to make sure that all of his engineers are not being told by the rest of a bureaucracy that what they're doing is impossible. If everyone's telling you every morning, every afternoon, every evening that what you're doing is impossible, there's a point at which you're going to believe it's impossible. What you need is people there saying, "We're going to make this happen. We're going to do this." To some degree, this level of optimism and drive is a self-fulfilling prophecy. We see this with Elon Musk doing it all the time, setting ridiculous objectives and goals inside of his organization. Another organization that has this level of isolation is Apple. Apple sets ambitious goals and puts special Skunk Works teams together. His next key factor was what he called having big goals, aiming for 10 times bigger, not 10%. Kelly didn't seek marginal improvement. He and his team thought from first principles about how do we make this jet happen. And by targeting 10 times bigger than everybody else, Kelly had 2 wins. Number 1, he was able to attract the very best engineers. Number 2, he was able to let go of the old ways of doing things that would never get him to his goal. So you might not succeed in reaching your goal if you're going for tenfold, but I guarantee, you're going to make a bigger difference than that 10% incremental change. The third area, and perhaps one of the most important for us as entrepreneurs during this exponential time, is his whole thesis on rapid iteration. Kelly was very clear: don't fear failure. Make sure you learn from it. And you probably heard the Silicon Valley unofficial motto: fail early, fail often, fail forward. Now, one of the coolest things that Kelly Johnson did when building his jet was there was a single blueprint put in the center of the room. And any engineer on the entire project could go to that blueprint and make a change. But they had to put their name next to it. They had to sign their initial next to it. It meant, number 1, that this was super agile. There was no lag time between iterations. If an engineer had done a calculation and knew that something had to be changed, He had full permission to go and make that change. But he also knew that if that change was wrong, his name was on the line. So Reid Hoffman, another great entrepreneur of our time, the founder of LinkedIn, famously said, if you're not embarrassed by the first version of your product, you've launched it too late. This is, agile thinking. This is about getting something out there, a minimally viable product. We'll be talking about that again and again. So remember, launch fast, learn fast, ship relentlessly. You'll be surprised at how much you can accomplish. All right, the second story from Bold is from one of the great entrepreneurs of this century, and that's Steve Jobs. So I want you to imagine, Steve starts Apple in his garage, and 6 years later, it becomes a bureaucratic organization. And Steve had a vision. He wanted to create the Apple Mac. And he realized he would not be able to do what he wanted to do inside of this large organization. So what did he do? He actually leased a building behind what was called the Good Earth restaurant in Silicon Valley and isolated in this R&D skunkworks. We call things a skunkworks today named after Lockheed Skunk Works, and this was most definitely that. One of his famous sayings that Jobs said was, better to be a pirate than join the Navy, and he even raised a pirate flag above the building. Steve stocked his skunkworks with 20 brilliant designers, engineers. He attracted the best. Why did they come to work for him? Because he was an inspiring leader and he was going after something that was epic, a computer that was 10 times better as a product than anything else in the world. And just 2 years later, on January 24th of 1984, the Mac was released. All right, here's our third exercise. I'd like you to evaluate what community you're going to use to jumpstart your purpose-driven company. Right? Again, we're going to go back to the fact that your community is also where you're going to raise your capital from. We'll talk about this in a little bit. It might be introductions made by a university professor or by a startup accelerator or by Singularity University or by Abundance 360, whatever it might be. You need a community. You're not going to do this on your own. Even if a co-founder, you want a community to get support because they're going to be ups and they're going to be downs, a lot of downs. And that community is going to pull you up. They're going to give you ideas. They're going to be supportive of you if you find the right group, the right nest to build and birth your purpose-driven company. What community do you have access to right now, which you can use to incubate? Maybe it's a university. Maybe it's an incubator. Maybe it's a virtual community. Maybe it's like biotech Twitter or crypto Twitter. Or maybe, just maybe, you're going to have to create your own community. I've done that a number of times. We'll talk about how to do that in a little bit. So what physical location do you plan to use to incubate your community? Just imagine yourself, not tomorrow, maybe it's 6 months from now or a year from now. What is the community? Where did you find those people from? Where are you physically hanging out? Where are you building? Where are you pitching? Where are you finding your co-founder and your earliest capital? Pause the program. I'll see you back in a minute. Okay, welcome back. This next section is on the 5 key mindsets that I personally believe are the most important for you to become a purpose-driven entrepreneur. These are the mindsets that will shine through you when you're making your pitch for funding, when you're hiring the best employees, and when you're selling your products. In part 2 of this course, we're going to be talking about the nitty-gritty of building your pitch deck and the whole host of other details for fundraising. But none of that matters as much as your mindset. If you're a negative person, if you think of yourself as an unlucky person, if you're waiting for the next bad break, if you're closed-minded, zero-sum, if you always think the sky is falling, you're never going to convince someone that you're worth investing in. If you believe you can or believe you can't, you're right. But I want to share with you an interesting video example. I'm going to share this video. It's blurry, it's old, but it's fun. Watch this and let's talk about it.
With
Tyrone?
Are you going trick-or-treating?
No, probably.
Tyrone gets scared and he attacks. He doesn't scream. He doesn't retreat in fear. So what's his mindset? What's his wiring, right? He's someone that reacts to challenge in a very different way than I probably would. This is about your neural net. This is an example of wiring. So let's talk about 5 key mindsets and how to wire yourself. And these are the mindsets I've been wiring myself for over the last 20 years. And people ask me, Peter, did you always have an abundance, an exponential, a moonshot mindset? No, I built these over the years by changing who I hung out with, what I was reading, what I was working on, and you can as well. Before we discuss a curiosity mindset, I want to share with you a story of what a curiosity mindset enabled for me. Maybe it's obvious to you that an exponential mindset, an abundance mindset, a moonshot mindset are sort of fundamental to who I am. It's what I've been doing all my life. And people have asked me, so why do you include a curiosity mindset in that? And I think curiosity mindset predates all those other mindsets. I mean, as an entrepreneur, being intensely curious is what's enabled me to always go beyond what already exists. If you're going to try and do something big and bold, if you're going to try and do a moonshot, if you're going to try and sort of move humanity forward, you've got to work and color outside the lines. And that's fundamentally a curiosity mindset. Why do we have to use rocket fuel to get into space? I was doing a calculation the other day using ChatGPT because I was fascinated by this, and it clearly shows me that there is this incredible opportunity. I've been in the launch rocket business for ages. When we were selling seats on Soyuz to private individuals, the first seat to Dennis Tito we sold for $20 million. The final seats that we sold to Charles Simonyi and others were about $60 million to go. And that's how much it cost roughly to go up on a Soyuz. This is the Russian vehicle, and roughly the same price commercially to go up now on a Falcon 9. But if you had the ability to use an electric winch to winch somebody up to 200 nautical miles and then accelerate them to orbital velocity, and you could buy that energy off of the plug in the wall, how much would it cost you to get someone into orbit? Because again, today, the cheapest price on a Falcon 9 is, $40, $50 million. I did the calculation and it blew me away. It's about $120 if you could buy the energy at 7 cents a kilowatt hour off of the grid. And that difference between $120 and $50 million is the efficiency of rockets versus an electric motor that can winch you up and accelerate you. And so for me, that's the kind of curiosity mindset that gets me thinking about, okay, what's the business we can build there? How do we do this more efficiently? This also led me in one of my companies that failed, that I remain, miffed about having it failed because I loved this so much. It was a company called Planetary Resources. You may have heard about it. It was a company that was born with Chris Lewicki, who's one of the program managers out of JPL, and Eric Anderson, my partner in Space Adventures. And our dream was to go out there and mine asteroids. And again, this was all born out of a curiosity mindset. How many asteroids are out there? How close do they get to the Earth? What are they worth? And when you start looking at what they're worth, it's mind-boggling. There are 2 classes of asteroids. There's carbonaceous chondrites, which are dirty ice balls, a comet you see in the sky with a trail of ice crystals behind a carbonaceous chondrite. The sun is heating the ice ball. The water is sublimating, vaporizing, and then refreezing, and you get this long tail of ice crystals and that reflect the sun into your eyes, and you see a cometary tail. By the way, those carbonaceous chondrites are the oil fields in space. That water in those asteroids is rocket fuel. If you could capture the water, use sunlight to turn into hydrogen and oxygen, and you could fuel your rockets in space, not having to carry the fuel from the ground. It's huge, but the metallic chondrite asteroids, the ones that are nickel and iron, that are rich in platinum group metals, platinum, palladium, iridium, osmium, you're not going to believe me, these rocks are worth tens of trillions of dollars. Tens of trillions of dollars. And so it was that curiosity, and like literally could not sleep thinking about this, that led us to go and start this company. And we raised about $40 million. I got Larry Page, the co-founder of Google, as my very first investor, which, by the way, was unfortunate. Not that he was my first investor, but when he became my first investor, everyone said, why isn't Larry funding this? And he did invest in future rounds, but didn't lead it, right? Everybody said, well, he can fund the whole thing. So being careful about who your first investor is and whether they're willing to invest with you aggressively throughout the course of the company is an important lesson I learned. But we ended up having 2 launch failures, one on a Orbital Sciences Taurus and one on an early SpaceX launch, unfortunately, and a missed financing. And we ended up selling the company for pennies on the dollars. But it was an extraordinary ride. And one of my goals in the future is to go back and actually go back to that company with a few $100 million of my own money and make it happen, because it's a massive opportunity. All of these things, this is the kind of thinking for me that comes from a curiosity mindset, to find these oversized opportunities that are both exciting in your heart, your mind, your soul, and your wallet. The curiosity mindset is one of the most important mindsets for fundraising. In part 2, we'll be talking about the concept of why this, why me, why now, right? And this is what an investor wants to understand. They want to understand you. So it's important for you to be curious about why you're doing what you're doing and why you're doing it now. People invest in those who have insatiable curiosity, those obsessed with finding the truth at all costs. Today in the age of generative AI, asking great questions, in other words, great prompts, is far more important than what you actually know. When I drop my kids off at school, they're sick and tired of hearing this, but I say, ask great questions. That is the single most important thing I want for them. In fact, when I'm in the boardroom and I'm mentoring CEOs, right, in Abundance 360, I support 500 CEOs throughout the year. And it's all about shaping their mindsets. It's all about teaching them to ask great questions. You might be asking the question, how do I develop a curiosity mindset? The reality is, you have to remember this, as kids, we all naturally have this kind of a mindset. Humans are born with a curiosity mindset, but we lose it as we grow older. I want to share 2 exercises with you for rebuilding your curiosity mindset. The first method is called Ask Why 3 times. This is a technique that's often used in problem solving and understanding root causes. It can be applied to everyday life, really to deepen your understanding of various phenomena. And if you're an entrepreneur trying to solve a problem, building a product, believe me, the investors investing in you are going to want to know that you understand it fully. And this process is how you're going to get there. So whenever you encounter something interesting or puzzling, ask why, and then ask it again, and ask why a 3rd time. Repeat the process 3 times. This method encourages deeper thinking and reveals underlying principles and causes. It allows you to surround a problem. This second method is called first principles thinking. It was made famous by Elon Musk. And first principles thinking is a method of problem solving driven by curiosity and a beginner's mindset. I was at a Goldman Sachs event interviewing Elon on stage, talking about SpaceX and Tesla. And it became absolutely clear that this was the methodology that he was using. I'll go into more detail about his SpaceX story later, but when he decided he wasn't going to buy rockets, that he was going to build rockets, the realization was that the reason they were so expensive was that they were being thrown away every time. It was like disposing of a 747 when you flew from New York to London and not using it again. Of course, they're going to be super expensive. And it was that very simple first principle thinking. And then asking again, a level deeper, is it possible to build reusable rockets? What kind of mass fractions required? What kind of ISP on the rocket engines? What kind of materials are available? Allowed him to get to the point where he believed that, in fact, he could build reusable rockets. And the Falcon 9 first stage, hopefully you know this, is fully reusable. The incumbents, those who were in the aerospace industry, the rocket builders, had a very difficult time with this idea. They couldn't see the reality of a fully reusable rocket because they were so ingrained in fully disposable rockets. And that's why you often see outsiders like Elon, like Steve Jobs, like Jeff Bezos coming in and revolutionizing industries that have been around for decades. Understanding a product, a service, or a problem from first principles is how you reinvent them. You know, another side story again on Elon, when he was getting Tesla going, it was two things that got him to believe that Tesla, an electric car company, was possible. And one of them was a calculation he did about batteries. If you're going to have electric cars that were affordable, that had a sufficient energy density, you need to have enough batteries, and the batteries had to be affordable. And what he did was he went and he said, okay, how much lithium and nickel and zinc and copper, whatever the elements are in the lithium-ion batteries at the time, are in a cell, and what is the spot price of those elements if we were to go and buy them? And the difference between the price of the batteries at the beginning of Tesla and where they are right now, orders of magnitudes less, he was able to say, I believe we can get there because I understand what the elements cost in their components in these batteries. So that first principle thinking enabled him to believe enough that he can get the price of batteries down that he dove in both feet first. All right, so let me break down first principle thinking. Number one, choose a problem and break down the assumptions. Write down all the assumptions and beliefs, such as the belief before SpaceX was rockets are fully disposable. The belief before Tesla was the batteries are this expensive. Second, deconstruct the first principles. Ask questions like, what is at the core of this thing? What are the laws governing this, right? No, I think we can get the price of the battery components down. No, we can get the mass fraction of this rocket or the ISP of the engines high enough for them to be reusable. And then reconstruct and explore. How can you combine these principles in new ways? What solutions emerge when you start from the ground up? First principle thinking is how you revolutionize not just a product, but an entire industry. I want to end this section on curiosity mindset with a few of my favorite quotes, some of which honestly are on my wall. Albert Einstein said, I have no special talent. I am only passionately curious. Tim Urban said, when you begin with a curious mind, you're both more interested in what you're learning and you retain more of what you've learned. And finally, Tony Robbins said, the quality of your questions determines the quality of your life. The last term I want to discuss is something called a safe. You may have heard of convertible notes. It used to be a popular mechanism, but it's been replaced by a safe, which stands for a simple agreement for future equity. It was made popular by Y Combinator, one of the startup incubators and accelerators, and introduced back in 2013. So why is it something that's usable today? What is it? So if you're at the beginning of your startup, and you don't have a product yet, you don't have revenue yet, but you need money to get things going. Maybe you have a team, maybe you have a great idea, maybe you can demonstrate the market is there, but how do you value your company? So if you go out to some investors and you say, listen, I'm looking to raise $1 million and I would love to have you come in. They can say, what's your value? You might come up with a number, but the reality is you probably can't prove it to them because it's too early for you. So a safe is a mechanism to get investment today for future equity. Again, simple agreement for future equity. So unlike a convertible note, which I won't go into detail now, it's not a debt instrument. There's no interest. There's no maturity date. It's really just simpler and better. So these are the terms involved in a safe. So first of all, you're going to put a valuation cap. You're going to say, listen, when I convert your $1 million in this safe, it's going to be converted with a maximum value of, you might say, 10 million. So if in a future financing round, you can get 20 million for the company's value because you've had some amazing breakthrough, people who invested in the safe, they're capped at 10 million. So they're guaranteeing that the $1 million is going to get X percent of that cap. The second thing is you're going to offer them a discount rate. What does that mean? You're going to offer an investor a percent discount to the ultimate round price in return for coming in early through the safe. So you're giving them a cap. It's going to go no further than this. And once we set the value, we're going to give you a 20% discount. And typically, what I've seen is safes that are anywhere between a 10% to a 30% discount rate. 20% is really typical. You might give them pro rata rights, again, the ability to continue investing at that percentage. They're going to be conversion triggers. You're going to say, listen, your safe is going to convert to equity when we raise a priced round. Now, these safes are by far the most common mechanism for entrepreneurs today to do their early pre-seed, friends and family, even angel rounds. It aligns the investor and the founder's interest in the company growth because it's easier and faster to raise the money. You're not trying to debate and discuss the valuation. You're saying, let me focus on building the company. It simplifies early stage fundraising. It's useful for startups seeking quick funding without going through the negotiation of a valuation. It converts to equity typically in the next financing round. And really, it's quick and less costly. There's a standard safe agreement that's been developed by Y Combinator and is really used by everybody these days. You can minimize the amount of lawyers involved. As we wrap up this section of what you need to know before you start raising, there's another thing. When you go and present to your investors for money, they're going to ask you a question. How do I get my money back? Where's my liquidity? So it's something you have to think about before you go in. What do I mean by that? Today, liquidity occurs from a few different options. Most entrepreneurs historically have said, we're going to go public. And when our company goes public, you can sell your shares on the public market in the United States, on the NASDAQ or the New York Exchange or whatever it might be. But be careful because IPO windows close. They can close for months or for years. And if companies are not going public, the investors may think, I don't agree that this is going to be a public company. There are other reasons why you may not want to be a public company, and I'll explain that in a moment. The second way that your investor gets money back is when you sell the company. You can say, we're going to be acquired. We have reasons to believe once we build this product or service, all these companies out here are going to want to acquire us. May be true. The question is, do you as the founder want to have your company acquired? Or do you plan to run this thing forever? Third category is dividends. And this is for stable, profitable, I would call even boring companies, cash cows, that are able to provide a dividend to everyone working at the company who's a shareholder and all the outside shareholders. And then most recently, over the last decade, there have been private stock marketplaces. For example, I'm a shareholder in SpaceX. I invested in it, some years after it was started. And there is no time in the future where Elon's going to take SpaceX public. And he's publicly stated that. And why? He doesn't want all the other launch companies being able to see the details of his company. He wants to keep it secret. Secondly, the reason that SpaceX exists is to take people to Mars. And if he was a public company focused on quarterly earnings reports, there would be a shareholder revolt if he started spending money on Mars missions before there was a customer there. So by keeping it private, he keeps control of the company, keeps things secret, and he can direct the company the way he wants. But how does he actually engage employees who want to have, stock in the company? Well, he's created a marketplace. SpaceX will buy shares back from employees or outside investors. And there is a stock price that has been going up as the number of launches of SpaceX have been going up. Then you've got companies like Amazon, right? When Jeff Bezos started Amazon, he knew this was a company he wanted to run for decades. He had no interest in selling that company to an outside competitor. So he decided to take that company public instead. So the question you're going to have to answer as you go in for raising capital is, how are you going to give your investors liquidity? An IPO, a company sale, dividends, or will there be a private stock marketplace that is so hot that people want to buy your shares? When it comes to fundraising, it's important to know that fundraising is not just a full-time job, it's a double-time job. When you're in a fundraising mode, when you're trying to feed the lifeblood of your company, it's going to take you 70, 80, sometimes 90 hours a week. It's going to involve flying to 5 different cities in 5 days, perhaps to Europe or the Middle East once or twice a month. It is something that, until it happens, is going to be your single-minded focus. But at the same time, you've got to keep your company going as well. And how about your family, right? And how do you trade between these things? One of the challenges any entrepreneur who's successful has is balancing everything they do. I remember I was on stage with Tony Robbins. Tony has been a dear friend now for almost 2 decades. We've started a couple of companies together, My Life Force and Fountain Life. We've written a book together. And I was on stage and I was interviewing him at an Abundance 360 summit. And I said, can we talk about work-life balance? And he's like, Peter, there is no such thing as work-life balance. His deep voice, he goes, it's work-life integration. It's like, how do you integrate the things that you love into your life? If you're a passion-driven entrepreneur, which I'm sure you are, which is why you're doing this course, the stuff that you do is going to be your life. It's going to be driving. You're going to be waking up with it in the morning and going through late at night. And ultimately, you have to love it so it doesn't become work, so it becomes your play. And integrating that into your life, which means if it's your spouse, your kids, or your partners, that there's a sense of integration. They understand and respect what you're doing and why you're working so hard. If you get joy from that work, then it's not going to be exhausting. It's going to be joyful. For me, my biggest problem is focusing on one thing, because I start a project, and this is me calling it guilty, right? I start a project, it keeps going. And once it starts getting easy, I start my next project and my next project and my next project. And the only way I'm able to do more than one thing, because people ask me that question as well, is by hiring a great CEO to run those companies. It's difficult to run more than one company, maybe 2 if you're Steve Jobs with Pixar and Apple, or Elon with Tesla and SpaceX. For me, I serve as executive chairman of the X Prize, and Anusha Ansari is the CEO. I serve as executive chairman of Fountain Life, and Bill Kapp is the CEO. Or for my venture fund, Bold Capital, or for Daily.ai with Joe Stolte. All of these companies have their own CEOs, and I take a chairman role. When it comes down to being CEO, it really takes that singular focus, that commitment. And whether the CEO of your family or the CEO of your company, how you balance these things is going to be one of the most important things that you do. I want to quickly walk you through our resource library. We'll reference this throughout different times in the course. The resource library is where you're going to find your list of thousands of investors and thousands of pitch decks that helped companies like Facebook, YouTube, and Uber raise their earliest rounds of funding. Let's walk through a few of these databases to give you a sense of what's available. First, let's look through our list of angel investors. Our database includes thousands of angel investors from around the world, organized by location and searchable by description. Included with each investor are their links to their profiles on X and on Crunchbase, as well as the number of investments they've made and the number of exits they've had. We've got the same database for thousands of the most active family offices in the world. Note that in all of these databases, you can search by key terms or even filter for specific words, such as the industry in which you're operating or the stage at which you're raising. Our database for accelerators is similar to the ones that we have for angels and family offices, with 2 additional fields showing the duration of the programs ranging from just a few weeks to more than a year, and also whether the program is run exclusively on site in person or remotely online. The last resource for the purpose of building your investor list is an incredible database, including thousands of venture capitalists from the United States, the European Union, India, and elsewhere internationally. With all of the fields mentioned previously and the additional ability to filter by type and stage like seed, early stage venture, late stage venture, and private equity. Finally, our resource library includes an incredible asset, which is a collection of over 1,000 pitch decks from companies ranging the spectrum from startups you've never heard of to successful multi-billion-dollar companies like Uber and Airbnb. Some of these decks are amazing. Others leave a lot to be desired. Some are modern and creative. Others are dated and boring. I encourage you to scan through them, look at them, play with them. Many have pitfalls you want to avoid, and many will give you inspiration of your ability to raise extraordinary money based upon a simple and clear story. You can sort this database by industry in order to find others who have pitched in your domain. For example, if you're building a healthcare company, the fintech company decks are not going to be useful to you. So search for healthcare companies. This resource library will be a tangible asset that can help you for the years ahead. Welcome to Fund Your Purpose. My name is Peter Diamandis, and this is part 2 of your course. If you haven't already watched part 1, allow me to reintroduce myself. I spent a decade or more at school. I was at MIT studying aerospace engineering and molecular biology, and then went to Harvard Medical School to get my MD. During my 4th year of medical school, I was running 2 companies, a launch company and a university. I was hooked on starting companies, getting my moonshots funded, and really making a difference in the world. Over the past 30 years, I've continued that, have started 5 nonprofits, including the X Prize Foundation, Singularity University, International Space University, and over 20 for-profit companies, including 2 public biotech companies. Along the way, I have raised billions of dollars to fund these purpose-driven companies and really to make my moonshots come true. My massive transformative purpose, what drives me, is to support entrepreneurs like you. My MTP is to inspire and guide entrepreneurs to create a hopeful, compelling, and abundant future for humanity. And if I can support you to make a dent in the universe, to create a breakthrough, to create a moonshot company that uplifts humanity, that's what wakes me up in the morning. So my goal in this second part of the course is to share with you exactly how I funded those companies at every stage, from the earliest stage, raising a few $1,000s, to later stages, doing $100 million plus financing. In part 2, we're going to talk about how you build your network, how you can literally meet anybody today, and then how you can build your pitch deck and present a pitch with a storyline that inspires not only you and your team, but the world to fund your moonshot. Ultimately, it's how to raise money in any market. Let me give you a lay of the land for this second part of the course. I've divided into 4 sections. Section 1 is what you need to know before you start raising. Section 2 is preparing to raise and preparing your pitch. Section 3 is actually pitching your company for funding. And Section 4 is closing the round and moving forward. Every one of these is critical for enabling you to get the capital you need to really make your moonshot happen. All right, let's jump in. We're going to get into fundraising and how to do it. But before we do, I want to share with you one of my major first raises and the story of perseverance and not giving up and figuring out how to get there against all the odds. I don't care how optimistic you are, there are going to be difficult times in your life as an entrepreneur. You're going to hit brick walls where things are going to fall apart. You can quit, you can give up, or you can pick yourself up off the ground and keep going. When I was running the X Prize Foundation and working on our first $10 million spaceflight prize, it was a crazy journey. And there was, literally no less than 20 or 30 times that the entire thing ended. What can I tell you? I'm going to tell you some stories here that I haven't told anybody. So first and foremost, I come up with this idea reading The Spirit of St. Louis, a book given me by Greg Marinak. This book was written by Charles Lindbergh in 1954, won the Pulitzer Prize. It chronicled his journey flying from New York to Paris to win a $25,000 prize. And this book inspired me to create this $10 million spaceflight prize, ultimately called the Ansari X Prize. I had a number of hurdles because I didn't have the money to put up this prize. I needed $10 million to announce this prize. Well, I ended up raising about $500,000, $25,000 at a time in St. Louis. I've talked about how important a network is. I didn't have a real big space network that was wealthy at that time. So I decided to find a community that would back this prize. And I was thinking maybe it's Seattle because Boeing is there. Maybe it's San Diego or California because Northrop Grumman is there. Maybe it's Houston, Texas because of NASA. Maybe it's Florida. And a friend of mine said, you should go to St. Louis. St. Louis is where Lindbergh raised his initial $25,000 to fund his Spirit of St. Louis airplane. And so I go to St. Louis and I meet a gentleman who would become my guardian angel, right? All starts with the right individual, a guy named Doug King, who is the president of the St. Louis Science Center, introduced me to another guy, Al Kurth, who was the head of civic progress there. And Al said, I love your idea, right? We should do this in St. Louis. Again, the right individual is your node to connect with everybody. And he said, Lindbergh raised $25,000 from 9 different St. Louisans to create the Spirit of St. Louis organization. Let's raise, and he had promised he would help me raise $2.5 million. He said, let's raise $2.5 million, $25K at a time from 100 St. Louisans. And we decided to call that the New Spirit of St. Louis organization. And we went around and met, wealthy St. Louisan. This is Bill Danforth, right? We met Andy Taylor from Enterprise Rent-A-Car. We met McDonald family from McDonnell Douglas. We met all these incredible individuals, and we got them to pledge $25,000 at a time. So that was fantastic. We're on a roll. But when we reached $500,000, the steam finished. There was nobody else pledging. And decided to take what was a risky situation. At one point, as an entrepreneur, you're going to take risks. The risk we decided to take was that we were going to announce the $10 million prize without having the money. So we took the $500,000 that we had raised and we bet it all. We set up under the arch in St. Louis a press conference. On stage with me, I had 20 astronauts. I had the head of NASA, the head of the FAA, and I announced this $10 million prize. Now, the problem was I didn't have the $10 million. I had nothing, no teams competing. We risked it all. I had half of my board of directors at the time resign because they didn't want me to announce this prize of having the money. I figured who wouldn't want to fund it? In fact, when you're putting up an incentive prize, you're basically going to pay the money after someone wins. I went out pitching. Everyone was saying, why isn't NASA doing this? Can anyone actually pull it off? And isn't someone going to die trying? Took me the better part of, 5 or 6 years to get this prize funded. Along the way, the Columbia space shuttle crashed. Remember, it was re-entering from orbit. It lost tiles and disintegrated. I remember a friend of mine, Jay Coleman, called me and said, Peter, give it up. It's over. There's no way in the world you're going to fund this prize when, the dot-com had just busted, the Columbia had just crashed. There's no one's going to fund your prize. And that was part of the darkest moments. I can remember looking at myself in the mirror at midnight, 2 a.m. and saying, do you believe this is the right thing? Do you believe this can work? And I did. In my heart of hearts, in my soul, I knew it could work. And so I didn't give up. What I did next was roll the dice again. I went out with two dear friends, Greg Marinak and Bob Weiss, and we purchased hole-in-one insurance. I don't know if you know what hole-in-one insurance is. It turns out that you can buy an insurance policy that bets against something happening. If someone wins, we'll pay the $10 million policy. If no one wins, we keep the $3 million. They were taking a bet against it being won. Amazing, because that was less than the $10 million. But guess what? I didn't have the $3 million to pay the policy. And so I ended up negotiating a deal where I would pay them $50,000 once a month for a year, and then there'd be a balloon payment at the end of that. Right? When you're up against the wall, when you've claimed you're a moonshot, when you believe in yourself, you do what you have to. That first $50,000 payment, I made myself. The next one I got from gentleman Adeo Resi, then from Barry Thompson. Right? I went through my friends and my network. I explained what was going on. Along the way, it became more and more difficult. It would be Monday, and I would have this $50,000 Friday coming up. If I didn't pay the $50,000, the competition was off. I made a lot of amazing friends, and I just kept on pushing and doing whatever I needed to do. Of course, I had this balloon payment coming up very shortly, and I needed to find the funder of the final, what back then was about $2.5 million. And I had pitched 150 people. I had gone to the billionaires, the CEOs of the top automotive companies, the airline companies. I had pitched Richard Branson twice. I still laugh at him, laugh with him, because he ended up spending hundreds of millions to create Virgin Galactic, and he could have funded the original X Prize for just that, $3 or $4 million back then. Long story short, I read one day in a copy of Fortune magazine that was labeled the wealthiest 40 women under 40 about this woman named Anousheh Ansari. She had just sold her company, which was called Telecom Technologies, to Sonos Networks. It built the first IP network switch. She sold it for $1.3 billion. And in her bio, it says she was a space cadet who wanted to fly in a suborbital flight into space. I remember thinking to myself, I remember exactly where I was. This is the woman. This is the person who's going to fund it. After 150 no's, I was just absolutely sure it was her. And I started to track her down. But it turned out it was an asset sale of the company. The company was gone. And so I started calling people and asking, do you know anybody who was in this company? I finally tracked down someone who used to work for Anousheh, who knew where she was. She was vacationing in Hawaii after selling her company. And I got them to promise me that they would forward a package I FedExed them to her in Hawaii. They did. She called me. I was her first meeting when she got back to Dallas, and she ended up funding the prize, not only the rest of the insurance policy, but funding the X Prize to become a viable ongoing organization. That woman, Anousheh Ansari, then went on to fly privately to the space station as the first private female astronaut through one of my other companies, Space Adventures. We brokered 8 private individuals to fly privately to the space station on the Russian Soyuz. That's another long story. And now she's come back to be the CEO of the X Prize as I became the executive chairman. That $10 million prize attracted 26 teams from 7 countries who cumulatively spent $100 million. It lit the fuse to light the commercial spaceflight industry. One of the benefits we had was we actually wrote the legislation for private human spaceflight to allow commercial companies like SpaceX, like Blue Origin, to carry humans up into space commercially and bring them back down. So, a lot of the work that SpaceX and Bezos' Blue Origin does now was enabled by that initial X Prize. That's a story of optimism fueling me against all the odds, against just every single problem, every no along the way. And we're having this conversation today because I didn't give up, right? I could have given up so many times and had so many good reasons and so many excuses. But in my heart, I knew this could work and I refused to give up. And I hope that you truly find something you're so passionate about that you won't give up every time you hit a brick wall, that you'll pick yourself up, you'll dust yourself off, and you'll keep going. And you'll find those imaginative ways to fund what you're doing. Because capital is not the scarce resource. It's innovation, it's passion, it's commitment, it's refusal to give up. The greatest stories in the world are overnight successes after 11 years of hard work. Whether you came to this course with a pre-existing company, a company idea, or whether you've just defined your moonshot for the very first time, getting your purpose-driven venture funded is really going to require that you truly understand and have answered 3 key questions. Why me? Why this? And why now? Having clarity about those 3 things is going to shine through you to your investors, to your partners, to your co-founder, to everybody. Let's talk about the very first one, why me? And when I say why me, I also mean why you and your team. If you have a great idea with a lousy team, the chances of success are low. If you have an amazing team with a bad idea, that team will figure out how to succeed. The why me question that you need to answer is to convince the investors that you're worth backing. It comes through as your massive transformative purpose. This is something you're prepared to dedicate your life to. You're prepared to dedicate, a decade to. I want to share with you a couple of examples myself. One of my earliest companies in the for-profit space was a company called Zero Gravity Corporation. It was May of 1993. I was sitting down with 2 close friends, Ray Kronice and Byron Lichtenberg, and they were just gloating and expressing their excitement of having been on NASA's zero-G airplane. And this is an airplane that does large parabolic flights, 45, 50 degrees nose up. You go over the top, and for 30 seconds, you're weightless inside the airplane. And I desperately wanted to go on this. I volunteered to be a guinea pig, whatever you need to do. I want to go and fly because I was, literally a space cadet since age 9. And after trying countless times to get on NASA's airplane and being turned down time after time after time, I said, I'm going to start a business here. And I set out to actually go and get a zero gravity corporation funded and started. Now, the why me in this story is it had been my dream since childhood. It's all I wanted to do. It drove me morning, noon, and night. And I had started a number of nonprofits in the space. So in 93, I come up with a business plan. In early 94, I go to FAA to pitch them on the idea. And I had just raised $500,000 of seed capital from a guy, Mike McDowell, who I was convinced that we would do this. What I can tell you is that the FAA was not convinced I could do this. And my first meetings with the FAA were a disaster. And they said, listen, there's no place in the federal aviation regulations that allow you to have a person in an airplane with their seatbelt off, floating around, and you charging them. And I was like, there has to be a way to do this. And literally, I was fighting the FAA for the better part of, at the end of the day, 8 or 9 years. I remember going into these meetings after just being told no over and over and over again and telling them, listen, you're either going to retire or you're going to die before I give up. And I meant that. I was so committed to its success. Finally, literally after 11 years of hard work, we began commercial operation. And the only way I got there was to fight my way up to the top to the FAA administrator, an amazing woman, Marion Blakey, who I was saying, listen, I'm taking people to Russia to fly on an Ilyushin-76 Russian airplane where they sit on the ground for takeoff and landing rather than being able to take American, entrepreneurs, CEOs, adventurers on a zero-G plane. And she said, we'll just have to fix that. A lot of times everybody in an organization are only empowered to say no. And the only person empowered to say yes is the person at the very top. And the why me here was my commitment to Mike McDowell and that first $500,000 I raised, that I would not give up. It drove me through the course of that. Now, some might say I should have given up along the way, but I'm proud that since then, we have flown probably 40,000 people into zero-G, including Stephen Hawking, the world's expert in gravity, flew him into zero gravity. And then after that flight, had a chance to fly dozens of children who were wheelchair bound, who had never walked a step in their life. So the why me is about, are you prepared to spend the decade it takes to succeed when everyone is telling you it can't be done? That why me also drove me with my Ansari X Prize, and over again, I've never had a success where I didn't fully commit from my heart and my mind. So as you're in pitching, being able to express that why me is the individual who will do whatever it takes and pivot and keep going until you get to success. Unless you hit the laws of physics as a limit, you're going to keep going. All right, second part, why this? Ask yourself these questions. Is this how you're going to spend your precious time? When you choose to go after a moonshot company, whatever it might be, you're doing that to the exclusion of other things. I've mentioned before, everybody, you, me, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, we all have 24 hours in a day, 7 days in a week, 365 days in a year. It's how we use our time that makes all the difference. So as you're going into a venture and you're saying, this is what I want to do, what you're saying is, this is how I'm going to spend my precious time over the next typically 2 to 10 years. Is this a project that has the potential to impact and help millions of people, perhaps 1 billion people, to have a better life? And is it the highest use of your time? If you're convinced that this is what you should do with the next decade of your life, you need to present that in a compelling fashion, to present that this is going to move the needle forward. And if you can do that in combination with why me and why this, it's something that is ultimately going to sway the investor to back you. Is this driven by your massive transformative purpose? Something that you're emotionally committed to making happen, no matter what it takes. All right, let's talk about the third one, why now? This is an important one. Timing is one of the most important elements that you can possibly consider. So when you're going in to present a venture, if the investor doesn't specifically ask it, they'll be thinking of it. Why is this the right time to make that happen? Why couldn't this have been done 5 years ago or 10 years ago? Is there a new technology? Is there a new problem that can be solved? There's a friend of mine, Bill Gross. He runs a company called Idea Lab in Pasadena. He's a brilliant entrepreneur. Please look him up. He's got amazing YouTube videos you can watch. And over the course of a couple of decades, he's been building and running Idea Lab. He analyzed 150 companies, and he asked a key question. He said, why did those companies succeed? He looked at them from a multitude of perspectives. And what he found was it wasn't the idea, It wasn't the funding level. It wasn't the success of the CEO or even the business model. What was the through line of the companies that succeeded over the ones that did not was something that totally shocked me. I didn't believe it the first time I heard it. And then as I reflected on my own companies, I said, he's absolutely right. It was timing. It was timing that accounted for the company's success or failure. A friend, a very famous investor, Howard Marks, said, being too far ahead of your time is indistinguishable from being wrong. And he's right. I've, started a number of companies that were just ahead of their time. At the end of the day, they failed. They were wrong. You don't want to be too early. The public needs to be ready for what you're building and what you're delivering. The user adoption has to be high enough. Bill Gross gives a couple of good examples, and I'll share them with you here. Uber, for example, came into existence in 2008 after two important things were in place. Number one, the iPhone had been released. And as part of the iPhone, the GPS interface that allowed a driver and a user to co-locate on a smartphone. The second thing is we were just after the recession, and a lot of people needed to make money. And so they were willing to do part-time driving in the evenings and weekends. It was that same combination that drove the success of Airbnb, also started in that same time frame of 2008. I'm a space cadet. I've started a rocket company, and I looked at what Elon did with SpaceX. Well, SpaceX also was a success due to timing. After the Space Shuttle Challenger and Space Shuttle Columbia accidents, NASA decided to put out a request for proposal for private launch services. SpaceX was started in 2001 by Elon. He built the Falcon 1 launch vehicle. The first launch failed. The second launch failed. The third launch failed. He cobbled together enough money to get a fourth launch attempt, which succeeded. But what really saved him in 2008 was the award by NASA of a $1 billion launch contract. If that contract wasn't there, we wouldn't have SpaceX today. And that contract was there because Elon was around at the right time to intercept this massive opportunity because NASA decided to shut down the space shuttle program. Ultimately, you can create great timing if and only if you're willing and able to live long enough to live forever. I love that phrase. What that means is when you start your company, if you're dependent on constantly raising money and raising money and raising money to get to a point at which you're able to generate profits, it can be challenging. But if you're able to generate revenues early on so that you can stay alive long enough, you will intercept good luck. You will intercept opportunities. I've had great timing and I've had poor timing, and I can guarantee you having great timing is one of the most important things. I'll give you an example of poor timing, example of starting a company too early. In the early 2010s, I had a meeting with two dear friends, Eric Anderson and Chris Lewicki. We decided we were going to try and build an asteroid mining company. And we ended up hiring an amazing team. We built a factory for building small satellites up in Seattle. We actually got the laws passed in the US Congress and also in Luxembourg to allow for private ownership of asteroidal materials. We saw this as a multi-billion, tens of billions, hundreds of billion opportunity. I can remember having a conversation with Elon where he said, "I love the idea, Peter, but it's just way too early." And he was right. Now, we had bad timing as well. We had two satellite launch failures, one on a SpaceX vehicle and one on an orbital sciences vehicle. But at the end of the day, had we been able to build a company that was generating revenue to keep the company going, it would have been great. But after those failures, we missed our B round financing when a Chilean mining company had a bad quarter and decided to pull their lead commitment. And we ended up selling the company for pennies on the dollar. For me, I will never forget that lesson. And that was a lesson of a few different things, and I'll mention them along the way of this course. but one of them was being too early. I still think, by the way, an asteroid mining company is a great idea, and probably I'll go back to do it sometime in the next decade. So before we wrap this section up and go to our exercise, how do you know if you're the right person, if this is the right company for you, and if this is the right time? We've discussed you're the right person if this is your massive transformative purpose, if this is what you're willing to dedicate a decade to. And by the way, when I say you're the right person, you don't have to be doing everything, right? You have to do your part of it. If you're a technical founder, fantastic. If you're a business founder, fantastic. If you're a marketing founder, fantastic. You're going to have to find the other individuals so that you as a team are the right team to execute on this. But it is passion driven. It's, are you prepared to dedicate a decade to this? Is this your highest use of time? The why this is something that you can do a lot of research for, you can do testing for, but again, at the end of the day, this is what you're prepared to spend a decade of your life on. It's your highest calling. You can see it. It's something that you wake up with, fascinated every day. And as to the why now, this is often one of the most important questions that the investors want to have an answer to. I didn't have a great answer of why now with the asteroid mining company. We could have said it was just that launch access was available now, but the marketplace wasn't demanding the materials and space yet. It was too early. And if on reflection I had been honest enough with myself, I would have put off starting that company. So are you clear about what's happened in the last year or two that says to everybody, including yourself and your co-founder, this is the right time to launch this business? All right, let's jump into the first exercise here in part 2, which is answering these 4 critical questions. Why me? Why this? And why now? And then ultimately, is your project or your company too early? And can you build an early revenue engine to give you as much road and life ahead as possible? Write down the question of why me. Be honest with yourself. Is it tied to your MTP? Be clear about it. No one is looking over your shoulders. This is only for you. So why me? And then why this? Is this your highest use? Is this how you want to spend the next decade? Why? And then finally, why now? What's happened in the last 2 to 5 years that makes this a great idea to do today? And then finally, might it be too early? I know I've felt that, and I'm very careful about having that happen to me again. So can you build a revenue engine, maybe in a small part of your business that's going to give you the longevity to intercept the good news and the good breakthroughs coming your way? All right, pause the program right now, take out your notebook, and answer these 4 questions. All right, welcome back, everybody. I want to continue in this section to discuss things you should be thinking about, questions you should ask yourself, and what you need to know before you start raising money. And one of the very first things to reflect on is if you're thinking about building your purpose-driven organization as a nonprofit, should you? A lot of people think that if you're going to do good in the world, if you're going to try and serve people and really build a purpose-driven organization, that it needs to be a nonprofit. In the US, this is called a 501c3, a nonprofit organization. And I'm going to ask you to reflect on that. Does it really need to be? So as I mentioned earlier, I've built and launched and funded and continue to fund a multitude of nonprofit organizations, as well as over 20 for-profit organizations. And let me tell you that nonprofit organizations have their challenges. They also have their benefits. There are 2 challenges to be cognizant of before you make the decision to really run your organization as a 501c3. The first is it's difficult to raise money for nonprofits. People invest their capital out of 2 different pockets. One pocket is money which I have, which I'm going to invest to get a return. The other pocket is money I have that I'm going to give to do good in the world. And I would say that the ratio of the size of those buckets is at least 100 to 1. 100-fold more money being invested to get return than doing good in the world. So remember that it's harder to raise money. The second thing is that it's hard to recruit and retain the best talent. If you're building a company and you need technical talent and you're fighting to get someone amazing, and you're fighting against Google or OpenAI or Tesla, who's got stock options and amazing salaries, it's going to be hard to retain amazing tech talent inside of a nonprofit. Not impossible. We do this at the X Prize all the time, but it's difficult. Doing good in the world is not synonymous with being a nonprofit. There are amazing organizations out there. I would argue that Google has done more good for uplifting and providing humanity with information and creating Android to provide low-cost telephony than a huge number of nonprofits. Zoom has done amazing to connect people around the planet. So you don't need to be a nonprofit to do good things in the world. The other thing is, if you're a nonprofit organization and you don't have a revenue model, meaning you don't have money coming to you on a regular basis, every year you're going out to raise capital. And it's difficult. Now, you can be endowed, in which most universities are, but even raising an endowment for your nonprofit can be a challenge. I just want to be clear that you don't need to be a nonprofit. And believe me, I have a lot of experience in raising money for nonprofits. And later in this program, I've got an entire section on how to raise money for your nonprofit. Personally, after starting 5 or more nonprofits, every time I have an idea that someone says it should be a nonprofit, I'm thinking more about how do I make this happen inside of a for-profit organization. By the way, there's a couple of other options you have. Ever heard of a benefit corporation? So when I started Singularity University with Ray Kurzweil back in 2008, we modeled it originally after International Space University, and we started as a 501c3. We figured a university should be a nonprofit model, and we started raising money to run the program year after year. And it was challenging. And then we created something called our executive programs, and we started selling this education about exponential technologies to corporations and executive teams. And we hit a product market fit, and we started making a good amount of money. And what we decided to do was actually to flip Singularity University from a nonprofit into a for-profit, and in particular into what's called a benefit corporation, I'll speak about in a moment. And it was a massive advantage to be a benefit corporation. You probably heard of Elon's company, XAI, right? His AI company. Well, he's building that as a benefit corporation. And then OpenAI started as a nonprofit, a 501c3, and then flipped into what's called a limited profit charter. What Sam Altman did was said, okay, you can invest in OpenAI, but you can only earn 100-fold your original investment. So he capped the returns available. Why did XAI and OpenAI do that? Well, they did that because they wanted to show that this was not just about making money, that they wanted to do good for the world. So let's talk about a benefit corporation, a B Corp. In roughly the early 2000s, it was structured by an organization called B Corp, a type of for-profit company that is legally structured to allow both profit and positive impact for society. What does that mean? If you have a typical C Corp, your mission as the CEO and the board of that C Corp is to maximize return for your shareholders. That's your mission, to do what you plan to do, but to do it in a way that maximizes return for your shareholders. So what happens if all of a sudden you're a vaccine company and you've got an amazing vaccine and you could charge $10,000 per dose. And what you really want to do is charge $100 a dose because it's going to get out to many more people around the world. If you ended up charging $100 a dose, you could be sued by your shareholders because all of a sudden you're not maximizing profit. A benefit corporation or B Corp allows you as the leadership and the board to make choices which are beneficial for society and not just for the shareholders. This is about having a dual mission, positive impact on society or the environment, as well as generating money for your shareholders. So when you're thinking about your company, are you a nonprofit? Are you a for-profit? Perhaps you're a benefit corporation. All right, there's another thing you need to know as you're getting ready to raise capital, and that is money comes from many different sources. In fact, I've listed 9 sources you can see on the screen here: friends and family, community, accelerators and incubators, seed and angel investors, high net worth, ultra high net worth individuals and family offices, strategic investors, venture funds, public markets, and nonprofit fundraising. All of these have different desires, have different reasons why they give money, and are created for different reasons. And understanding what each of these wants from you and which is the right group to approach is part of what you'll need to understand before you start pitching. We'll go into this in some detail very shortly. I want to give you a sense of the size of these buckets. Not every category is represented here, but crowdfunding, $17 billion a year, right? Seed and angel, $22 billion. Family offices, $161 billion. Venture funds, $612 billion. And then nonprofit, $100 billion. Each of these represent a different set of needs and wants in different players in the marketplace. One of these is right for you. You know, in a time where people are worried about, can I raise money during this period of time? People are raising from every one of these buckets. And we're going to talk about how to raise capital during good times and bad from all of them. In the category of what you need to know, there is a lot of terminology in fundraising, and this is not intended to be a college-level course on the terminology. I'm going to share with you some details on 5 terms that I'll be using later on in the program that are important to me. We'll talk about term sheets, employee stock option pools, stock vesting, pro rata shares, convertible notes, and safes. And by the way, if you're interested in going deep, or if I am bringing up terms or ideas that you don't fully understand, you have 2 options. Go to ChatGPT and ask. You can find a lot of it there. Or this book, Venture Deals, it's in its 4th edition. It's by Brad Feld and Jason Mendelson, and it's an excellent book on all of the details involved in venture fundraising. So use this as a reference guide. But don't get too hooked on the terminology. You don't need to master these. Get comfortable with the basics. Most importantly, have confidence in your business and your team and go out there and raise money. It's the 0 to 1, it's inaction to action that's going to make all the difference in the world. The first term is term sheets. What are they and why are they important? A term sheet's a non-binding agreement between you and an investor. When you go out raising money, you're looking for someone to set the valuation, to set the terms of the investment, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And when an investor comes to you and says, yes, I'm excited about your company, I'm willing to invest, typically they'll give you a term sheet and they'll say, I'm willing to put this amount of money in under these terms for this amount of your company. The term sheet from that investor will be known as the term sheet from your lead investor, and other investors will follow them. They'll assume that they did the due diligence, they set the valuation, they set the terms in a way that if they're willing to put their money in, I'm willing to put my money in after them. You'll hear the term that investors are lemmings. What it really means is they like someone else to do the work and to follow the work that someone else has already done. So what's in a term sheet? Well, it's the valuation of your company. What is it valued in a pre-money and a post-money? We'll talk about that in a moment. What's the total size of the round? Are you raising $1 million or 20 million? Are there voting rights? If I put money in, do I get to sit on your board? Am I a voting board member, an observer? What's the size of the board? There's something called economic rights, liquidation preferences, pro rata rights, and so forth. All of these are terms you can look up in detail, but basically a term sheet enables you to have a document that is a hunting license to go and raise money. So typically a term sheet from a lead investor, let's say you're going out to raise $5 million, that lead investor will put in 1 to 2 million of that 5. You now need to go out there and get the rest of the round. That lead investor may help you, they may introduce you to friends, but that term sheet, I think of it as a license to go fishing with others. Now, I want you to keep in mind that while you're looking for a lead and a lead term sheet, you need to be going out and pitching other individuals and getting interest. What you'll see typically is, listen, I'm interested in investing in your company. Call me when you have a lead investor and a term sheet. That's what you get from a lot of the smaller investors. They're going to have someone else do the work, set the valuation, do the due diligence. So you need to be collecting those, keeping those individuals warm and interested, sending them updates, news clips, how you're doing on the company. And then when you've got that term sheet, you can then start to close them. Another thing you need to know is once you get your term sheet, it's not set in stone. This is the chance to begin a negotiation. You should also know you can get multiple term sheets from multiple investors and compete them against each other. Use one as leverage against the other. Now, besides raising money, I also have a venture fund. Bold Capital's about $600 million investing in exponential technologies and mostly in longevity and biotech. And we put forward term sheets that were negotiated, and we put forward term sheets that we've lost the lead to someone else, which doesn't mean we don't participate. We might be a secondary participant in that round. It's important to realize that if you have a company which is extraordinary, you have power over the investors. One of the companies we recently invested in, a very hot AI company out of MIT, we lost the lead on a specific term. We wanted a particular term. They didn't want it. They went out, found a different lead that was able to delete that term, took them, and we ended up coming in a secondary position. So, one last thing to know about term sheets. Rather than going out and getting a term sheet from an outside investor, you can write one yourself, or you can get a term sheet from an investor who's already in one of your rounds. One of my companies, I just did that. They were a Series A investor. I went and discussed our B round with them, and I said, listen, this is what I'm hoping for. I don't want to spend the time pitching a bunch of VCs. Would you please take the lead in the B round as well and write the term sheet? And they did. And then I used that internally generated term sheet to go out there and raise the rest of the round. So that's the basics on term sheets. I'm excited for you to go out there and start getting term sheets for your moonshot and to have confidence in yourself, to really not take the first deal that's presented to you, to get the deal that is right for you. As we'll talk about later, it may not be the deal that gives you the highest valuation. It may be the deal that is giving you the best investors on your cap stack, the best investors on your board, because it's long-term thinking that will support you in the growth and ultimate success of your business. The second term we're going to discuss is employee stock option pools. So what are they? An employee stock option pool is a reserved amount of equity set aside for you as the CEO to bring in employees. Back probably 50 years ago, people didn't talk about stock options. When you hired someone, you hired them for a salary. Maybe it was for a profit share. But in today's high-flying IPO tech world, the very best employees want to have ownership in the company. They want to have stock in the company. Now, we're going to talk about founders' equity as separate from employee stock options. As a founder, when you create a company in the very beginning, where it has effectively $0 per share, and a founder equity table might, say my stock is worth $0.0001 per share, right? A hundredth of a penny. And if I gave you 1,000,000 shares at a hundredth of a penny, you're getting $100 worth of stock. There's no tax consequence to getting $100 worth of stock. But let's say that an employee is joining your company and your company is worth a few $1,000,000. If you want to give them a significant amount of stock, you're giving them something that's going to be taxable. And that's a problem. So if you gave an employee 100,000 shares and your stock is now worth $1 a share, you're giving them $100,000 worth of reportable income on their taxes. And that's going to be expensive for your employee. So this is where stock options come in to fix the problem. A stock option gives you the right to buy a stock. Let's say the stock is worth $1 today at some future date when the stock is worth more. Now, a future date on a stock option typically is 10 years. A stock option will be good for about a decade long. So if you're giving your employee a stock option grant at $1 price today that's good for 10 years, and 10 years from now, the stock is at $100 a share, they're capturing that upside from $1 to $100 or $99 per share increase. And they're paying taxes only when they sell that stock. So they can sell it at $100, pay the taxes, and then net the gain. So the purpose of a stock option pool, I think it's pretty obvious. You want to attract and retain the best talent, and that talent wants to own part of that tech company they're building. Number two, you want to align interests where that employee becomes a stakeholder with a vested interest in the company's success. And then third, it's a compensation tool. In the beginning of your company, when you don't have a lot of cash, you don't have a lot of revenue, and you can't afford to pay someone those sky-high salaries, you can afford to give them what they need to cover their day-to-day expenses and then give them their upside in stock options. Let's talk about the stock options that you award to your employees. What are the terms involved there? I'm not going to do this exhaustively, but let me give you an overview. You're going to have a strike price on those stock options. It's the price at which your employee can buy those shares at some point in the future. There's going to be an exercise period. Once vested, employees can exercise their options, purchasing shares at that strike price. There's a time limit for exercising options triggered by leaving the company or by the company's sale. There's expiration period. Typically, these stock options are good for a decade of time. There are provisions that accelerate that. The vesting may be accelerated, for example, if the company gets sold or if it goes public. But very importantly, when an employee gets their stock options, they don't get them all on day one. That's called vesting. And vesting has a typical formula, and you should know it because it's going to be part of the issue with founder shares, with your directors, with your advisors, and your employees. Typically, vesting takes place over a 4-year period with a 1-year cliff. What that means is if you're going to get 25% of your options in year 1, you don't get it on month 1, you get it at the end of year 1. And then after that cliff, vesting occurs either monthly or quarterly. So stock vesting is something that is so important because let's face it, when you employ an amazing individual, let's say you recruit somebody who is like off the charts, the very best AI programmer out there, and you promise them 5 or 10% of your company. And they join you, they sign that agreement, they get the stock options, but then they leave a month later because they get a better offer from someplace else. Does that 5 or 10% walk out the door? No, because you put a stock vesting program in place. Again, that 1-year cliff is going to keep them there for at least a year. And then they're going to have to get there through year 2 to get 50% and through year 4 to get all 100% of the options they've been offered. So vesting is about the process of earning equity over time. It encourages long-term commitments from both founders and employees. And again, this is not just for employees. I offer stock vesting to my directors and to my advisors as well. Next term I want to share with you is called pro rata shares. And I'm sharing this with you because I've used this personally in a really important fashion. When an investor comes on board, and let's say they buy 1% of your company, let's say your company is worth $100 million and they put in $1 million, they bought 1%. They get something called a pro rata right, which means when you raise the next amount of money, they have the right to put in enough of that next round to maintain their 1% ownership. I've used this a few times to be able to go and build a round. So recently, I did a financing round for one of my companies. It's a B round. I got an internal investor from the Series A to set the term sheet, to set the valuation. And then I went to all of my existing investors and said, your pro rata allocation in this B round will be $100,000 or $1 million or $2 million. Would you be willing to take your pro rata allocation of this B round? Which means, would you be willing to maintain your ownership inside? What it really was doing for me was allowing me to go to all of my investors and giving them a very clear target and ask them to reinvest at the next higher valuation, maintain their ownership. And then I could go out to outside investors and say, listen, I've already raised of this $20 million round, I've already raised $10 million of it from internal investors who have taken their pro rata, and it shows momentum. So I've used this approach of going out to get pro rata investments from my internal cadre of investors to get, say, half of the next round funded, and then use that momentum as a signal to outside investors like, this is a hot stock. Everybody internally is reinvesting. I should too. So consider pro rata shares as an important part. All right, next let's dive into the second mindset, which I think is critical for raising capital. And that's an abundance mindset, an abundance and optimistic mindset to be specific. You know, Abundance was my first book. It was the book that really changed the course of my life. I was at Singularity University. I was having lunch with Ray Kurzweil and Neil Jacobstein, who was heading AI. And we were talking about how technology was shifting the world, how technology was taking whatever was scarce and making it abundant over and over again. And I was so taken by this. I started, going back and checking everything, all of the areas that we care about in society: food, energy, water, healthcare, education, governance, and realizing that, in fact, technology was transforming scarcity into abundance everywhere. And it became one of these ideas, one of these mindsets that just lit me on fire to the point where I wrote my first book. I gave my first TED Talk on the subject, and it changed the course of my life. So as we talk about abundance, I want you to take this in. Your abundance mindset is going to be the fuel for the company you start and for the capital that you raise. So an abundance and optimistic mindset is what investors want to see in entrepreneurs. They want to see this extraordinary passion and commitment. You've probably seen this in yourself in the mirror, that mindset that says, I will make this happen. I will change the world. I will right this wrong. I will birth this company out of sheer determination. That's mindset. That's optimism. If you're doing something big and bold and a moonshot, you've got to be optimistic and you've got to be abundance mindset. Otherwise, you would stop before you even start. So if something big and bold is in the cards for you, if a moonshot is in the cards for you, if funding a moonshot is in the cards for you, I want you to listen carefully. So why is an abundance mindset so important? I want you to remember that the most successful companies in the world today, Google, Apple, Tesla, Uber, Airbnb, whatever it might be, are companies that turn what was once scarce into abundance, right? Uber has made transportation available for everybody. Google has made information available for the poorest and the wealthiest child equally on the planet. Technology is a force transforming scarcity into abundance. I want to give you an example that I write about in my book, Abundance, to just make it simple to understand. If I have an orange tree in my backyard, I'm 5'4", and I start plucking all the oranges off the lowest hanging branches. At some point, oranges become scarce. I can't reach any higher. But if I build a piece of technology called a ladder that gives me higher reach, all of a sudden they become abundant again. We see this simple lesson over and over again. Another example that I love, a friend of mine built an extraordinary company called the Diamond Foundry. What would you think of as more scarce than a perfect diamond, right? A 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 carat diamond. Well, the Diamond Foundry has built the ability to deposit carbon layer by layer by layer to build diamonds literally from a seed crystal from the bottom up. A 10 carat, 20 carat, 30 carat, how about a 50 carat diamond, right? So imagine this notion of going from scarcity to abundance. And what's making that happen? It's technology. We're going to talk about this for energy, for water, for compute. An abundance mindset is one that realizes every year brings more and more opportunity for you as an entrepreneur. That's so important to remember. And today on your mobile phone, you've got for free things that you would have spent tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars for just 20 years ago. Now, the benefits of an abundance mindset are many. Number one, mastering this is going to bring you greater fulfillment and less stress. You're going to let go of the stuff that you missed and realize there's going to be even better stuff next year. It'll change how and where you see opportunity. Where you see scarcity or where someone else sees scarcity, you should see abundance, opportunity. It'll inspire the best employees to come work for you and motivate the best investors to invest in you. It's going to allow visionary brands and partners to want to work with you. I mean, think about this. Who would you rather spend time with? Would you rather spend time with someone who thinks the world is falling apart or someone who believes that the passionate, determined human mind can solve any challenge? People like hanging out with abundant, optimistic individuals. So I'm going to share with you something I've been working on for the better part of 10 years. It's a whole set of data that for me is awe-inspiring. It's compelling. It's data-driven optimism. As I share this with you, please take this in. All of this is available to you in the program. I want you to share this with your friends, your family, the people that you love. Because having hope in our lives, believing that the world is getting better, that we're not at the end, is one of the most important things that we can have in really setting out to create an extraordinary world, to build a purpose-driven company, and to get it funded. All right, these are my abundance charts, my data-driven optimism. The first one, perhaps the most important, is that the human race has been decreasing extreme poverty at a prodigious rate. We've gone from 90% extreme poverty in the world down to 10% over the last 200 years. You can see the curve here. It's extraordinary, and it's continuing. All right, second, I'm a father of 2 children. Today, my boys are 12. I can think of nothing more important. If you're a parent, you can relate to this, of the health and safety of your children. Back around the year 1800, it was a coin flip of whether your child made it past age 5. Nearly half the kids died before age 5. In fact, in some nations, it was so prevalent, they didn't name their kids until they were 5 years or older because it hurt less. So we've gone from 42% down to less than 5% child mortality. Literacy, right? Your ability to self-educate has exploded on the planet. The number of illiterate people has plummeted. The number of literate people has increased from 15% to over 80%. I can't think of anything more valuable than our health, right? Health is the new wealth. And what we've seen is throughout human history, the average life expectancy of us Homo sapiens was in our late 20s to early 30s. Between 1779 and today, we've increased average life expectancy from 30 to over 75. And we just launched a $101 million X Prize called the HealthSpan X Prize. I'm so proud of. I worked on this for the longest time. I'll mention it later. But this is an X Prize focused on adding as much as 20 additional years of health onto your life. Part of the breakthroughs going on is sequencing the human genome. Back in 2001, Craig Venter sequenced his own genome. It took him $100 million and 9 months of time. It has dropped in price and increased in speed 5 times faster than Moore's Law. This chart takes it down to $1,000 per genome. It's now down at $200 a genome. Let's talk about energy. We forget that 100 years ago, we used to go and kill whales on the ocean to light our nights to get whale oil. Then we ravaged mountainsides to get coal. Then we drilled kilometers under the ground and under the oceans to get oil. Today, we're living on a planet that is bathed in 8,000 times more energy from the sun than we consume as a species in a year. Back in 2023, we hit an all-record high where 54% of all new US electric capacity came from solar. And you can see the curve here. The cost of solar is plummeting. Ray Kurzweil says we're just a few doublings away from being able to get the vast majority of all of our energy from solar. Increasing electricity access around the world. And this chart for me is fascinating. Two of those lines in particular, India goes from 50% to 98% electricity access to its citizens in 25 years. Afghanistan goes from 0% to 95% in 20 years. Electricity means the ability to preserve food and drugs. Electricity tips health, it tips water, it tips everything. Global access to the internet has skyrocketed at the same time that everyone is more connected. These numbers are staggering for me. In 2023, the current number of smartphone users in the world was 6.92 billion, which meant that literally 86% of the world had access to smartphones. Now, I'm going to share with you some charts that for most people, you can't fathom them because they are in such stark contrast to what you see every night on the nightly news. But take a look at this. Conflicts are less deadly. Over the last 70 years, we've seen a vast reduction per 100,000 people in the number of deaths, excluding disease and famine. These are deaths due to violence, including soldiers and civilians from fighting. Check this out. Homicides are way down. Now, this spans all the way from the Middle Ages till 2020, but still, the number of homicides per 100,000 people has plummeted. We are living in a safer world, but you wouldn't know that watching the evening news. Even the crime rate in the United States, and this is the crime rate between 1990 and 2021, the source is the FBI, we've halved the crime rate in the United States. Here's another one. Democracies are on the rise. Literally, the number of nations that are allowing voting and the right to vote, not just for men, but for both men and women, has increased extraordinarily over the last few centuries. So here's the question to ask yourself. Why is this happening? Is it a result of, better governance, better politicians? Have we gotten smarter? And the answer is no. It's the result of exponential technologies. It is a result of the technologies that you're building, that you're using, that investors are investing in. We'll come back to this chart later. It's Ray Kurzweil's law of accelerating returns, and it shows the amount of computation doubling in power every 12 to 18 months over the last 120 years. But this underlies the extraordinary advancement, right? Technology taking scarcity to abundance over and over again. The falling cost of computation and the falling cost of memory and storage. So all of these charts are available to you on diamandis.com/data, plus another 50 or 60 more. Please share them with your friends, your family, your coworkers. I want to help you build that abundance mindset. Do we have problems on the planet? Absolutely. Are there environmental issues? Are there mental health issues? There are many. But guess what? The world's biggest problems are the world's biggest business opportunities. I want to inspire you to find and solve these problems because the tools that you have today to go from scarcity to abundance, to go from fear to optimism, to solve these problems are extraordinary. Welcome to our third mindset called exponential thinking. During the decade ahead, with everything going on in the tech world, this is one of the most important mindsets for you to master. See, the challenge is that, again, our innate wiring, our default mindset is local and linear, where the world that we're living in is global and exponential. Back 100,000 years ago, while we were evolving on those savannas in Africa, nothing changed generation to generation. The life of your great-great-grandparent and the life of your great-great-grandchildren was the same. Nothing changed century to century, millennium to millennium. But today, the world is changing at an extraordinary rate. The challenge is that the speed of change and the disruptions that are coming are very difficult to fathom. But as an entrepreneur, building a company and pitching a company, you've got to be using these technologies or you'll be left behind. In fact, not using these technologies is not standing still, it's moving backwards. I'm going to share with you a series of thoughts and lessons that I present to Fortune 500 boardrooms that have been the core of the teaching I've done at Singularity University for the better part of 15 years. I call this presentation Linear to Exponential. Again, we've spoken about this, that the world our ancestors evolved in was local and linear. Nothing affected you that was not within a day's walk. But today, the world is global and exponential. Something happens on the other side of the planet, you know about it seconds later. Your computers know about it microseconds later. Things are not changing generation to generation or decade to decade. They're changing year to year, sometimes month to month. Right? If you were to graph it, it looks like this. This red line is all of us. It's us humans. We have not had a hardware or software upgrade in a couple of million years since the frontal cortex came into existence. This yellow line is the technology that we're talking about here. It's computation, sensors, networks, AI, robotics, 3D printing, synthetic biology. And it's doubling in power every 12 to 24 months. And the difference between us linear thinking humans and the technologies that we're creating are either disruptive stress or disruptive opportunity. And I hope going through this program, it will become disruptive opportunity. So when I speak about exponentials, what does exponential feel like? If you take 30 linear steps, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you're 30 meters away. You've crossed the street. Our brains are wired. You do an amazing job of saying, I'll be there in 5 steps, there in 10 steps. You can project that. And the reason for that is we were, again, on the savannas of Africa. If there was a lion coming at you and there was a tree over there, your brain had to be able to, understand, can I get to the tree before the lion gets to me? But the world we're living in today, this exponential world, is quite different. An exponential is a simple doubling. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. And in 30 doublings, you're not 30 meters away across the street. In 30 doublings, you're a billion meters away. Put differently, you've gone around the planet 26 times. And it's a disconnect between that linear thinking of 30 meters and that exponential thinking of a billion meters, which is what's disrupting traditional companies and creating incredible opportunities. It's also what investors are looking for. They're looking for you to deliver exponential growth and exponential disruption. Now, the challenge is that exponentials are not intuitive. They don't feel intuitive. I'll give you an example. What would happen if you were able to fold a piece of paper 50 times? How thick would it be? So I took a sheet of paper. Actually, I took 100 sheets of paper and measured them. It was 13.5 millimeters. And I divided by 100. Each sheet of paper was 0.135 millimeters. Here's my question. If you doubled that sheet of paper 13 times, how thick would it be? Well, here's the answer. A meter thick. I could not have projected that. Again, it's not intuitive, right? It's not like I'm going to be 30 meters away. If you double it 20 times, how thick is that sheet of paper? And by the way, it's not physically possible to do this. But if you could, it would be the length of a football field, an American football field at least. If you doubled it 38 times, it would go around the planet. And if you could double that piece of paper, 0.135 millimeters, 50 times, it would go from the Earth to the sun, 93 million miles. Again, this is the power of exponential doubling. And it is disrupting companies. One of my favorite examples, and I opened my book Bold with this story. So depending how old you are, you're familiar with the Kodak brand. When I was growing up, Kodak was the centerpiece of my vacations. Before we'd go away, we'd go out and buy a roll of 24 or 36, color film. And in 1996, Kodak was at the top of its game. It had a market cap of $28 billion, 140,000 employees. What most people don't know is that 21 years earlier, in 1975, Kodak had invented the digital camera. A guy named Steven Sasson in Kodak Labs had invented a digital camera that was able to take 0.01 megapixel images, right? Compared to your 10 or 20 megapixel camera today, 0.01. And it was in black and white, and it stored those images on a tape drive. Now, I want you to imagine Kodak at the top of its game. It's doing well. Steven Sasson brings the Kodak camera into the boardroom of Kodak and goes, "Here it is, the future of Kodak. It takes 0.01 megapixel images in black and white on a tape drive." And what did the board of Kodak say? They said, "You got to be kidding us. That's a toy for kids. We're Kodak. We make beautiful, high-resolution color images." And then they said something which sealed their fate. They said, "Besides, we're in the paper and chemicals business." You see, they didn't realize or didn't remember that the reason that George Eastman founded Kodak a century earlier was not to be in the paper and chemicals business, which is where Kodak made its profit. It was to preserve people's memories. And you could think of that as their massive transformative purpose. We'll speak about that in a little bit. But rather than follow that purpose, Kodak sort of said, no, we're going to be in the paper and chemicals business. And when the digital camera came along that threatened their profit centers, they discarded it. They didn't move forward. And guess what? In 2012, Kodak files for bankruptcy, put out of business by the very technology that they had invented. They had the first mover advantage, the patents for. In the same year that Kodak went bankrupt, another company called Instagram with only 13 employees was sold to Facebook for $1 billion. This is the difference between a linear thinking company and an exponential company. People laughed at the idea that it was sold for $1 billion with 13 employees. But guess what? It's worth now over $100 billion on Meta's balance sheet. By the way, this is what it looks like when a linear technology gets disrupted. That orange line that's growing exponentially, those are digital happy pics. I couldn't show you the chart right now because it would be going through the roof in 2023, 24. But falling off the edge there is the number of analog photographs. It's the disruption of a technology. One of the things underlying this exponential growth is what's called Moore's Law. And hopefully you've heard about this. Here's Gordon Moore. He is the founder of Intel. And in 1965, he wrote a very famous paper. In the paper, he said, listen, we've noticed something. The number of transistors on an integrated circuit has been doubling since 1958, and it's likely to continue. And that idea that the number of transistors per dollar on an integrated circuit has been doubling was called Moore's Law. And not only has it continued, it's continued for 50 plus years. This is an image of the first integrated circuit back in 1958. This is what Gordon Moore and his team were building. These are two transistors, about a ½ inch in size. Fast forward to their first commercial product in 1971. It's the Intel 4004. It's 2,300 transistors, about $1 per transistor. It doesn't stop there, of course. This is 2018, and I'm showing you a 2018 number not because it's recent, because they don't publish the numbers anymore. But in 2018, this was the Intel Core i9. It had 7 billion transistors, 14 nanometer feature size, right? Less than a millionth of a penny per transistor. We're seeing here a 27 billion fold price performance increase. This is what's underlying this era, this decades of exponential growth. Here's another example. Back in 1956, this was a 5 megabyte hard drive. Cost $120,000, and you had to have a cargo airplane to move it around. Fast forward to 2005, this is 128 megabytes for $99 on an SD card. Of course, it continues to improve in the same form factor in 2014. Now it's 128 gigabytes, 1,000 times more memory for the same price. And today, of course, it's exceeded a terabyte of memory. Now, what you're seeing here is a 10 trillion-fold price, performance, and volume increase. It's almost unfathomable, and it's not slowing down. Ray Kurzweil has something he calls the law of accelerating returns. We know of Moore's law, and that covers integrated circuits, which you can see on this chart on the right-hand side, running from Intel's first chip through today. But it turns out that these integrated circuits are not the first generation of computers. We have mechanical computers, relay, vacuum tube, transistors, and then integrated circuits. The law of accelerating return says that one generation of faster computers gives you the next generation and the next generation. And again, people have talked about the end of Moore's law for a while now. There's not going to be an end. We're going to continue to come up with the next generation of technology. So the question is, can this go on forever? Let me introduce you to a concept called technology S-curves. This is an S-curve. At the very beginning, growth is slow. We'll talk about this later. It's deceptively slow. It goes into an exponential growth, and then it falls off as the technology matures. But what we saw in computing was what we call nested S-curves. Our first computers were relay-based computers. We used those to build the next generation of computers, which used vacuum tubes. And then the next generation after that used transistors. And the next generation after that used integrated circuits. And there will be photonic computers and quantum computers and many generations to follow. All of this, in the final result, to the consumer, to the end user, perhaps to you as the entrepreneur, looks like one continuous progression forward. And when you're going out to pitch your company for funding, your investors want to know that you understand where these technologies are going and how you're going to intercept the next nested S-curve. So where else have you seen this in your life? Let me play a sound for you and see if you can remember this from a while back. For me, that brings back a lot of memories of an AOL dial-up modem. And of course, that was superseded then by DSL and by cable modems and by fiber optic. And now we've got Starlink giving us near gigabit connection speeds from Earth orbit. Given how fast this technology is going, how do you predict where it's going to go next? There's a concept I've taught and wrote about in one of my books called the 6 Ds of exponential. And it really is a way of projecting an exponential roadmap. And when you're building your company and when you're pitching your company for funding, this 6 Ds framework is important for you. The first thing is that we're beginning to digitize everything. And one of your missions as an entrepreneur is to find things that are not digitized and digitize them. So if you think about it, cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin have digitized finance, right? The whole world of medicine has been digitized, from genome sequencing to MRIs and CT scans. We've digitized 3D printing and manufacturing. In the early days, when you digitize something, the first thing it's able to do is to dematerialize products and services. I'll talk about this in a minute, but all the things that used to cost you money that are free on your phone now are dematerialized. We dematerialize that Kodak camera into an app on your phone. Once you turn things into ones and zeros and dematerialize them, you demonetize them, right? The cost of replicating bits, ones and zeros, is effectively free. The cost of transmitting it to the other side of the world is effectively free. It's fully demonetized. The next benefit is democratization. You're able to make it available to not just 100 people, but 1 billion people all at the same time. The final point is the transition from deceptive to disruptive. In the early days of that Kodak digital camera, it was 0.01 megapixels. The next year was 0.02, then 0.04, then 0.08. It all looked like zero. And the board of Kodak ignored it until 30 doublings later, when it was 1 billion times better, and Kodak is out of business. So this 6 Ds is what we see in every industry that's being disrupted. And I invite you, in whatever your passion is, whatever you're building, to look at how are you applying the 6 Ds? How can you dematerialize, demonetize, and democratize a product or service. This is what dematerialization looks like. I remember when I was a kid, I used to go to Radio Shack to buy this kind of stuff. And today, all of it's available for free in your pocket, right? It's all been dematerialized. Uber, Amazon, Zoom, Airbnb, Google, all these things have demonetized products and services, making them either free or available at a much lower cost. And then finally, democratization. I mentioned earlier, 6.8 billion smartphones on the planet. The ability to reach anybody, to provide people on the other side of the world with a product or service that they couldn't afford just a few years back. So here's what I want you to think about. Which of your products or services might you dematerialize or demonetize? Because if you're not doing it, I guarantee you someone else will. I'm in the boardroom of some of the top Fortune 500 companies, saying unless you focus on digitizing, dematerializing, and demonetizing your products and services, you will be disrupted. So how would you dematerialize them? If you think about it, Uber dematerialized Avis and Hertz. They didn't have to own an entire fleet of cars. Airbnb dematerialized Hilton and Hyatt. They didn't have to go and buy or build buildings. They were digitized in that regard. Number 3, how would you demonetize them? One of the biggest demonetizations that took place was Zoom. It used to be expensive to gather 100 people digitally online, or for me to hop in my airplane or in a commercial flight and go someplace. Now, Zoom is the dominant form of transportation for me, right? It's how I'm connecting with you right now. It's digital. It's effectively instant anywhere. And then which of your dematerialized products or services could you use to impact 1 billion people on the planet? We're going to talk about this again later, right? You have 7 days in your week, 24 hours in your day, 365 days in the year. It's the same that every single person has, that, Bezos or Musk have. It's how you use your time that's going to make the biggest impact on the planet. So you could use your time to impact 1,000 people or try to impact 1 billion people. It's up to you. All right, here are my top conclusions from this section. Local and linear to global and exponential. Remember, our brains were designed for a world 100,000 years ago. We are local and linear thinkers. You've got to rewire your brain to be global and exponential. We tend to make everything look linear. This is a conversation I have with Ray Kurzweil all the time. I had it just recently. We were talking about the impact of health and biology on society. And Ray was just bemoaning the fact that most people just, they don't realize that in the next decade, we're going to have as much change in the world as we've had in the entire past century. That's what exponential looks like. The only constant is change, and the rate of change is accelerating. And standing still actually means you're moving backwards. So as you're presenting yourself to investors, helping them understand that you are an exponential thinker, that you are a global thinker is critically important. I've gone to China multiple times, and Kai-Fu Lee, who's one of the great venture capitalists in China, runs a firm called Sinovations. We're having a conversation, and we're talking about Chinese entrepreneurs, and 2 things stood out for me. One was a phrase he used called 996. He said, our entrepreneurs here consider a great standard of living or a great work-life balance is 996, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week. That's how driven those entrepreneurs are. The other thing he said stood out even more, which was, he said, the difference between U.S. entrepreneurs and Chinese entrepreneurs, and it may be true for other nations as well, is that U.S. entrepreneurs really focus on the U.S. market, 300 million consumers, while Chinese entrepreneurs are focusing on 1 billion plus Chinese market and the U.S. market, right? So your view of a global view is so critically important. All right, we've covered curiosity, abundance, and exponential mindsets. Our last two mindsets are arguably the most important, and they're the ones that are going to give you the final output from part one of our course. We're going to dive into building your massive transformative purpose. We call this course Fund Your Purpose, not Fund Your Dream, not Fund Your Good Idea. We call it Fund Your Purpose because a purpose-driven mindset, and even bigger than that, an MTP, it's what's going to power you through what it takes to actually transform the world, to keep going when the world knocks you down, to keep going when people tell you it can't be done, to keep going through the difficult times. You're going to strive for doing something that is extraordinary. And for me, what I want for you is to have the drive, the commitment, and the ability to transform the world, to create a dent in the universe, as Steve Jobs said. And what that requires is rooting your absolute commitment in purpose. A purpose-driven mindset is about finding something that you would die for and living for it, taking risks, enduring setbacks, picking yourself up off the ground over and over again. It's about resilience, perseverance, persistence, and it's what investors want to invest in. As I've said earlier, all of us see these companies out there and we think, oh my God, wow, that guy was so lucky. What an overnight success. Guess what? These are not overnight successes. They're overnight successes after 10 or 11 years of hard work. And it's that purpose-driven mindset that's going to enable you, to fuel you. One of my favorite quotes comes from Mark Twain, who said, "There are two important days in your life, the day you were born and the day you find out why." Getting your MTP is about finding out why. Let me share a story about purpose that was very impactful to me. And in fact, I can draw a through line from this story to this course right now. It was the very first day of the very first Singularity University program. Ray Kurzweil and I had worked on setting up Singularity for the better part of 2 years, and we had promoted it on the stage of TED, throughout Silicon Valley, newspaper articles, magazine articles around the world. And we had thousands of students apply from the best universities, from MIT, Harvard, Stanford in the US, and the equivalents globally. Those students came through this massive competitive process, and here they were sitting in front of me. Bright-eyed, age, I think the youngest was 18 through 35. And I'm talking about why we formed Singularity University, talking about our passion for what we call 10th and 9th plus impact, impacting 1 billion people positively. And I asked a very innocent question that shocked me when I got the answer. I said, "Hey, how many of you here are absolutely clear about your purpose in life? Please raise your hand." I expected everyone to raise their hand, right? After all, they were, at the top of the university game. They had, competed massively to get in the room here. And only about 1/3 of the people actually knew what their purpose was. I was blown away. And I stopped. I said, "You got to be kidding me." I said, "This summer program, this graduate studies program we have at Singularity, you have a new purpose for being here. It's not to learn about exponentials. It's to find your purpose. The number one thing you need is to know why you're on this planet. And once you know that, then apply all the technologies we're teaching you. Then apply those things to make the world a better place." So if you're in that 30% where you're clear about your purpose, amazing. Allow me to help reinforce it, giving you fuel. If you're one of those 70% that don't know your purpose, this is the section for you. Hold on, let's do this together. It's the single most important gift I can give you. So we've talked about a massive transformative purpose. What's an MTP versus a purpose? A purpose, for me is important. We saw that Mark Twain quote, but a massive transformative purpose is the thing that I wake up with every morning. It's literally the thing that keeps me going through the day. It's the thing that keeps me going through the night. When I'm pushing through and it's 2 a.m. and I'm working on my project, it's that massive transformative purpose. In the shower every morning, including this morning, when I'm getting ready to present you this course, my MTP, and I'm shouting it, my massive transformative purpose. I see, hear, feel, and know the purpose of my life is to inspire and guide entrepreneurs to create a hopeful, compelling, and abundant future for humanity. That's what's driving me. That's why I'm here. So what is the characteristics of an MTP? Number one, it's massive. It inspires you. When I say that to myself every day, 2 or 3 times a day, my friends know it, my family knows it, my colleagues know it. It wakes me up. It reminds me why I'm here. Number two, it's driven by emotional energy, right? We are emotional beings. If you want something to persist and to really shine through you, and hopefully you can feel it as I'm speaking to you here, that needs to be driven by emotional energy. It can be wonder, right? My earliest MTP, we'll talk about the fact you can have 2 or 3 over your life. My early MTP was space, because that's really, at the age of 8 or 9, it was the Apollo program that got me going, and that amazing documentary called Star Trek. And my first MTP was making humanity a multiplanetary species. And that wonder just drove me, right? It can be pain. If you've been wronged and you want to right that wrong, you refuse to let it keep going, that emotional energy from wonder or pain will fuel you. Number 3, are you willing to commit to this for a decade? You know, you might be lucky, you might be amazing, but doing anything big and bold that impacts the world takes a decade. It just does right now. You know, maybe with AGI coming, it's going to be quicker, but if you're prepared for a decade commitment, that's what it takes. Number 4, it gives you a mission, a focus to shoot for. I love that Peter's Law: without a target, you'll miss it every time. So what is your target? Number 5, it needs to feel true and authentic for you. As we're shaping your MTP, I'm going to ask you to go and share it with people. When you share it, when you say it, does it feel true and authentic to you? Does it ring to you? Does it sing to you? And then finally, number 6, it needs to be brief so you can remember it and recite it, just like I did just now. And you can share it with your friends. So let's talk about the benefits of having an MTP. Hopefully you understand what it is, and we're going to shape yours in a moment. So there are a lot of benefits, and a lot of these benefits come back to your ability to fund your company, bring in the best investors, employees, co-founders. So one of the benefits is the power of pull. Your MTP can be so aspirational, inspirational, that a community forms around you. Your MTP is like a magnet, right? When Elon is saying, you know, we're going to make humanity a multiplanetary species, we're going to go to Mars, the best people in the world leave their jobs elsewhere and go work for him. You know, number 2, an MTP helps you attract and retain talent. They want to be part of that mission. Number 3, it changes the organizational focus from an internal politics to an external impact, right? Forget about the bullshit here. Let's focus on making our mission happen. Number 4, during a period of abundance, and we are in such abundance, right? The amount of opportunities coming your way, if they're not there yet, are going to continue to explode. When you have an abundance of opportunities like deals, opportunities, job offers, places to go, your MTP helps you focus, right? Because focus is one of the most important things that an entrepreneur can have. And number 5, it sets you up for your moonshot, which I'll be discussing very shortly. Your MTP is the foundation upon which you're going to build your moonshot. Okay, before we jump into building your MTP, I want to share a few examples from friends and some of my own to irreversibly and privately open the space frontier to make humanity a multiplanetary species. If you don't know, that's Elon's. To incentivize and accelerate radical breakthroughs towards an equitable and abundant future for humanity. I'm so proud that's the MTP for the X Prize Foundation. To support entrepreneurs to positively impact the lives of 1 billion plus people. That's the MTP that Ray Kurzweil and I founded Singularity on. To coach talented and successful entrepreneurs who want expanding freedom of time, money, and purpose. That's the MTP of a dear friend, Dan Sullivan, the head of Strategic Coach. And just because I love saying it so much, I want to share mine again, right? To inspire and guide entrepreneurs to create a hopeful, compelling, and abundant future for humanity. So maybe you start to feel a pattern there, and we're going to dive into this, right? Over the next few minutes, I'm going to show you how I can help you create your MTP. We're going to go through a 4-step process, and I want you to take notes while going through this. And at the end, I'm going to give you a link to a website where I've built an AI model to actually help you define and deliver an MTP that you love. Before we jump into developing your MTP, you may be thinking, Peter, listen, I've heard this purpose conversation 1,000 times. I know what my purpose is. Get me to my fundraising conversation. And I'm going to call bullshit on this. At the end of the day, I want to up-level your purpose. I have coached hundreds of entrepreneurs, some of which had $100 million, billion-dollar exits before. But when they shaped their MTP at a level 10 times higher, it allowed them to build a company that was extraordinary. You know, the founder of Lemonade, the founder of Planet Labs, a multitude of others. Allow me, please, to walk you through this process. Because at the end of the day, having clear in your mind an MTP that wakes you up and inspires you, and is not just about making money, it's about transforming the world, is going to fuel you to go 10 times bigger than you've ever gone before. All right. Step 1, I'm going to be walking you through these steps. Pull out a notebook. Please make notes. At the end of this, again, we're going to be going to an online large language model app I built for you that's going to help you go through these steps and actually give you a number of MTP options to choose from. So I want you to take this in. If you need to take a break or stretch or grab a coffee or a glass of water, please do. I want you to have full energy while you go through this process. All right. Step number 1, what drives you? That's what we're trying to get at. The first questions I'm about to ask are designed to access your deep-seated drivers, those emotionally charged interests that fuel you. Remember, I said your MTP needs to be fueled by emotion. We are emotional beings. Okay, we're going to give you 4 questions. I want you to answer all of them, at least make notes for all of them. Here we go. If I gave you $1 billion and asked you to build something that would benefit humanity, what product, service, or company would you build? What would you reinvent? Right? $1 billion, can't spend on yourself. What are you going to do with it? What is it that would feel amazing that capital went to go and transform? So please make some notes. How would you spend $1 billion to make the world a better place? Feel free to pause if you want. I'll continue here. Number 2, what is a hardship on the planet or a grand challenge that you wish to vanquish? What injustice do you seek to solve? What pisses you off, right? What is it that if you could snap your fingers and have it be gone, what is a challenge that impacted you in your life that really put you down and you're just like, I don't want that to happen to anybody else? So again, what is a hardship on the planet or grand challenge that you want to vanquish? Something that pisses you off. That's number 2. Please jot down a few things. All right, number 3. I want you to imagine it's many decades from now. If I had my way with longevity, maybe it's a century from now. And it's towards the end of your life. What is the legacy you'd like to have? What would you like your children, your friends, the world to remember about you? Right? What is your legacy you want to live? How do you want to be remembered by the world? What is that thing that would make you feel like this was a life worth living and a life well lived? Pause the video and jot down a few ideas there. Okay, number 4. Here's one. I'm going to dig back into your memories. What did you want to do as a kid before someone told you no, or before the world discouraged you and said, that's not a job? I wanted to be an astronaut. That area of space called to me. So what did you want to do as a kid? What was that line of work or that profession? What inspired you as a child before the world intervened? Dig back to that memory. Jot down a few ideas here. Pause the video. All right, welcome back. Let's go to step 2. Really important. When you're thinking about your purpose in life, it's important that you think about who you're going to serve. Who are you going to benefit, right? When I'm thinking about this course and I'm thinking about you as someone who has a dream, someone who's driven to go bigger and further than perhaps their parents or the people around them, someone who's inspired to create a moonshot and transform the world, I want to serve you. Who do you want to serve? Right? Who will be the beneficiary of your hard work, the focus of your massive transformative purpose? I know it's natural to want to say everybody, right? That's the easiest thing to say, but that's a cop-out. I don't want you to say everybody. I want you to narrow it down. I want you to try and specify maybe an age group or geography or a gender or a profession. For me, in my MTP that I've shared with you, it's to inspire and guide entrepreneurs, right? I think entrepreneurs are one of the most important category of individuals on this planet. Entrepreneur is someone who finds a problem, solves a problem, by definition, makes the world a better place. So here are a few questions that might help you pin down who you want to benefit. So first, simply put, who do you want to be a hero to? All right? It could be kids. It could be elderly. Who do you want to be a hero to? Can you specify an age, gender, geography, religion, or profession? If you could, who would you choose? Again, narrowing it, right, is really important for being able to define the impact you want to have. Number 3, if you've ever made a significant donation of money or time, who did you make it to? Who were the beneficiaries of your philanthropy? All right, pause this video for step number 2, and please specify who's going to be the beneficiary of your MTP. Write down 1, 2, or 3 examples. All right, welcome back. Step 3 out of 4, choosing your action verbs. Making massive change in the world is all about taking action. It's not sitting back and hoping and waiting. It's taking action in the world. So an MTP needs to be incorporating strong action verbs that are meaningful and inspiring to you. So I want to give you a list of verbs, and I want you to choose 3 of them. Remember, in my MTP, the action verbs I have is inspiring and guiding. So the work I do with the X Prize is inspiring people to go change the world, guiding people through Singularity University. This is who I am. I inspire, I guide. Hopefully, having that impact with you right now. So I'm going to ask you to come up with a few action verbs that reflect positive and impactful actions. Pause the video, take a look at them, and pick 3 of them. Circle 3 on a sheet of paper, write them down. We're going to come back to that and use that in building your MTP. So pause the video, select your 3 action verbs, or pick others that are not on the list. Now we're ready to start crafting your massive transformative purpose. We're going to take the work you did in part 1, 2, and 3 and put it to work. Now remember, I said this earlier, MTP needs to be short and sweet, something you can remember, right? It's 5 to 20 words. It's not a long paragraph. It's not a mission statement. It's a sentence. Your MTP should be something that you can quickly memorize and easily repeat in a conversation. So one of the actions you're going to be taking away from this is at your next coffee with a friend, at a cocktail party, when you're hanging out with your husband or wife or girlfriend, boyfriend, I want you to share your MTP and say, I found something about myself. You have to be able to remember it. So short and sweet. I probably helped, 4, 5, 10,000 people come up with their MTP over the years. And in the beginning, I used to do this free form and help people shape it, and realized it's not easy for a lot of folks. So I created something called a Mad Libs version. And if you know what a Mad Lib is, it's a word substitution format. If you don't know, you can Google it and see it. But here's the format. I have this on screen. My MTP is 1 action verb, 2 action verbs, and then the group that you want to be hero to, and then the objective end goal. Again, I'm going to give you my MTP again. You can see it in this Mad Lib format: to inspire and guide entrepreneurs to create a hopeful, compelling, and abundant future for humanity. So pull out your notebook again and formulate your MTP using this Mad Lib version. I want you to remember something. There is no right or wrong answer. And you can change your MTP as often as you want. I'm hoping that when you get it right and it sits in your heart and your soul, it will stick with you for a number of years. I'm on my third MTP. And so, for me, that's been on the average about a decade per MTP. But this is something that needs to feel right for you. Only you will know if it's the right MTP for you. And you're going to iterate it until you find that. I mentioned to you a little bit ago that there is a large language model AI to help you with your MTP. I built this, it works, and it's going to take just about 10 minutes of your time. If you pause the program and go to diamandis.com/MTP, it's going to walk you through a series of questions very similar to what we just went through, but then it's going to build a number of massive transformative purpose phrases for you to choose from. At the end of the day, when you finalize that MTP, it'll store it and it will be something you come back to and use and modify in the future. So please take this time, go to that website. It's going to give you something I think that's very meaningful. I've trained it on what I consider the top MTPs that I've ever seen. Take the time to do this. Be excited about it. Find something that's going to fuel you every morning. It's going to be how the world knows you, how your investors know you. And then, by the way, you can go through this process not just for yourself. You can write an MTP for your company. You can write an MTP for your family. You can have your co-founder go through this as well. At the end of the day, you can do this as much as you want. Diamandis.com/MTP. Pause the video. Please go there right now. And I'll see you back when we build your moonshot. I mentioned earlier that you can have more than one MTP and it can change over time, and you can change your MTP at any time. And that I've had 3 and I'm working now on my 4th. I'd like to share with you how that's evolved for me. You might be asking, how did I go from one MTP to the next to the next? Did I lose interest in the first one? And it's not that I lost interest. It's that there was something else bubbling up, something else capturing my heart and my soul and my mind. And it was growing to the point where I had to take massive action on that. And my first MTP in space really lasted me the better part of 15 plus years. Then my MTP around solving the world's grand challenges that birthed the Generation 2 of X Prize and Singularity lasted me a decade. And my entrepreneurs focused MTP that I have now has been going on for the better part of 10 years. And where I'm going next in my 4th variation is going to be on health span and extending the healthy human lifespan. It's not that I give up the other ones. They're still there. There's still passion inside me for those. It's just that these next MTPs are calling me forth. And it's where my happy place is. It's what, where do I focus my time? Where do I focus my energy? What am I reading? Who am I talking to? What am I talking about? It's like following where your feet are taking you, making a commitment to that massive purpose and proclaiming it is what launches you into the next phase of your career. To recap, we've gone through a lot. We've talked about how critical mindsets are, how to shape your mindset. We've talked about the first 4 out of the 5 mindsets, and we've set ourselves up now for your moonshot. We've set ourselves up for you to understand what moonshot thinking is, and in particular, to define and begin executing on your moonshot. Anyone who's going to be investing in you today is looking for an outsized return. 50% return on their money used to be okay. People today are looking for 100x, not 2x or 5x. In the venture business, they expect 1 out of 10 companies to succeed. And if they're backing that one company, they want to return their entire investment portfolio. So your job is to be looking for a moonshot, something that is meaningful and big and can make a dent in the universe. And that's what moonshot thinking is. So let's jump in. In brief, moonshot thinking is focusing on going 10 times bigger or 1,000% when the rest of the world is looking for 10%. Most people in their lives, typically my parents, perhaps your parents, your neighbors, are looking for 10% growth. If they get 10% more revenue, if they can bring the price of their product down 10%, if they can do 10% better, 10% cheaper, that's a good year. But that's linear thinking. In this world of exponential thinking, we're shooting for 10x, 1,000% better. At the end of the day, that's what we define as moonshot thinking. We heard about it earlier with Kelly Johnson and his Skunkworks, where he was looking for 10x. We heard about it from Steve Jobs with his Mac team looking for 10x. So what is a moonshot? First and foremost, it's related to your massive transformative purpose. It's built on top of your MTP. Your MTP gives you the emotional fuel to go for a decade in achieving your moonshot. It's big and bold. It's both scary and exciting, right? If it doesn't scare you, it's probably not a moonshot. And if it doesn't excite you, forget it. Why do it? It's 10 times bigger than your competition, right? It's not 10%. It's 10x. You don't know how to solve it yet. This is something that I see over and over again. When Elon went after building SpaceX with reusable rockets, when he went after building Tesla with a new electric train, he didn't have the technology in hand. He didn't know how to solve it, but from first principle thinking, understood what was possible. Number 5, it'll transform your life and your business. In other words, it's worth doing. Number 6, it's clearly defined and measurable. You know when you pull it off, and the world knows when you pull it off. Number 7, everyone knows when you've achieved it, and that's really important. If you're going for a moonshot, one of the things that's going on is when you announce your moonshot, and I've done this a number of times in my life, my first moonshot, of scale that I announced was the $10 million spaceflight prize. I'm on the dais in St. Louis announcing this $10 million prize for the first person to fly into space and back. I'll go into more detail later. I didn't have the $10 million. I didn't know whether there was a team out there that would pull it off, but I announced it nonetheless. It was front page around the world. And guess what? I felt a huge amount of pressure to make it happen, right? Announcing it publicly and having the world watch whether I would pull it off was a huge amount of pressure that drove me to power through for that decade to get there. So having the world watching you is definitely a motivator to get your moonshot done, right? We've seen this with Elon announcing, full self-driving beta for Tesla. We've seen it with his plans for Mars and Starship. And number 8, assume it's a 10-year time frame. These things are not easy. The graphic on the right comes from a friend, Astro Teller at Google X. It shows the intersection of 3 key areas that are required for you to take a moonshot. On the top, it says huge business opportunity. If you're going to invest 10 years of your life and go for something that's extraordinarily difficult, 10 times, not 10%, it better be a huge business opportunity. In fact, this is what investors are looking for, right? They're looking for something that's going to make a huge difference and provide an outsized return. On the bottom left, it says using new exponential technologies. And the only way you're going to go from 10% to 1,000% is by using AI, robotics, 3D printing, synthetic biology, AR, VR, blockchain. These are the technologies that enable you to scale. So where do you look? You look at the convergence of those exponential technologies. And finally, it says a crazy idea that can 10x your company. Remember, the day before something is truly a breakthrough, it's a crazy idea. And so the intersection of huge business opportunity, exponential tech, and crazy ideas are where you're going to find your moonshot. Let's talk about some of the moonshots that have occurred over history. Obviously, even the term moonshot comes from the Apollo program. JFK, John F. Kennedy, announced it on May the 25th of 1961. He said, I challenge us to go to the moon before the end of this decade and bring ourselves back safely to Earth. It landed on, what's the date? Hopefully you know it, July 20th, 1969. It took 8 years, all right? So this moonshot took 8 years of time. The X Prize Foundation, I read the book, The Spirit of St. Louis, that a dear friend, Greg Marinac, gave me in December of 1993. It inspired me because Lindbergh flew New York to Paris to win a $25,000 prize. That book inspired me to come up with the idea of this X Prize, this $10 million private spaceflight prize. And I first wrote about it in December of 1993. It was won 11 years later in 2004. Funny story, I started another company called Zero Gravity Corporation, Zero G, also in May of 93, that also succeeded in 2004. So both of those were overnight successes after 11 years of hard work. SpaceX was founded in 2001. Its first flight to orbit was 2008, 7 years. The Tesla Roadster took 5 years. The Google autonomous car project took 13 years. So what you see here is the amount of time we're talking about doing something of this magnitude. Now, I mentioned a few times that your MTP is related to your moonshot. I think of your MTP as a canvas upon which you're painting your moonshot, right? Your MTP is the emotional energy. It's the field you want to play in. And then a moonshot is a very targeted objective on that canvas. I'll give you 2 examples. My first MTP growing up and into my 20s and my early 30s was to make humanity a multiplanetary species, to commercially open the space frontier. And what I mentioned a few minutes ago, one moonshot was Zero Gravity Corporation. I wanted to build the ability to commercially offer private zero gravity flight, something that was not available in the United States. It took me 11 years to get the laws changed within the FAA, to get the approvals done, to get the company financed. And today, all of us can go and fly onto Zero G. It was very clear commercial, saleable Zero G flights. The second moonshot, which took place in 2004 as well, was the winning of the X Prize. So MTP was opening up space commercially, 2 moonshots, Zero G, and the first X Prize for spaceflight. Let me share now 4 reasons why moonshots matter. Again, most of the world is shooting for 10%. We don't know otherwise. It's the wiring of our brain. When we think about 1,000%, it seems almost insane and impossible. But 10 times, 1,000% is what a moonshot is. It just takes time. Number 2, when you try to go 10% bigger, you're in a smartness competition with the world, right? Everyone else is trying to go 10% bigger. And your team is not going to win in a smartness competition, not statistically against thousands of other companies. But when you're trying to go 10 times bigger, you're giving your team permission to be weird, to embrace crazy ideas. One of the leading thinkers in this whole field is a gentleman named Astro Teller, an incredible individual. I consider him a friend. He is the captain of moonshots at Alphabet. He runs the division called X. And, every year that's his mission, to get his team to think weirder, to really try crazy ideas. Okay, number 3, when you shoot for 10 times bigger versus 10% growth, there's a perspective change, right? You approach a problem in a radically different way. So Astro Teller gives the following example. He says, if you're an automotive company and your car is doing 50 miles per gallon and you try and get it to go 55 miles per gallon, you can do that by, getting better tires, more aerodynamics, maybe some tweaks in the engine. That's 10% growth. But if you want your car to go from 50 miles per gallon to 500 miles per gallon, you're not going to get there incrementally. You're not going to make small tweaks. You've got to start with a clean sheet of paper, right? And that's one of the benefits, the perspective changes that you get. So when Elon Musk decided that he was not going to buy Russian rockets, and I'll tell you that story more later, and decided he was going to build his own rockets and make them reusable, that was a complete perspective change, right? When the team at Intel went from, literally vacuum tubes to integrated circuits, that was a perspective change. Number 4, when you attack a problem as though it were solvable, even if you don't know how to solve it, you'll be shocked at what you come up with. Let me share 2 quotes that are inspirational for me in the field of moonshot thinking. The first comes from Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, clearly a moonshot thinker. He says, "I believe that it's easier to do a hard startup than an easy startup. People want to be part of something exciting and feel that their work matters." We see this over and over again in the most extraordinary, difficult companies in the world. The second one comes from a dear friend, Naveen Jain, the CEO of Viome, on my board at Singularity University and at XPRIZE. He said, "Let's flip the paradigm and begin with the imagined future state and work backward to the present. This is how we get to moonshot thinking." At this point, you may be saying to yourself, "Listen, Peter, I'm not going to be building rockets to go to the moon or go to Mars, or build a multi-billion-dollar company. I really want to go after my purpose-driven company." Your moonshot can be relative to your stage in life and what you've done so far compared to what you're going to do next. If you're the first person in your family to graduate from high school, your moonshot could mean, becoming a successful medical doctor. It doesn't have to be something that is so extraordinary and out of reach. Your moonshot is contextual. And please don't forget, this isn't one and done. Over the years and the decades ahead, you're going to have incredible opportunities to up-level your MTP and up-level your moonshot and build on top of your accomplishments. Now that we've defined a moonshot, how long it's going to take, the attributes, the importance and how it's built on top of your MTP, let's jump into the next exercise of actually creating your moonshot. So what I'd like you to do is go back to your MTP that you wrote out either through the Mad Libs process or from the diamandis.com/MTP and jot down your MTP on a piece of paper. And we're going to now write down 2 or 3 moonshot ideas. Now, you may need to take the time to pause this and actually think about it. On the top of the slide, you see my latest MTP. I mentioned I have an MTP every decade or so, and this is the MTP I'm moving into next to inspire and enable scientists and entrepreneurs to extend the human health span. So I think about that, and that is now the canvas that I'm painting on. And I jotted down 2 moonshot ideas. The first is design, fund, launch, and award a major health span XPRIZE to extend the human health span. Right? And so I've used XPRIZE as a means to drive things forward in the different fields. Another moonshot is to build Fountain Life, which is one of the companies I've started, into a global platform in 30 cities, providing members with the highest quality health diagnostics and longevity therapeutics. So in my MTP of extending human health span, these are 2 moonshots I've verbalized and have been really driving me. So I'd like you to take a second to write down a few ideas. It may be related to a company you already have going. It may be something that you're dreaming, right? So at night when you're dreaming about who you're going to be like, what is that vision of yourself and of your company 10 years from now? Please jot down at least 1. If you can write 2 or 3 moonshot ideas, please do that. Use the attributes on the left-hand side to guide you. Pause the video now, jot down a few ideas. All right, welcome back. Okay, step 2. This is about making your moonshot specific and measurable. So in the upper right, I've written down my original moonshot that I wrote down: design, fund, launch, and award a major health span XPRIZE to extend the human health span. If I shared that with you, would you know when I accomplished it? Would you know what it actually is? There are no numbers, there are no dates, there's no specificity. So what I'm going to want you to do, and you can see this on the left, is to rewrite that one of those moonshots. You can circle one of the 3, hopefully, that you wrote. Add a time frame. By 2030, we will, right? And then add specific measurable objectives.
We will build and fly to 100 kilometers. We will reduce costs 100-fold. We will 10x our membership. They should be concrete numbers whenever possible. So this is how I shaped the MTP. Here's version 2 on the right-hand side at the bottom. Design, fund, launch, and award a major $101 million. I gave it an exact amount of money, right? A target to shoot for. Health span prize to add 20 years of health, right? Not 5 years, not 50 years, 20 years was the target. Launch the competition in 2023, which by the way, we did, and recruit at least 500 teams and award a winner by 2030. So we're at about 200 teams right now. Means we've got to push to get to 500, and hopefully we'll have a winner by 2030. So you'll know if I've achieved that moonshot goal, and the world will know. It's very specific. And when I put this out to my team and saying, this is the moonshot we're going for, everyone knows what we're shooting for. There you have it. If you look at my example, it is my current moonshot, what I'm working on, right? I'm in mid-stride on this moonshot. Everyone I know knows about this moonshot. We've raised the capital, we've launched it, we're recruiting teams, and I have to power through. And at the end, you and I are both the beneficiaries with 20 additional healthy years of life. Now, hopefully this gave you an example for you to create your moonshot, right? And go back to your MTP, go back to some ideas, but add numbers. Those numbers should make it feel big and bold and scary. And remember, you may not know how to achieve these numbers today, but you've got 10 years to get there. Having clarity about your moonshot is going to make a huge difference in your ability to fund your company. Before we end part 1, I have one more thing to offer you. Just like I built a large language model AI to help you build your MTP, I've created one also to help you build your moonshot. So if you go to www.diamandis.com/moonshot planner, it's going to walk you through the steps for your moonshot. Go check it out, diamandis.com/moonshot planner. Take the time to do this. So there we have it, the end of part 1. I hope that your MTP and your moonshot will fuel you to get you ready for part 2 of this course, where we're going to learn how to fund your purpose. See you in a little bit. Welcome to section 2. Now it's time to get ready for your funding pitches, which means building your deck, an investor list, and much more. I'm going to show you how we do each of these. But before we do, there's something that I want to share with you that has been sort of a secret weapon in a lot of the ventures I've gotten funded successfully. It's a concept I call giving birth above the line of super credibility. You know, I first wrote about this in my book, Bold. And if you haven't read Bold, I have had so many people tell me that it was the basis upon which they started their company. And a lot of the things in this course come from Bold, though they're updated a decade later and there's much, much more. I'm going to tell you a story. The year is 1996. 2 years earlier, I had read a copy of The Spirit of St. Louis by Charles Lindbergh. It was given to me by Greg Marinac. And as I read that book, I learned that Lindbergh in 1927 crossed the Atlantic, not in a whim, but to win a $25,000 prize. And this $25,000 prize offered by this guy, Raymond Ortega, incentivized 9 teams who spent $400,000 to win this $25,000 prize, 16 times the prize amount. And I was so enamored by this story. At the end of reading The Spirit of St. Louis, I wrote in the margin X Prize, and it stood for an idea that popped into my head that I should create a large incentive competition for opening up private spaceflight. I started thinking about this. I started reaching out to individuals who told me it was a crazy idea, which actually spurred me further. And I ended up in St. Louis. We talked about this a little bit earlier in part 1, that St. Louis became the community from which I raised money for what was called the New Spirit of St. Louis. From the St. Louis community, I was able to reach a number of leaders of industry in the community, and I raised about $500,000. I stalled in my fundraising at that point, and I needed to do something that was going to move the needle, something that was going to enable me to do something as audacious as this $10 million spaceflight prize. And I knew that how someone first hears about an idea is everything. And so I decided to launch the X Prize above the line of super credibility. So what does that mean? Well, I remember earlier, probably sometime after medical school, I was watching a TV show and I saw the launch of DreamWorks SKG. SKG stands for Spielberg, Katzenberg, and Geffen. And when these guys were on stage announcing DreamWorks, I said, wow, that's going to be an amazing success. And I thought to myself, why do I think that's going to be an amazing success? And then I thought the next question, it's probably because these three guys have incredible names and great networks. And I realized that because of the three people standing there on stage, I immediately believed DreamWorks was going to be a major success. It didn't come into my mind as credible. It came into my mind as super credible. So I decided that somewhere in all of our minds, there's this line of credibility. And in this line of credibility, and I'm showing you now an image here on the graph. So if you launch above the line of credibility and people are watching what you do, you may fall below the line of credibility and people discount it. But as you make progress, you may exceed the line of super credibility, and all of a sudden people are saying, oh my God, it's going to happen. Like if your next door neighbor says he's building a rocket to go to Mars, you'll laugh and say, no, you're not. And it's discredited instantly. Then you can launch something above the line of super credibility, right? If somebody who's wealthy and had been a tech entrepreneur says, I'm going to Mars, you might say, maybe you're not. And you can watch over time and see if they do well, it becomes super credible. If they don't do well, it becomes discredited. And then there's this line of super credibility. If someone tells you something above the line of super credibility, you believe it immediately. So if Elon Musk says we're launching to Mars in 3 years, you might believe that right away. Going back to my story in St. Louis, when announcing this $10 million prize, because I didn't have the $10 million at the time, I wanted to announce the idea in a super credible fashion. So what did we do? I ended up spending the $500,000. We set up a large press event under the arch in St. Louis with a huge dais. And on stage with me was not one astronaut, but 20 astronauts. I had the head of NASA on one side, the head of the FAA on the other side. I had Eric Lindbergh, the Lindbergh family with me. I had Burt Rutan, one of the top aviators. And when we announced this $10 million prize for private spaceflight with all those individuals alongside under the arch with this ambitious moonshot, we had front page around the world. People saying, incredible $10 million prize announced in St. Louis to inspire private spaceflight. And this was back in 1996. You have to remember, right? This was before any of the private companies were out there, before the idea of private spaceflight was ever a thing. And it garnered incredible super credibility. So I want you to think about, how do you launch your company or your product or your service above the line of credibility and ideally above the line of super credibility? You want people, when they first hear about it, to say, that's amazing. How can I get involved? So let's talk about the components involved in a super credible launch. First of all, it's you and your team, right? If you've got a great track record or your team does, that contributes to super credibility. Number two, if you don't have it, can you bring those people around you in the form of advisors, right? So me having on stage with me, not just one NASA astronaut, but 20, including Buzz Aldrin on the first mission to the moon, gave us incredible super credibility. So who is it out there in your field that you could bring in as an advisor? And I'll talk about advisors in just a moment in more detail. The venue where you announce this is super important. Is it on the stairs of the NIH or the NSF? if you're in the science or medical field. For me, it was Under the Arch. Are you part of Y Combinator, or are you an X Prize team, or part of Singularity University? What is the venue that is giving you credibility through their adjacency, right? What other proof do you have? What social proof? Who are your customers? Who are your major investors, right? When people say, Andreessen Horowitz is an investor, that's super credibility, right? All of these things add to your super credibility. So your goal is not to just announce your idea and hope people understand it or hear about it. It's to bring to bear all the super credible elements at once that is able to pierce the noise of the media out there and give you a very simple through line. Super credibility comes from many different things. It might come from the university that you went to school. It might come from, who you're friends with, where you grew up. I mean, there are all these small little elements that contribute to super credibility. Let's talk about a board of advisors, because building a credible or super credible board of advisors is something I've used often in my companies. Let me first distinguish between a board of directors and a board of advisors. A board of directors is a fiduciary. They are legally responsible for your organization. It's work to be on your board of directors. Typically, it'll be you as the CEO. It could be you and your co-founder on the board. And then it's going to be the people putting the money in. So if you have an angel round, it might include an angel investor. If you've got a Series A round or a Series B round, you typically have an investor from each of those rounds. And your board of directors is going to be typically 3 minimum. I like them to be no larger than 5, 7 at the largest. But your board of advisors is not a fiduciary. There's no legal responsibility and there's no real limit. What you're looking to do is get people around you who are experts in the field, who by just appearing on your website or being part of your organization, give you credibility. So in the past, I've been lucky to be an advisor to a number of companies. You're going to see some of the companies when we show you pitch decks later. And I don't feel a legal responsibility. I'm prepared to lend my credibility because either I love the founder and what they stand for, and I love the topic of the company and I want to learn from them. So typically an advisor joins to back the individual founder or founders, or because they want to learn about that field, they want to be involved in that field. So your job is to build a board of advisors that's able to give you credibility by their adjacency to you and your team. Does it change over time? Absolutely. So a few questions people have asked me: how much equity should I give them? For me, typically it's somewhere between 0.1% to 1%. And again, just like with your top employees or others, it's vesting over 2 to 5 years, typically 4 years with a 1-year cliff. They're an amazing way for you to get support as the CEO, as the founder. How often do you interact with them? What should you expect? You should actually be able to call your advisor whenever you need. Get them on the phone. You should be vulnerable and open with them. Share your issues, your problems, ask them for introductions, ask them for ideas. I'll give you a fun example. I was, in 2004, introduced to Larry Page, the co-founder of Google, in the most unusual way. The X Prize had just been won. Spaceship One had flown for its second time to 100 kilometers altitude. And on the day that $10 million prize was won, Google changed the Google Doodle to have Spaceship One flying over the logo. It was so cool. And I reached out to find out who had made that Google Doodle, got connected to that individual. And you can find anybody these days by asking the right people and getting connected. And I was invited to go up to the Googleplex and give a keynote to the employees. And back then, it was about 2,000 people. It wasn't that large an organization. And after my keynote to this room full of Googlers, there was a line of questions. And at the end of that line was a guy in a black t-shirt and a backpack who walked over and introduced himself and said, "Hi, I'm Larry Page. Can we go have lunch?" And I went and had lunch with Larry. And it was a great conversation. What a brilliant technologist. And I did something which is always difficult for me. I didn't ask him for anything. I just wanted to build a friendship with him. And one of the tricks I've learned over the years is the importance of building a relationship with people before you ask them for investment or support of any type. And at the end of that lunch, I said, "Listen, I'd love to come back and visit again. Would you mind if I did that in a month's time?" And we set up a time, and I came back a month later. This time, I had a plan in place. I wasn't going to ask him for any money, but I wanted him to join the X Prize Board of Trustees, which is our advisory board. Because I thought having him on board, having him get to know what we did, and getting him involved would be a great way for him to eventually be even more involved, perhaps as a financial philanthropist and contributor. So we were driving up, and I was with a friend, Keith Powers, at the time, who was the head of strategy for X Prize. And we're brainstorming, why would Larry want to join our board of trustees? And one of the realizations is people join boards either because they like the leader of the organization, they want to learn about it, or because of who else is on the board. And so I thought, who would he want to be on the board of advisors, on our board of trustees with? And it hit me that he probably would like to be on the board with Elon. And this is before Elon became stratospheric. And so I literally called Elon on the phone. He picked up and I said, "Hi, Elon. I'm about to meet with Larry Page, and I want to ask him to join our board of advisors. And I think if you were on the board of trustees, he would be willing to join. Are you open to joining?" And he said, "Yes." And when I went in, I said, "Listen, Larry, Elon's just joined our board of trustees. Would you be willing to join? Would love to have your insight, input." And he said, yes. So as you're building your board of advisors, your goal is to build a network. You might find that individual who is the most important person. Who do you know that knows them, that you can connect to, bring them on, and create a comfortable nest where that board grows and becomes super credible to you and your needs. So at each stage in your company's life cycle, as the founder and CEO, you're going to be constantly asking two questions. Should I be raising now, and how much should I be raising? And the answer to the first question is you're always raising. If you're not in the midst of closing a round, you're preparing for your next round. You're meeting people. And every time I meet someone in a situation, if I'm, in leading a company, leading a nonprofit, whatever it might be, I'm getting to know that person, but I'm also honestly assessing what's that person's interest. Should I come back to this person in the future for our next financing round? I'll probably make notes in my notebook after I meet them. If cash gets low in your startup, it's the beginning of a spiral decline that can kill you. And I think it's obvious, but let me just point this out. If the amount of operating capital you have in your bank account gets too low, three things happen. Number one, you begin shifting your focus from working and building the business to cash management and starting to freak out about how do you raise the money. Point number two is that investors can smell desperation. The last thing they want to do is invest in a CEO or a company that's desperate. And number three, your employees can start getting concerned and they might bolt. So you want to be careful. You always want to be looking at how much runway do you have as a company. Don't let your cash balances get too low. So how much runway should you have? For me, it's always a minimum of 12 months and it's a target of 18 months. It takes time to raise capital. How much time? I'm typically in my mind thinking it's 3 to 5 months from the time you say, okay, let's start raising to the time you close. Can it be quicker? Yes. But if economics make it more difficult, slow it down, you need to have that 3 to 5 months time, which means, a minimum of 12 to 18 months of runway. Besides runway, there's something else critical that's going to set the amount of money you raise. It's how much do you need to get to your next milestone? Building and running a company is not about raising cash. It's about building a company. It's about building on milestone after milestone and making progress. Your goal as the CEO is to demonstrate consistent progress by reaching milestone after milestone that increases the value of your company. So when you're out raising money, one of the things that your investors are going to say is, what do you need this money for? What is your use of capital? And it's okay to say, I'm looking for 12 months, 16, 18 months of runway. But the most important thing is, with this money, we're going to accomplish the following goal. It's going to allow us to get to our minimally viable product. It's going to allow us to get to cash flow break even, which is something that's super important, right? Because once you reach cash flow break even, you can live long enough to live forever. Or it's going to allow us to complete construction of our factory or land our next customer, whatever it might be. Getting to that milestone, using this money to get from point now to point B is critical. So investors need to have confidence that if they give you those dollars, it's going to get you to the next level of your business. All right, the last part about how much you raise is there are other elements it depends on. In particular, it depends on what's going on in the economy out there. If you're living in a time like the period from 1998 to 2000, I'll never forget it. It was just before the dot-com bust. There have been a few similar periods since then, but not anywhere near as crazy. I remember a friend of mine described as rivers of gold flowing down the streets of Sand Hill Road, which is where all the venture funds are. Literally, people were getting ridiculous valuations and money was flowing out. There are periods of time where there's more money looking than are deals. And in that period of time, if money is flowing, it's a great time to raise capital. If raising money is difficult, then you've got to be parsimonious and you've got to be raising and getting yourself just to the right level and not over raise. There is a concern I wanted to share with you, and that's to avoid overcapitalization. If you raise too much money, I've seen entrepreneurs get lazy and waste the dollars. Most companies die from indigestion and not starvation. What does that mean? It means if you and your team have just raised significant amount more than you can use, what happens is people start getting lazy. They start over-hiring, which raises the amount of money you're burning every month. They start new products or services that isn't core to your company. And I've seen it destroy companies, including one of my own, which I won't go into details on. But over-capitalization is a problem to avoid. When I think about raising capital, I have an analogy. I'll share it with you and then we'll move on. And it's the idea of getting to orbital velocity versus suborbital velocity. You need enough money to make sure that your company can get to orbital velocity, which means it's at break even, it's got a real viable product and service, or it's reached an ability to then raise the next round. If you have too little money and you don't get orbital and you go suborbital, even if you get to 99.9%, you're going to re-enter, crash, and burn. And so you as the CEO need to guide that. How much money do you and your team need to make sure you're either getting to cash flow positive or you're absolutely going to get to the point where you can raise your next round? That, my friend, is the story of how much money do you raise. Next up, let's talk about valuation. We covered a number of the important points. We talked about term sheets earlier on, but I'd like to cover a few additional points. Later on, as your company is entering its venture capitalization stage, Series A, Series B, the valuation, again, could be set by comps in the market. What other comparable companies are out there? You can use something called a discounted cash flow, which looks at future cash flow and discounts it to today, and then uses a multiplier against revenues or profits that is standard for that market. It would be different if you're a platform company versus a services company. Each one has different multipliers. But in the early days, right, in your angel and seed round, friends and family round, valuation is really a negotiation between you and a third-party investor, your lead investor who gives you your term sheet. And what I'd really like to do is in this section cover a few of the mistakes to avoid. Mistakes I've seen, I've experienced. The first is we all tend to think what we're doing is amazing. It should be valued much higher, right? My God, we're using AI here and AI there. And listen, overvaluing your company based on emotions or ego may be a problem, and it's going to give you a non-realistic valuation. The real valuation is what the marketplace is willing to provide, what investors who are properly educated value your company as. Remember, this is not a one and done. Your goal is to get your company funded and built and build a successful business. And hopefully you can exit and use your wealth you've created and the wealth you've created for your investors to build your next company after that. Other mistakes people make is they ignore the market conditions and investor feedback, right? The investor says, listen, I'm sorry, until you've got stronger customers or revenues, I can't give you a higher valuation, or the market conditions suck, right? There's too many deals out there and not enough capital, or the economy is going down. Again, you can raise at any time, but not if you're setting unrealistic valuation. A third mistake is over-reliance on a single valuation. You go out, somebody who's not knowledgeable about the marketplace gives you, money at a high valuation, and then you try and go raise money around that valuation, and no one else is willing to step in. So you have to consider multiple people and knowledgeable people. That's why having a really great, either well-known angel investor or venture investor who credentials you brings such value. Failing to account for future funding rounds and dilution also is a problem. One of the things I want to share with you is the impact of a down round. This has happened to me. It happened to me in my planetary resources company I told you about, the asteroid mining company. We had been building it. We had this amazing first investor in Larry Page, which, by the way, turned out to be a challenge because when you have such a well-known investor as your first investor, if that investor decides not to continue on, people will say, well, why doesn't he invest and fund your company, right? Very important to realize. I wish when Larry had invested, I had said, Larry, thank you. Can I count on you to invest in each of the subsequent rounds? And if he said no, I would say, let me come back to you then at a later round. What I did do, thank goodness, was when Larry made his first investment, he did put in a pro rata in the second round, which allowed us to say he continued as an investor in round two, but he didn't invest in the third round. And we ended up having a lead investor from Chile. It was a Chilean mining company, and they happened to have a bad quarter, and they pulled their investment. And we had raised the valuation of the company higher and higher and higher. Why? Because we were able to get it. We got it to a point where when we stumbled, because that lead investor failed, we would have to have brought the investment value of the company down so low, and we did, that it really was viewed as a failure. So one of the things that I think about today when I'm looking at how to evaluate my company is, how do I make sure that we're giving our investors a great deal at every round? We're not, going out to make a killing. We're going out to raise the value by increasing it and a significant but not ridiculous amount. Remember, this is not your last company that you're going to build. Don't be greedy. Build a company in which you and your investors can win. So if something goes wrong, at a minimum, you can have a flat round, which means, we're going to go back and raise at the last round price instead of having a down round that can really put a black mark on your company. All right, now the fun part. I want to talk to you about staging your company. How do you create wealth for yourself? How do you balance risk and reward? So before we dive into the types of investors, and there are many types of investors, each one there at the right stage of your company, let's talk about how you stage that investment. You're not going to go out and raise $100 million on day one. If you did, the risk would be so high that any investor would probably say, well, listen, give me 90% of the company and for that $100 million and come work for me. And then, we can talk about it. It's not going to work. That's not how you as an entrepreneur want to do things. Your goal is to get enough money at the very beginning to take the company to the next level, to raise the share price, to hit the next milestone, and then raise additional capital, take it to the next milestone, and raise the share price, raise additional capital, get to the next milestone. So let me share with you a fun example of how you take your founder's equity from effectively zero to hopefully many millions of dollars. So let's talk about a mythical company here that is being started by Sam and Mira. They're the co-founders. They each own 50% on day one. They put $50 in each, $100 of total investment at $0.001 per share. They get 500,000 shares each. You can see this on the chart on your screen. And the company is worth $100 at the end of that first day. Now they go out to friends and family and pre-seed, and they go out to raise $100,000. They say, we're going to sell $100,000 at $1 a share. At this stage, it might be something which they put the number forward and think it's reasonable. They might have someone who sets that value for them. Either way, they raise $100,000 at $1 a share, and they give away 9% of their company. Their original 100% ownership is now been diluted down to 91%. But guess what? Their ownership in the company, which was worth $100, you can see in the final column, is now worth $1 million. They've increased their ownership value in the company 10x. With that $100,000, perhaps they hire people, they get an MVP of their product going, and they go out to raise their seed round. Now their goal is to raise $1 million. They offer the seed round at $5 a share, or more likely, perhaps a seed investor gave them a term sheet for $1 million at $5 a share, which is for 15% of the company. So that seed investor at 15% of the company gets 200,000 shares. The total enterprise value now has at $6.5 million. And Sam and Mira's ownership has gone from $1 million to $5 million. Their ownership's been diluted from 91% to 77%. They use that $1 million to get their product or their service moving forward, to land customers, to get product market fit, to show scale. And they say it's time for a Series A. They go out to the venture market, perhaps some high net worth individuals, and they go out and they raise $5 million. Their term sheet is $5 million for 20% of the company, which is a stock price of $15 a share. Sam and Mira are diluted from 77% to 61%, but their ownership in the company is now worth $15 million. So here you see an example of this staged dilution, taking it risk and reward balanced, moving their ownership in their company from $100 to $15 million. So for me, this is why you stage your company's investment, to be able to increase your value and to be able to really take it a step at a time. Let's jump into the different types of investors. There are 5 here I want to point out: friends and family, accelerators and incubators, angel and seed stage, high net worth, ultra high net worth, family office, and then ultimately venture funding, Series A, Series B, and beyond. Here's a table, if you look at it, to show you the typical size of a round and the percentage of a company that the investor at that round is looking to buy. So in your pre-seed, your friends and family, even angel, the investments there are $10,000 to $500,000. You're not going to bring in 10 or 20 or $30 million into a pre-seed or friends and family round. And for that $10,000 to $500,000, your investor is looking for a significant minority ownership, 5 to 20%. At seed, now you're getting to more institutional investors, $500,000 to $5 million. Again, looking for a significant minority chunk, 10 to 25%. Series A, typically $2 million to $15 million, though I've seen Series A's at $30 million, or even higher, depending on how hot the company is. We're seeing really high value Series A in this period of time where generative AI deals are just exploding on the scene. 15 to 30% of the company. And then finally, Series B and later can be 10 million, can be 50 million, can be $100 million. And again, a significant minority ownership. If you look at this, you're not selling half your company or a majority of your company at any stage because you're trying to balance the risk and how much money you're bringing in. Let's talk about friends and family. So I've done a lot of my fundraising with friends and family. This is about going to your personal investor network. This is your mom, your dad, your uncle, your friends and family, the people that have known you for some time. Typically, the range of investment here is a couple of $1,000s to maybe $100,000, because at this stage, you really don't have very much. You have an idea, right? That individual deserves to get something significant. Again, we talked about a SAFE as a means to bring that capital in. And typically in friends and family and pre-seed, you're going to see a lot of these deals done as a SAFE. $10K, $100K, $200,000. So this is where you are. Friends and family is probably the type of investor you're going to. This is before you've built something, before you have, a product market fit or customers. It's the beginning of your idea. All right, next step. We talked about incubators and startup accelerators. I won't go into detail here. I just want to mention they're also an opportunity for you. Incubators, if you're just at the very beginning, decide whether you want to apply. Again, you're not going to get money from here, but it'll help you get your idea maybe to a business model or an MVP. And the startup accelerators do offer funding between as little as 20K and as much as 500,000. And typically we'll get anywhere from 5 to 10% plus of your founding equity. Lots of mentoring, lots of access to other investors, plus a demo day. Startup Accelerator might be right for you. Remember, it's a low acceptance rate. You'll have to apply a couple of times, but that might be the next step after friends and family. Before I get to institutions, before I get into venture funds and seed funds, and again, the mindset there, I'd like to take a second and talk to you about nonprofit fundraising. Next, let's talk about angel investors. You've heard of angel investors. It's a beautiful name. There are angel investment groups. Typically, angel investors are high net worth individuals. It used to be high net worth only. Today, it's actually popular with a lot of tech entrepreneurs, people who've made money at Google or Facebook and are now angel investing. Regardless of whether they're high net worth individuals, we'll talk about that in a category coming up shortly, or if they're employees at Google. These are individuals. These are individuals writing checks, and the motivations for them are the same motivations that you might have as an individual investing in your friend. They may have an expertise in your area. They may love you. You may know them for some time and they just want to back you, or they may like the idea that you're going after. This is really early on, right? These companies are often pre-product. They're pre-revenue. We're talking about small amounts of investment, typically 5K to 100K that an angel investor might put in. Ultimately, your job is to network between angel investors. A lot of them have strong networks between each other, and they share ideas and share deals. So angel investors, again, 5K to 100K. These are high net worth individuals or tech, I would call them tech individuals. On the flip side of this, and just upscale a little bit, are seed investors. And most of the seed investors, they can be high net worth individuals, but a lot of these are firms. They're venture firms that have the ability to do seed deals up through Series A and Series B. And unlike angel investors, they're not investing their own money. These firms are investing money from their limited partners. The people you meet with are the general partners in the firm. They will probably have money in the deal in the firm themselves, but a majority of the money, the vast majority, is a set of outside limited partners who have invested in the venture firm. So they're going to be looking to hit certain metrics, certain numbers. If they love you and the deal isn't something that is going to, meet the metrics that they typically have, they're not going to invest. Seed round sizes from seed investment firms are typically in the single digit $1 million, $1 to $5 million. Seed investor firms might offer more formal value. They're going to definitely have a more formal review process, right? They're going to have partner meetings on Mondays. They're going to, have you present to the partnership and then discuss it and give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down. So it's a much more formal process. You can go after an angel investor and seed investor at the same time. The seed investor will offer you a term sheet. Angel investor may just decide to put money in through a safe like we discussed earlier. The next category is high net worth and ultra high net worth individuals and family offices. In the same way that we had angel investors and seed investors in the venture world, we have ultra high net worth and high net worth individuals as individuals and family offices as the institutions representing them. So when I'm pitching a high net worth individual or an ultra high net worth individual, I'm presenting to them as a person. I think of them as a super angel. My goal is to build a relationship with them, get them excited about what I'm doing because they're making a decision about investing their own money. It's not someone else's money, it's their money and their decision. And ultimately, the best way to get one of these high net worth individuals to invest is first and foremost to get to know them, to build a relationship, a friendship with them, to understand whether this is something they truly are interested in. And if they get to know you and they want to back you and your vision, your moonshot, that trust will be the single most important thing in them making a decision. Now, when you've got a high net worth individual who's got a family office or an investment office for them, the family office, their goal is risk reward. And as you speak and get to know high net worth individuals, they're going to say, I've got to put less money in this category and more money in another category. So what are those categories? It can be real estate. It can be bonds. It can be cryptocurrency, and it can be startups at different stages. So one of the things you will run into is someone saying, listen, I'm so sorry. I already have too much exposure in this early stage. And your goal, again, when you come away from any meeting, if someone says no to you, your goal is to say, can I come back to you at a later stage, right? This is not a one and done. This is a long-term game that you're playing. So, being able to say, hey, listen, when is a good time? If I hit revenues, if I get an amazing venture to back me, can I come back to you? Is an important thing, and keep that and build the friendship and the mentorship and the relationship first. Another thing that you're going to find is that the high net worth individual might hand you off to their family office, and that family office individual is going to do the due diligence. And it's also a convenient way for that person to say no. A lot of times, and this has happened to me countless times, I'm talking to the principal, we're friends, and he says, listen, I'm going to turn you over to this other individual. They're going to do the due diligence and evaluate the deal for me. And that's a way of putting a little buffer between you and that individual you consider a friend, and that's fine. Remember, this is a long-term process. All right, finally, how much are we talking about here? High net worth, family offices. Well, typically I've seen deals of $250,000 to tens of millions of dollars, and valuations range all over the place. You can think of this as everything from angel to Series A or Series B investments. You might even see family offices getting into crossover rounds and pre-IPO rounds. All right, let's jump into venture funding. Venture funds are an interesting beast. I'm involved in having founded one and run one. It's called Bold Capital Partners. We've raised in excess of $500 million. And we have an investment committee that meets on a regular basis. We have investment committee meetings on Mondays. We have companies pitching on Tuesdays. We'll typically see 2 or 3 pitches per week. And then there's an investment committee that creates a deal memo to present the deal. Who are the other investors? Do they have revenue? Where are they in their product development right now? Where are they located? How much money have they raised? What valuation are they looking for? Do they have a term sheet? All the things that we discussed. And typically at this point, you're going to be bucketed into this is a seed investment, this is a Series A investment, a Series B investment, and beyond. And typically, venture funds do a certain type of investment. And in your resource guide, you're going to find the ability to search all the venture funds based upon are they seed or Series A or Series B? Are they doing deals in healthcare or deals in AI? It's really an amazing asset to help you identify who to go and pitch. We're going to talk about this in just a little bit. So Series A is typically an investment in the $2 to $15 million area. And you're presenting to professionals, right? Investment professionals who represent other people's money. On the valuation front, Series A, we're going to see valuations in the 10 million to 50 million at the upper end. And that's going to buy your venture fund 15 to 25% of your company. Don't forget, when you're dealing with a venture fund, there's going to be a lot of legal documentation. You're going to be expected to have a data room that has all the information there. As you climb up the valuation curve, at some point, you're going to go from a Series A to a Series B. This is typically when you're looking to, raise 10 million to 50 million plus, maybe as much as 100 million. And the valuations there can be 50 million to $500 million. The venture fund will get 15 to 25% of the company. All of this is a matter of negotiation. And it's really a matter of how strong you are as a company. If you're just tearing it up and you've got tremendous traction, all of these things go out the window. When you looked at what OpenAI did in terms of its growth, there was an AI company that my fund invested in that went from a $5 million valuation to a $50 million to a $300 million valuation in just a year because of how fast the generative AI field was moving and the traction they were getting. So all of this is a matter of negotiation. Your job is not raising money. Your job is building an amazing company that's generating revenues and ultimately profits. Everything flows from there. All right, so here is a summary chart. Once again, what we just covered. Pre-seed, you're raising a few $1,000s to $500,000. Seed, $500,000 to $5 million. Series A, 2 to 15. Series B, 10 to 50 plus. And as you can see there, the amount of the company that the venture fund or the angel investor is getting or the seed investor is getting is always in that 10 to 30% category. You don't want to have to give up more than that. It's massively dilutive to you and your previous investors. So you want to make sure that you've built the company's value to the next level before you go out to raise that next level. All right, later stage financing. I'm not going to discuss it here. Hopefully, if you're ready for your C round, a crossover round, or an IPO, this stuff is something that you already have known extraordinarily well. So I think this is kind of obvious, and I've mentioned it before, but when given a choice between an incredible leadership team and a great idea, the investor is always going to pick the amazing leadership team, right? A great team with a terrible idea will flip that into a great idea. A mediocre team with a great idea will probably fail. So investors are looking for persistent founders. Every company confronts just countless obstacles. I've shared with you some of my experiences with Zero Gravity Corporation and XPRIZE and Planetary Resources, and there is no company I've been involved with that's an overnight success. It just doesn't happen. You're going to keep on pivoting and keep on persisting until you get it right. Those investors are going to ask, what's the relationship between the co-founders, right? Are they best friends? For how long? Now, why is that important? It's because if you're in the game with your best friend, you're not going to bolt. One of my dear friends, Dave Blunden, who runs Kogo Labs and Exponential Ventures East out of MIT, what he looks for all the time in teams he wants to invest in, he's looking for best friends. He's looking for teams that grew up in a fraternity together at MIT and lived together, and they've been best friends for 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and then they've decided to start a company. Investors want honest founders. At the end of the day, when they look into your eyes, do you believe in your company? Do you believe in your product? They want mission-driven teams. They want to know that you've got an MTP, right? The old saying, missionaries beat mercenaries. The only time I've failed miserably in the early startup phase is when I was getting into something just to make money. I remember one particular time, it was just after the dot-com bust. It was around 2002. I had this get-rich-quick scheme. I'm not going to describe it to you because it was for a lot of reasons. But let's just say when I dove into it, the closer I got to building this, the more problems I saw, the more reasons I saw it did not exist. And because I didn't love it, I wasn't willing to solve those problems. I wasn't willing to dig in. But the companies where I am a missionary and not a mercenary, like Zero G, I stood by it and stuck with it for 11 years. Investors are going to look for huge markets. It doesn't have to have a massive total addressable market immediately, but it does have to have a large TAM eventually. Investors are going to look for that original question we set up. Why this? Why me? Why now? They're going to ask you this. If they don't ask you, they're going to be looking for it. In the why now, you need to have a good argument. Why am I doing this now? Why couldn't this have been done 3 years or 5 years ago? What changed recently? And ultimately, remember that these investors, whether they like it or not, it is a herd mentality. They see so many deals that there has to be some way for them to simplify their analysis. And the way they do that is, who else is in the deal? Who else is backing it? Other investors' approval helps get every other investor interested. It just gets a lot easier once you have a lead. So what else are investors looking for? They're looking for outsized returns. This is a conversation takes place around the boardroom table all the time. Can this company return our entire fund? So you might have a venture fund that is $100 million and they're investing in 20 deals over the course of 4, 5, 6 years. And the question is, can this investment deliver $100 million of profit back to our shareholders? So typically what we see in venture funds is 90% of the deals fail, and you've got to make all of your profit in the venture fund with that last 10%. It gets even worse than that. From the power law, winners are the 1% of companies that return 99% outsized returns over everybody else. This is a Facebook, this is a Google, this is an Uber, this is a WhatsApp, right? So when you think about this from the investor side, they're looking at you and saying, okay, we put $2 or $3 million to work with you. Are you going to be able to become a unicorn? Do you have the potential to grow big enough to be significant for our returns? Because if you don't, if your total addressable market or if even your projections are such that they're so small that it's not going to make a dent, then they're not going to be interested. Historically, there have only been about 100 unicorns per year. So the question is, are you one of those 100, right? Historically, there have been less than 10 $10 billion startups founded each year. Can you be one of those? So this is the psychological game that you're playing with the venture fund, to convince them that you have the potential to be an outsized return that will allow them to not only just, have a 2x or a 5x, but at least a 10x and hopefully a 100x. They're not interested in 2x or 5x, 10x or greater. So can you present that business case? All right, finally, Investors want three things from you. They want to trust you and they want to like you. Nobody likes having an asshole for the CEO of one of their companies. And I've had these conversations around the boardroom. If they don't trust you, they're not going to give you money. If you have screwed over other investors, if you have a bad reputation, and I've had lots of conversations where I will never invest in that person again. They were just mean or they were just dishonest. The second thing that they want after trust and liking the founders, we said it already, I'm going to say it again, great returns, not 2x or 5x, 10x or greater. And the third thing, third on the list, I wish it was first on the list, but it's third, is meaning and impact. Do they believe that when you and your company succeeds, it's going to make the world a better place? At the end of the day, those venture funds go home to their husbands, their wives, their kids, their friends, and they want to be proud of the investments they're making. They want to be proud of what they're backing. So make that case. For me, that's critically important. Hopefully it is for you as well. Be trusted, be loved, give great returns, and make a difference in the universe. Over the years, I probably have built 200, 300, 400 pitch decks. And I actually enjoy the process. It's a way of clarifying my thinking about a company or a project. All of the pitch decks have a set of commonalities. And let me just share with you what are the 13 potential sections that go into a pitch deck. You don't need all of them. And depending what stage your company is, you're not going to have all of them. For each of these sections, you might have 1, 2, at maximum 3 slides. And I'm going to go through these 13 sections, and then we're going to go through a number of pitch decks so we can discuss them so you can model yourself after these. Every pitch deck is going to have an introduction. You're going to share your mission. It can be also the MTP, the massive transformative purpose, the problem, right? Why are you doing this? The solution. What are you going to build? How are you going to solve that problem? The product or the service. Number 6 is your market. So how big is your total addressable market? We talked about this earlier. Venture funds are not looking for a 2x or 5x. They're looking for outsized return. Is the market you're going after large enough? And are you able to penetrate it to give them that outsized return? All right, number 7 is our metrics. We are living in a data-driven world, and venture capitalists are very data-driven. They're going to want to see your key metrics, right? It costs you to acquire an individual customer, what the growth rate is, your business model. How are you making your money? Are you a subscription model? Are you selling a product? Are you a platform? I'm often saying that your business model is the single most important thing that an entrepreneur is building. Strategic roadmap, all right? Elon was very famous on Tesla on going from the Roadster to the Model S and X to the Model Y and the Model 3. That was his strategic roadmap. What's yours? The financials, right? If you have been running the company for some time, they're going to ask you to get your report card. How are you doing? But the financials also include your projections. Right? From today going forward, what do you expect to do? How are you going to spend the money? What's your revenue and your profits? Your team is probably one of your most important slides. A lot of times you'll see the team slide go first, especially if they're in the room there with you and you're using that first slide to introduce them. Investment opportunity, what stage are you in your financing? How much money you're looking for? And then finally, the all-important use of funds. How are you going to use that investor's money to get you from today to the next milestone? All right. I'm going to present to you 2 of the well-known companies out there that have blown the roof off returns, right? And what I show you is their PowerPoint pitch deck at their earliest stage. And just think in the back of your mind, this is what they raised their money on and became a tens or hundreds of billion-dollar company? And the answer is yes. The second thing is, in your resource guide, you have access to over 1,000 companies' pitch decks. You can filter it by topic, by stage, by alphabetical order. You can search for the company that you're most interested in. I wonder how they raised money at the beginning. Please use the resource guide. It's worth gold. It truly is amazing. All right, finally, I'm going to be sharing with you presentations done by 3 incredible CEOs. I'm an advisor to all 3 of these. I love these CEOs. I'm invested in these companies. I want you to see how they present. I want you to see the passion in their voice. I want you to hear their storytelling ability. So I want you ultimately to model how they pitch. So let's jump in. Our first company, none other than Uber. I remember the first time I took an Uber cab in its earliest days was in San Francisco. And a friend of mine, this is 2009, basically called one and said, you got to try this new company I just invested in. Well, that friend of mine made a lot of money. All right, let's jump into their deck. Let's see what's going on here. First of all, it looks pretty crappy for a multi-billion-dollar company, but they're setting up the problem, obviously, with cabs in 2008, medallion system, Uber cab concept. I guess this is their product they're describing and their service. They're describing their differentiators, how they're different. I'm wondering at this point whether there are other players in the marketplace when they start bringing up differentiators. Operating principles, okay. Their app, this is what they're demoing in the boardroom, what they're showing the venture investor. Ubercab.com, I guess they had a website back then. All right, let's jump in with an early funding deck for Airbnb back when they were called Air, Bed, and Breakfast. Problem comes up first, without question. And of course, their solution, it's a web platform. Their market validation, I actually didn't realize it was a couchsurfing.com, but it shows that there are over 500,000 users in Craigslist. They're validating their marketplace. They're showing the total addressable market, right? $2 billion worldwide as the trips marketplace. I'd like you to take a moment and go and look at Uber and Airbnb's pitch deck. These are companies now worth north or south of $100 billion. What you're going to see is what their deck looked like at the very beginning. They look kind of hokey. They look very simple. But these were decks that enabled that team to raise the capital that provided outsized return. So let them motivate you. I'm blown away. It's like going back in time. There's 1,000 such decks in your resource guide. Some are amazing, and some are a waste of time. They're all there. They're searchable by topic. They're searchable by year and by financing round. Take a moment and explore. Use that curiosity mindset to go and see what made them succeed. Why did people invest in this company back then? Now I'm going to interview 3 founders that I know and respect who have amazing companies. I want you to hear their passion, hear their stories. I want you to model them. All right, let's jump in.
Everybody, welcome to our first example pitch. We've been talking about how to create your deck, how to present to VCs, and really the entire process of fundraising at the pre-seed, seed, Series A. I want to share with you an incredible entrepreneur, Joe Stolte. He's the CEO of Daily.ai. Joe, good to see you, pal.
Likewise. Thanks for having me, Peter.
Yeah. Now, Joe, what I'd love you to do is present a Daily.ai. You're in fundraising mode right now. You've been, this is not your first rodeo. Full disclosure for everybody, Daily.ai is a company I'm a co-founder of. I was a early angel investor in this company, so I know it well, and which is why I'm excited to share it with you. So before we get started, Joe, actually, let's go into in full fundraising mode. So I'm putting on my VC hat. Joe, welcome. Good to have you here. I would love to hear what Daily.ai is, but first tell me, how much are you raising? And then I'd love to see your presentation.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Peter. So we're raising $7 million in this round. Okay. And we've already raised $3 million thus far. So we're bringing in $4 million of fresh capital. The $3 million has been raised on safe notes. So the idea is this is our very first priced round. We're calling it a seed plus, so somewhere between a seed and a Series A. And our intention is to raise 7 total.
And what are the terms of the safe?
The terms of the safe, about $1 million of it was on a $10 million cap, and the rest of it was on a $12 million cap.
And do you have a lead for this Seed Plus round yet?
We do, yeah. So nothing finalized, no term sheets. We're in 3 conversations, stages 2 with 2, and the third stage of 4 with another one. And, pretty long list of people that we're on the phone with over the next week or 2. So lots of momentum, lots of progress. Our goal is to wrap this round up by the end of February.
All right. Well, let's jump into your presentation. I'll sort of pause and ask you questions along the way.
Awesome. So as you know, Peter, we're Daily.ai. We make AI-powered email newsletters. I'll get into what that means and exactly how we do it, why we do it, who we serve, and traction and progress. But before we get there, just a little bit about me, Peter. I'm a 5-time founder. I've had 3 successful exits, including Lottery.com, which went public for a little over $500 million on a SPAC, and GrowFlow, which sold in 2021 for $62.5 million. We've also got a fairly great team, just well-rounded in terms of technical aptitude, design aptitude. Everybody's a serial entrepreneur. Everybody's had more than one at-bat in a company. And we've got a great co-founding team with Peter Diamandis and Evan Pagan. So I like to start off with the team because we're fairly early, and at this stage, I'd imagine like the weight of the team's probably a big part of your evaluation factor.
And let me just point out to everybody, how Joe started out with his team and instantly credentialed himself with the exits he's had. Joe, when you're presenting typically on Zoom, who else do you have with you?
Morgan.
And you would introduce him. Why don't you go ahead and introduce him as you would on your presentations?
Awesome, yeah. And then along with me on the call is Morgan McDermott. He's our CTO. Morgan actually dropped out of middle school to pursue his college degree to become an engineer. This is pretty much what Morgan's been doing his whole life. And he's been at the forefront of machine learning and data science for the last 10 years, including, way back when machine learning was in its sort of infant phase. Morgan was working with advanced machine learning to tag whales and predict their movements in the ocean, some over 10 years ago. And he actually put his PhD on hold to come and pursue Daily.ai and kind of be the genius founding engineer that's really powered the thoughts and technology behind everything we've built at Daily.ai on the technical side.
So as you can see right now from what Joe is doing, he's credentialing both individuals, himself and Morgan, right off the bat. And with great stories about each individual. Let me ask, how much of your presentations are typically in person versus on Zoom these days?
99% on Zoom. They typically, when we get to stage 3 and 4, they want to meet in person if possible. But post-COVID, the vast majority of our fundraising it's all been on Zoom.
Have you been closing money on Zoom?
Yeah. About the only one investor we met in person.
Okay.
The table, yeah.
All right, let's continue on.
So just to frame kind of where we're at, Peter, I want to bring up what's now a pretty frequently heard phrase from the CEO of Google, which is that AI is more important than fire or electricity. He said this back in 2018. And, when we started telling people about this, when we had our beta back in 2022, it was a really important place to ground the conversation because we truly see AI fundamentally as the new electricity. And I want you to keep that in the back of your head as I'm presenting through the rest of what we're doing and what we're building, because that really is the fundamental power that we think AI is bringing to the marketplace. So let's jump right in. Like, what is the problem we're trying to solve with Daily.ai? Well, today, when you think about small to medium-sized businesses that have less than 100 employees, getting out into the marketplace and communicating, getting engagement, staying in front of your audience and your subscribers is a tremendous challenge. In fact, email newsletters, 9 out of 10 brands are using email marketing to distribute content organically. But here's the challenge, Peter, is this stuff is really, really hard. For small businesses, they don't have capability and they don't have capacity, right? So upwards of 53% of the brands that are small businesses that use email to acquire customers and retain them, they spend not hours or minutes or days, they spend multiple weeks to send a single marketing email. And about a third of that time is spent on, well, what do I put inside the email to get started with? And they do all that, they get this email out the door, and at best, they're getting an 11 to 20% open rate. If you have a 20% open rate in your email newsletter or your regular email communications, you're doing very, very well. But it's still not good enough compared to where we could be today. So the main thing that we're trying to help brands solve for is how do you stay in front of your audience all the time on a regular basis in a way that builds credibility, advances the sales cycle, and actually gives you more money at the end of the month without spending a lot of time. And so that's really what we've built.
And so I want to point out again, classic opening with the team, focusing on the problem, and then over here, Joe's jumping into the solution here.
Awesome. So that's what we've built. What we're doing is we build AI automated email newsletters that get 40 to 60% open rates on average for small brands and thought leaders. And this is the best thing. You can deliver them at any frequency, monthly, weekly, even daily. And you can do this as a brand without writing a single piece of content and with less than 5 minutes of your time per week to actually get that content published. So that's the power of AI. And that's what we're bringing to bear as a solution in the market. And so let me give you a little peek under the hood in terms of the product and what we do. So when you think about an email newsletter, there's lots of different forms an email newsletter can take. But there's really 4 main advantages that our email newsletters give the brands or publishers, which is what we call our customers. The first one is instead of writing content from scratch, we use curation. So we curate the best of the best third-party content on the internet. So we scrape millions of articles per day. We filter out negative news and clickbait, and we filter in what we call future-forward positive content that's likely to align with that brand's audience. And how do we know it's likely to align? Well, that brings me to the second main value point is every time someone clicks on one of our newsletters, our machine learning in the background is getting smarter and smarter and smarter. So it can give you better subject lines. It can improve the content in terms of how it's curated. We call that adaptive learning. The last bits here is that everything that we do is branded in your voice. So it actually sounds like you. You can make your own digital avatar of you as the CEO, or if you're of a thought leader style business, or you can just make it sound like your brand if you don't have a personality driven brand business. And the main value is how do we stay in front of your audience and give them subtle calls to action so that we can actually convert that attention into leads, sales, cash, donations, whatever your business model is, whatever your sales cycle is. And the one thing I want to point out before I get off the product is we actually go to great lengths to set up a bunch of things behind the scenes that aren't as flashy to make sure that your email actually lands in the primary inbox instead of landing in the spam, right? So you may be aware that next month in February, they're completely changing the rules for email, right? So this is Google and Outlook and Yahoo and all the big ESPs are changing the standard for what needs to be true for your email to land in the primary inbox. Well, the good news is they're raising the standard so they can get rid of spam, but we've been way above their standard and we've been learning what works to get it delivered in the primary inbox. The rest of this is just in making sure that the audience loves it and it gets better over time. So that's a little peek under the hood in terms of the solution.
So I've just taken away in your proactive statement there about the rules changing, that you're an expert in this field, you know this field cold. So thank you for that. All right, why now?
We think that Daily.ai probably couldn't have existed 3 years ago, but right now we have a unique and explosive market opportunity that I think makes Daily.ai an incredible opportunity for the marketplace and as an investment. It really comes down to 3 trends that we're seeing. The first one is economic, right? We all know inflation is driving costs up. Last year we saw more layoffs than we've seen in technology in a decade. And this, even though hiring and the economy and the stock market is back, what's left over is this residue of we need to do more with less. That's the new normal, right? Mm-hmm. And at the same time this is happening, we're seeing all these technological trends take place. So we're getting more and more commercial access to large language learning models like Bard or ChatGPT and a lot of this generative AI technology. And these larger models, they're moving beyond text. We're seeing more and more improvement over voice and video. And then we're also seeing, AI is better than humans alone. And that's being true across more use cases, whether that's in the medical technology or all the way over to what we're doing in content marketing. And then the third big trend that makes this an awesome opportunity is that look, trust in brand advertising as an all-time low. Like we live in the most over-communicated society ever. And, what's happening though is brands inside of that are starting to act like media companies. You even look at like Andreessen Horowitz, A16Z, but a lot of how they show up in the marketplace is as a media company, blog posts, content. So they've figured out, brands are figuring out that if I want to be relevant in this over-communicated society, I've got to show up and I've got to give people the most interesting content to get their attention. And inside of all of this new content being created, we're seeing this proliferation of the curator, not just the creator, as powerful in the ecosystem. What does that mean? Well, that means, well, as the internet has gotten more and more sophisticated, we've created more and more content. And with the Cambrian explosion of things like ChatGPT, now anybody can create an output instantly. So we've got more and more content. So what people need is they need help being told what to pay attention to. Creating content is no longer a challenge. So this idea of curation has really come up and become important. And so these three things all come together is what makes Daily.ai. That's why the time is now for us, if that makes sense.
And let me point out, we've talked about in the course here, the whole concept of why me, why this, and why now. And I haven't communicated this with Joe at all, but it's great to see him put this why now slide here. And obviously the why me, he sort of presented in the beginning and why this, obviously this whole notion around this abundance of email. And Joe, I would ask at this point, are we inundated with email, and what do you actually do to raise to the top of my consciousness and actually make it worth for me to open this and read the newsletter?
Yeah, well, first of all, yes, there's more tools attacking our attention span than have ever existed, even in email. But one thing I want to point out, Peter, is that we like to say that there's three forms of truth. There's what a brand thinks the marketplace wants. There's what the customer says they want. And then there's what the customer actually does. And so we try to pay attention to all three, but we over-index on the third one. I think that's what makes us different than someone just grabbing content off ChatGPT or putting a GPT wrapper around their startup and calling it AI. We actually have the underlying machine learning models that are looking at what is Peter actually clicking on? So that when I get Peter's attention, I'm honoring that attention by giving him more of what he wants, not trying to guess all the time. Because the guess to accuracy ratio for most brands is terrible. And so we just close that gap up with math and using machine learning. So I think that's our big differentiator. And that's actually what's going to allow us, I think, to win over the long run, is most people are just creating output, whereas we're trying to create outcomes. And so in our company, our big mantra is outcomes over output. The customer doesn't care about content, they care about the clicks and the leads and the sales. Is it moving the needle for my business? So from a publisher perspective, we want to use machine learning to actually get them the outcomes. The rest of this is in some ways friction that we're trying to make frictionless, if that's helpful and answers your question.
It does. Will you get to what the outcomes are in a little bit, or should I discuss those now?
Yeah, well, I'm happy to discuss them now. The main outcomes that we drive for our customers is first of all, more attention, right? If I could double the amount of engagement, which means the people that are actually seeing your content on a daily or weekly basis, all things held flat, clicks, conversions, it stands that we could actually put you on a path to double sales. But we also increase clicks substantially, right? So the main metrics that we move the needle for our customers on are threefold. The first one is increases in engagement, which just means more people seeing your stuff every day, every week. The second one is more clicks. The average click-through rate for our newsletter is north of 3%, which is substantially higher than most CTRs, click-through rates, are less than 1% for most email communication. For some of our brands that have high resonance in their market, the click-through rates are, they're double digits, right? They're 12, 13, 14%. And the third thing we do, the natural byproduct of getting more attention from your customers, your subscribers, your followers, and then getting them to click on more stuff equals we're able to generate more leads for your business. We're able to send more traffic to your webinars, more people to your book a call page, your buy my stuff page, et cetera.
So are you growing email lists at the same time? I understand the thought leadership part of this, but yep. What about growing my list? And what about, and I assume that click-throughs, what you ultimately mean is sales of my products. Are you embedding ads in your materials?
Yeah. So yes, we are helping brands grow their newsletter or their subscribers. And yes, we do have those embedded ads. That's how we take them out of the newsletter experience and put them in the sales process of the publisher or the brand or our customer.
Please continue.
So, this is just us unpacking the market a bit. If you got this deck in advance, I've linked to our underlying assumptions. But if you just kind of look at the way, like our market, SMBs, brands that have less than 100 employees that are making, let's say, between 1 million and 25 million in top line revenue, there are 41.3 million of them in total, right? And if you look at the addressable market, I mean, it's substantial. It's in the billions. And the CAGR, which, quite frankly, this CAGR is a little bit old, it might even be higher, is north of 30%. And so, right, when I'm trying to look at a market, I want to know, is it big enough? Can I grab enough share? And is it growing fast enough so I can catch the ride on the way up? And so inside this, if you want to double click with your team, is actually a spreadsheet where we do a bottoms up analysis that shows you all of our assumptions for how we came up with these numbers and links to all of the sources. But look, the market's big. AI is going to disrupt everything the way that electricity disrupted everything. Everything that has electricity will have intelligence, and we want to be able to do that for email.
Perfect.
Great. So let's talk about the competition a little bit. And first thing I'll caveat is like, if I was to update this slide every time I saw a new competitor come into the space, that would be my full-time job, because there's just so many new tools coming in all the time, right? So what I want to do with this slide is just shape how you think about the market. So on one side of the fence, we have, let's just call it copywriting tools, output tools.
And let me just stop you 1 second. So it's really important here. What Joe just did was he didn't try and defend that we're the only players here. He's acknowledged the notion that there's a lot of competition. And, I think everybody knows in this period of wrappers around GPT, there's going to be competition. And now the question I'm listening for, okay, realistically, how is he competing with 1,000 others on top of GPT that makes Daily.ai unique or stand out? So pitch it to me.
Awesome. Yeah. So on this slide, Peter, what I want to try to do is frame the thinking on the market a little bit. Where on the left side, we've got just pure output tools. This is like the innumerable number of people in the marketplace. That's like ChatGPT, Jarvis, Copy AI, Writer, Lex, Notion, and everybody else that's adding a input, process, output, giving it output. And on the right, we have the platforms. These are the Rails. These are the newsletter tools, the Razas, the Beehives, the MailChimps, the active campaigns. And of course, they also have and will follow suit, where they will, tell their engineering teams, hey guys, let's figure out how to get Bard and ChatGPT in here so that we can say we're doing AI stuff. But again, it's the platform with outputs that just sit on top of it. And so what we're doing in the middle is we're actually we're combining both the platform for the delivery as well as the generative output. And the main differentiator that we're doing, that very, 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 very few people are doing, to the best of my knowledge, is we're using that machine learning, which we call adaptive learning, right? So we don't care about the output. We don't even care if we get the first one right. What we care about is what's those 3 forms of truth and what's the customer actually doing, so that inside of our machine learning model, we can get smarter and smarter and smarter over time, so that our competitive advantage becomes the data set that we have on the small business marketplace and for you as a publisher, so that we can give the right content at the right time to get people to take the next right action. And that's a completely absent component of the strategy for people that are just focusing on outputs or just focusing on being the platform.
Fantastic. Continue, please.
So ultimately, we don't want to be a newsletter company. We don't want to just be in the market of selling newsletters. Our vision is that we can actually help every small business market without being a marketer. So today we make AI automated newsletters, which quite frankly is a really clever way for us to make money and grab a bunch of people's data. So all of our publishers that come on the platform, we connect to their CRM. They give us their entire email database. We run those emails through third-party systems to get metadata to enrich that. And then we watch what all the subscribers do inside their newsletter. Well, what that allows us to do is to actually help brands do things outside of the email newsletter space. What do I mean by that? The next big challenge that we see the marketplace needs solving is that 40% of the content that gets put into the world from a brand actually pushes a prospect away from the sale. Wrong message, wrong channel, wrong medium, or wrong media. And so we want to build what we call smart response sequences, or smart response marketing, which is, if we know your prospect, we know how many widgets they bought, and if they bought the next widget, or if they've not bought any widgets, as soon as they enter your sales process, we can send intelligent sequences over email and SMS to move them to the next stage of the sales process dynamically and personally. Now, for bigger brands, there are solutions that are similar to this that exist, but for small brands, again, they don't have capability or capacity, and you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So imagine being able to, again, with a click of a button, be able to integrate with everybody, our customers' CRM and SMS systems. And then if somebody comes into like our sales processes, we run an ad or we have a newsletter, you come to our page, you book a demo, you do the demo and you buy or you don't. Well, each one of those stages is a gap, and each one of those gaps represents a time where I can come in and give you an email reminder or an SMS reminder to move you down the sales cycle. And so we can do that automatically and personally for each of the prospects that are inside of our customers' sales processes.
So you're in phase 1 today, right?
Correct.
When do you expect to get to phase 2?
Phase 2 is summer of this year. So this is basically what we're raising for, is to launch smart sequences, increase LTV, and start to push into these other use cases outside of the newsletter. All right. And then we see, maybe next year, middle of next year, really unlocking the full body of the vision, which is what we call like an AI direct marketing operating system. So now we're omni-channel. Anywhere where there's owned media, we can be there to provide an intelligent response. Think about it like a chat bot with a slower asynchronous response to move people through the sales process wherever they're at for small businesses.
So what Joe's just done is shown me what his growth phase is. He's subtly said, this is what we're raising for. Do you have a sense of the market sizes for phase 2 and phase 3?
Yeah, so we think actually the market size for phase 2 is at least 50% of the newsletter space. So it's at least 50% of what we said before. So double-digit billions, similar CAGR. Phase 3, I can make a bunch of assumptions and guess, but I don't, and things are happening so fast. And let me tell you why that is the case. Phase 3 could be up to 5 times the market size let's call it the 5 times the TAM, not total addressable market. Total addressable market is the SMBs, but the TAM, because here's why. Phase 3 unlocks directly proportionate to the ability of LLMs to give us more outreach functionality going from text to voice to video. So today we can do text with a high level of precision. Sound like a human, approximated, it's great. Voice, it's getting there. We're not quite there, but I would suspect by the end of this year, if I'm a betting man, we're much closer. In 24 months, 5 nines. I mean, it'll be almost perfect. But imagine when we get to video. Imagine instead of sending a text, you get a video from the CEO that says, hey, Joe, thanks so much for booking a demo. Before you get to this demo, I just wanted to let you know, and it sends a personalized message based on the survey data that they filled out. And it sounds like the CEO, there's no weird gaps and pauses. And we think that can drive adoption a lot faster. So phase 3 gets better, the more that the underlying models get better. And in fact, the more that we can even augment those underlying models to make these kinds of things better.
So as a student, as you're listening to Joe present this, I want you to ask yourself, how confident does Joe feel? Does he sound? And how clearly do you feel he understands where Daily.ai is today and where it's going? For me, you're scoring a 9 or 10 out of 10, Joe. So good job on that. The vision sounds powerful and clear, and it's compelling. Continue on, please.
Awesome. So what's our business model look like? And so we sort of look at a traditional SaaS business as land and expand, right? So the first thing we want to do is land, right? I mentioned on the competitor page that everybody and their dog is going to have a GPT output tool. So for us, the game is how fast can we land? How fast can we acquire customers and take the market, at least as much of the market as possible, so that we're well positioned to give them that second sale for the smart response sequences and then move them through our growth phases. So first part of the business model is basic SaaS. When you sign up as a customer for Daily.ai, it's an annual agreement. You can pay for your annual agreement all up front, or you can pay it monthly. We have 3 pricing tiers, kind of low, medium, high, very traditional SaaS stuff. We'll just call those value-driven tiers. And then it's metered based on subscriber growth and how many times you want to send the newsletter. So at our lowest plan, it's low levels of subscribers. You can only send it twice a month. Middle plan, you can send weekly. You get a little bit more subscribers. And then our biggest plan is you can send every day. And then it's metered based on the number of subscribers that you're actually sending to every day.
Are you going to get into the details of the actual numbers and prices?
I can tell you, like, our lowest plan is like $497, so it's about $500 a month. Our middle plan is $997, and our highest plan is just shy of $1,500 a month. And for every million sends per month, it's an additional $1,050.
Do you have a freemium model at all, or not?
No, we don't. We've gone the exact opposite direction, full premium. Well, like we said, how much can we charge for our service? We do offer a 30-day out. So like when you sign up, if in that 30-day window, anything is any part of your onboarding experience, you're like not happy with it, you don't like your open rate, whatever, then we give people an out. So it's a fairly low friction way to get started. But we've moved from charging you at the end of that period to the beginning of that period. And the reason why is we have our hypothesis is that people that pay attention. So if you pay, you're more invested, you can still get out, but it's like putting down a deposit. So you show up for the onboarding call, and that's really proven out. Like the quality of the customers we have and the onboarding experience has improved as a result of that.
I don't know if you've got a value proposition slide here, but is your value proposition to replace costly individuals on the payroll or to increase revenue, increase thought leadership? Where's the economic value proposition here?
Yeah, well, at a very basic level, it was on the slide, but I didn't say it. Like our mission is, and our vision is that every small business can market without being a marketer. And we know that we're failing unless we can do that better, faster, and cheaper than human team. So it's multifaceted. And why is that? Because, in we're attracting the business of smaller organizations. You can't give a 50% solution. In enterprise, I can do a little piece of it really, really well. But in the small business piece, I have to be better. I have to outproduce your team. I have to be able to more quickly, and I have to be able to deliver that far cheaper. So just to give you a sense, and I'll get this will unlock in a future slide. I'll show you the average revenue per user per month. But imagine spending $12,000 to get an email newsletter that goes out every single day. Like if you had to pay a human team in order to reproduce those results, minus the machine learning and adaptive learning, you're definitely going to spend more than 12 grand, even if you're outsourcing it to the Philippines. But when you add the adaptive learning, which is like having a little machine learning data scientist looking at your email newsletter after every send, there's no way these small brands are going to be able to afford that or find a fractional version of that, at least not today, for less than $12,000 a year. So our goal again there is if we deliver, we're better than their human team, we're faster, we get it up, we get it out faster, and we're definitely cheaper.
So, Joe, we've been into this almost for 30 minutes, a little bit less than that. And I've been interrupting you and asking you questions. And when you're pitching to angels, venture capitalists, and so forth, are you typically going and doing your entire presentation, taking questions at the end, or has it been interactive in most of your presentations to date?
Yeah, what I do is I send a Loom video in advance of me giving the pitch so I can do it uninterrupted. And then I give them the option because they might have team members or associates or other GPs on the call. And I'll say, hey, would you guys like me to just go through the pitch deck and start from scratch? Or were you able to look at that Loom video that I saw in advance? And we'll spend most of this discussion being a more robust Q&A. And I kind of give them an example. I'll let them drive a little bit.
That's fantastic. I mean, I love that. That's a great hack, doing that in advance, especially since you can actually record the Loom video 3 or 4 times and send the best version of it. That's great.
Yeah, exactly. And then you'll, but I will say this for anyone that's watching is I before I do the Loom, I try to pitch this thing 30 times because I want to get, that's like a statistically significant sample size. I want to get, when I say pitch 30 times, I mean, at least to my friends, my family, our advisors, whoever will listen, plus a handful of VCs to get those tough questions out of the way. Because I want to battle test it a little bit. I don't want to just make a Loom when the thing's not tested. So by the repetition of doing it over and over, you will get better. You will find your stride. It's like singing a song. You sort of find your notes, but you can't find your notes if you don't practice it. So that's my way of sort of getting the dust knocked off of a new presentation.
That's gold, Joe. Thank you for that. And you're presenting it internally to friends, to past investors. Are you asking them to ask you the hardest questions, or just by repetition getting all the questions out?
Actually, here's a fun hack is actually I make a list of all my investors that I want to invest. I have an A list, a B list, and a C list. For the C list, I'll say, and I know all of them because I've worked with them or have a relationship. I'll say, hey, we've worked together in the past. I'd love to get your advice. Would you mind just if I jump on a call and pitch you and you just tell me what you think about my pitch, my presentation? And so it's subtle. I'm asking for advice, and then they come up. And I win either way. They either tear it apart and give me all their feedback and what there has, like, transparently without filtered, or they're like, actually, I like this deal, man. Can I send your deck to my deal team? And so either way, I win if they'll agree to the meeting. And it's easy for them to get on a call and just be like, yeah, of course. I'll say, I really respect your ability to disaggregate these things, and you're looking at 1,000 deals a year. If I give you 15 minutes of your time, will you please give me some feedback? And if you have a decent amount of rapport, they'll do that. You can do that with other investors, advisors, people that have gone through this stuff, high net worth people if you're early enough. And then, it's a subtle way of saying, hey, can I pitch you? But also I'm practicing. So I win either way.
That's awesome. Love it. Please continue.
All right. So let's talk about traction. So today, this slide is a little bit dated because we're growing pretty quick. So we've got about 148, almost 150 customers. We've actually got about 6.5 million subscribers. So every day we send about 6.5 million emails. Our annual recurring revenue is somewhere around 1.3. Again, this slide's a little outdated. We've got less than 2% churn, and we have a quick ratio of 16.8, which if you're investing in SaaS, you'll know what that means. And between the end of 22 and the end of 23, we had 144% annual revenue growth. So,
by the way, I love this dashboard, easy to understand, and it's all right here. It's a real business.
Yeah, that's the idea. And then just to, provide the proverbial hockey stick, we like to joke that this is the shape of business growth. So net revenue, you can see on the left, like, because we collect pay in fulls where people pay for the whole year in advance, like the actual net revenue is a little bit lumpy. But if you amortize that out into MRR, you can see this sort of this steady up into the right growth. And you can see, in 2023, Q1 was rough. Everyone's laying everybody off. There's a lot of negative sentiment in the media. So that trickled down to people's buying patterns. But as that softened and as we got better at pitching, we were able to get a lot more progress starting, back in, I think it was June, we had our first 100K month. And then, we sort of cracked the code on, okay, the right traction channel, the right message, the right way to get in front of them, the right words to say. And so we ended the year on a real high note. And I think part of that is because our market is small businesses. They behave a little bit like consumers and people spend money in Q4. So, but overall, we were able to kind of get this hockey stick, if you will, or at least to approximate that with our growth. And that's why we have these charts in here.
Nice.
Cool. So let's talk about who our customers actually are. So again, if you go to our website, we have a lot of thought leaders there, famous people, New York Times bestselling authors, et cetera. But this actually works for many different industries. We actually have customers in over 20 industries, whether those are the thought leaders, people like Peter, and we're now currently onboarding U.S. presidential candidate Robert Kennedy Jr., Chris Voss, Dan Martell, or service-based businesses, whether those are VCs or mortgage brokers or coaches, consultants, lawyers, et cetera, or product-based companies, that actually sell a physical product or a software product. And so what we found is that if you're a small organization and you're not in front of your customers, you should be, because what we like to say is that consistency creates trust and trust creates transactions. So at a minimum, if we help you get more consistent, that's producing results, and that's been getting us more customers in a bunch of different industries. You may have seen this in advance, but we're effectively raising a $7 million round. So that's $4 million of fresh capital. We've raised just north of $3 million on safe notes. And again, the first safe note was at a $10 million cap, and the next one, which comprised about $2 million, was on a $12 million cap. And we've got some really great investors. whether that's Access Venture Funds or even Dave Blunden, who has his own sort of sizable AI fund. He made a personal investment. We had the number one fastest growing company in America. They were number one on the Inc. 5000 Invest. Their company's name's Human Bees. So that's it. And so we're trying to wrap this up by February 28th. Again, we're in deep conversations with 3 potential leads, all of which have the capacity to write the entire $4 million. And we're just looking to talk to as many value-aligned investors as humanly possible that want to go through and take a look at what we're doing and see if there's a fit.
So Joe, thank you. If you back up to the previous slide, and by the way, one second, go to the last slide. Notice at the end of Joe's deck, go click forward. Joe has his email and his phone number. I can't tell you the number of times people have sent me a deck and have not put their contact details on the deck. Please don't forget that basic requirement. Okay, let's go to your financing slide. So let me understand a couple things. Do you have a minimum investment size? Have you set that?
Yeah, so the minimum investment size is $250 for
okay.
non-lead. Yeah, and then it'll be 50% of the round if you're leading.
And you said you do have a lead for this round?
Yeah, we don't have anybody committed, but we are in the conversations with 3 potential leads. So these are all sizable funds that have over 100 million to invest. They're all on their 3rd fund or later. And, we're in various stages with them, but we're all past the first stage with them. So they're looking
And do you have a sense of what your pre or post money value on this 7 million you want?
Yeah. So, just like following kind of good best practice for founders, we don't want to give up too much more than 20% of the company. So ideally we're at 28 pre, 35 post. That gives up 20% for the new investors, and it converts all the safe notes into equity holders.
Now, one thing we didn't talk about, you did say that you're going to use this money to get to that next milestone on that additional product. Where are you in terms of peak negative cash flow, in terms of getting to break even? I mean, as an investor, one of the things, you're driving revenue, you've got a customer base, less than 2% churn. That's fantastic. But, the markets out there are kind of up and down. So the quicker you can get to cash flow break even, the more secure I feel about giving you my cash. So where are you in that process?
Yeah. I mean, in December, we were 10K from break even, just on a money out the door, money in the door. So if we wanted to be profitable, we could do that in this calendar year, 2024. The other thing that I'm not, putting on here, where I said marketing spend, it's our business is really simple. We need 3,000 leads with a 35% show up rate and a 35% close rate to get to 5 million annual recurring revenue. And if we do that, we'll be profitable this year based on our hiring plan and based on our growth trajectory.
And how are you finding your leads?
Yeah. So
who's your prototypical company? I saw the influencers, but let's talk about sort of companies out there.
Yeah. So, how how we get our leads, like from a channels perspective, is we eat our own dog food. So 50% of our leads come from newsletters that we operate, where we're effectively just prompting them to book demos. And the other 50% breaks down effectively across partners. So 30% of the remaining 50% of all leads is partners. So we've gone out and formed strategic partnerships with people that promote us to their audience. They're also customers of ours, so there's a good symbiotic relationship there. The rest has been direct outreach, so just actually reaching out to people directly. In October, we started buying ads for the first time, and it's early days, so we're spending about $12,000 a month on advertising. We'd like to get that number up to 40 or 50, and we think paid traffic gets us 50% of the leads we need to grab in 2024. But so far so good. We had a 2.4 return on ad spend, right? Which in every dollar you put in, you get $2.40 back in December. So good early traction on the paid ads.
I want my money out at some point. How do I get liquidity on this company?
Yeah, very good.
What's your plan?
Yeah, so I think I'd love to be able to say, hey, we're going to ride this thing all the way to unicorn status and take it public. And I do think there's plenty of surface area to do that. I think the far more likely scenario is we crest 2 separate milestones and highly likely to be acquired. So the first one is 10 million in annual recurring revenue. I think that's where people would entertain offers. Right now, we're doing some research, and you're probably aware of this because this is your space. If you're in that seed plus the Series A space, top line revenue valuations are something like 8x right now. So if you think about 10 million times 8, that'd be an $80 million exit. I don't think that's good enough for like what we want to deliver to our investors. So we would probably punch up to the next revenue metric, which is 30 million. And at that stage, the valuations get the revenue multiples are a little bit higher. They're more like 9x. And so we think that as we move in and this adaptive learning really takes shape, that, like an Active Campaign or a HubSpot or a Salesforce or another CRM that isn't as innovative, isn't as fast, will buy us for a couple of reasons. Number one, for the underlying technology. Number two, for the revenue. Number three, because they can cross-sell what we have to the upper mid-market, where most of these folks, they focus on a slightly larger customer base. We think it'd be really powerful to move what we have and just cross-sell it into their existing customer stack. So that's what we think is the most likely scenario, but we're prepared to go the distance.
I love that. And again, we talked about this in the course, right? An investor is going to want to understand, how they get liquidity. It's either going to be from a public offering or likely an acquisition or from dividends. And I agree when I think about Daily.ai, if Joe were to say, we're going to ride this all the way to a public offering, I have a far less confidence than believing it could be exited. What's your time frame? I'm going to come back at you and say, okay, great, a sale when you reach a $10 or $30 million annual rate of annual sales. What's that time frame? When does your hockey stick reach that point?
Yeah, so our conservative estimate for revenue this year is 5, but our stretch goal is 10. Last year, when we started the year with very little MRR and a lot to figure out, I said, let's make our goal 100K in MRR. And we had no idea how we're going to get there. I think there's plenty of paths to get to 10 this year, but let's just be conservative and say we get to 10 by summer of 25. And I think once you're at 10 and the revenue engine is going, the jump from 10 to 30 it's a lot less, right? So I think we can get there in a year. So call that the summer of 26.
And that's believable. And all of a sudden I'm thinking, okay, if I come in as an investor now, I have a chance 2 years from now to exit my investment. I think, what are you probably offering, a 10x return?
That's the goal. I mean, if I'm investing, I'd want a 10x return. So that's kind of what I'm trying to architect. That's what I'd be listening for, at least.
All right. Last question for you here, Joe, and appreciate your time very much, which is, where are you finding your investors? What kind of investors are you going after at a C+ level? Are these individuals? Are they venture funds? Sort of give those watching this course the experience. Now, you've done this a number of times. Yeah. So where are you finding them?
Yeah. So we're mostly going after institutions, and what we're looking for. So we make a big giant list of everyone that we know through our personal network and who we can find on the internet. And what we want to figure out is this their first fund or like their second or third fund? And we really want to work with someone where it's like their third fund and they've got a lot of money, like 100 million or more to deploy. Because if we need to raise again, they have a vested interest to double down and come back and exercise their pro rata rights. Also,
by the way, can I just, a great investor
is someone who, when they put their money into you, they are going to support you as much as they can. They're not going to let you fail. And I'm seeing this right now in my bold hat on, especially in the biotech industry where, prices of things failed, people are running out of money. They got a great product, a great service. It's like we need to help prop them up until they can get to cash flow break even or positive. So you're searching for second and third funds. All of this is accessible in the materials that we've given everybody at $100 million. Why $100 million?
At $100 million on your third fund, you've in some ways VCs are a bit like us, but they're raising from LPs, right? They're out shaking their tin cup and their deck and their stick, right? At third fund at $100 million, it's highly unlikely that you don't have very good institutional money, like a CalPERS or like a very deep pockets. They're willing to, same thing, like want to keep re-upping in your fund. Whereas, if it's your first fund and you're not quite not because most funds are 100 million, but if it's your first fund, I don't even know if you're going to survive as a VC, right?
Yeah, a lot of VCs there's a huge failure rate on VCs over the last year. So do you know these venture funds? How are you approaching them? Are you emailing them cold? Are you going through LinkedIn to get to friends? Once you've made your list, and are you mostly going domestic? Are you going, what's the filter by which you're selecting your targets, and how many targets are you selecting?
Yeah, good question. So we got a big list of people that we want to be in touch with.
How big?
About 50 firms.
Okay.
And then we screen for maturity of the fund. And the second thing we screen for is, do they know anything about go-to-market? That's what VCs call sales and marketing. Because you know anything about sales and marketing, you may not know our business, but you certainly can't help us as much as where we think we need the most help. And then from there, I try not to, at this stage of our business and in my career, I try not to go in cold. And I usually have if I go on LinkedIn and just poke around and find people, I can find someone who knows someone who knows someone. I'd rather spend a little bit of elbow grease to try to get those connections and build that relationship and get a direct introduction where somebody can give me a full body referral, right? Mm-hmm. So I have a friend named Ben Hinman. He started a company called Summit Series, and I'm really good friends with Ben. I'm in a men's group with him. And I just asked him hey, who are your favorite investors of all time? Because he's a multiple time founder. And he introduced me to this fund in Boston, Data Point Capital. I've never heard of them, but they're they're on their third fund. They've got well over 100 million to invest. And they're awesome. They're very founder friendly, and they know a lot about go-to-market. So I do stuff like that. And then I add them to the list. We vet them, and I try to get an introduction. And then what Ben does is Ben says, hey, I know Joe. I'm a customer of Daily.ai. And this guy is an extraordinary operator. And I'm a customer of the product, so I'm a fan. You should definitely talk to him. And he'll come back to me and say, XYZ partner in this fund is very founder friendly. He's one of my favorite human beings. You guys should chat. So there's a lot of built up momentum. So it's not adversarial where I'm pitching and they're trying to poke holes. We're just having a conversation, and it's a lot more collaborative. I want to work backwards from that scenario. How can I create the conditions for that? So if I'm going cold, I can't do that. If I'm not getting a referral, I can't do that. So that's what we do. I try to build the relationships and then get those conditions met so we can have a collaborative discussion. So if it's not a fit, they'll just tell me. They won't play hide the ball and jerk me around, or they
waste your time.
Some VCs, and God bless VCs, we love them, we need them in the ecosystem, but they get this smug, arrogant prick hole poking mode. We can just avoid all that. If it's not a fit, we'll all move on and live our lives. And so that's what I'm trying to optimize for. So it's not this combative conversation. It's collaborative.
I love that. How about going to ultra high net worth individuals, family offices? Are you pursuing them as well?
Yeah. So our kind of hit list is VCs. We want a good lead that can follow on, and their reputation means something.
And by the way, the reason for a VC as a lead versus an individual, I think we've discussed this, but a VC can come back and back and back, and they have an entire network of fellow investors that they can bring in at the next round, or even in this round, right? Once you land your lead, will you expect them to help you close the rest?
Yep, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. So that's why I like VCs. Plus, they have the best diligence. For example, I've heard that Lightspeed Capital, they only do 12 deals a year, and they've got like 15 partners. So you don't bring a deal. If you fail that deal, you're failing as a partner. So they do a lot of diligence, and everyone else knows that. There's a lot of people with money that go, oh, if Lightspeed's in, they're so thorough. I'm happy to put my 500K in or whatever. And they kind of have a network that helps with that. So you don't really get that as much with family offices. Great money, good diligence, a little bit shorter cycle to get their money, but you don't get the connections, you don't get the assets, you don't get like these follow-on, the excitement follow-on. And that's the same thing that's true with high net worth individuals, with some exceptions, like if Sergey Brin puts money in, or like the director of GIC, the largest sovereign wealth fund in the world, puts money in, then that's different, but if it's like, real estate, rich uncle real estate Bob, he doesn't get his people as excited, but their money spends the same. So there's just degrees of like, what ancillary benefits does this person or institution provide that's going to make this fundraising thing close up faster? Because the longer I'm fundraising, every ounce of energy that I'm putting into that, I'm not putting into, getting my team excited, getting in front of customers, hiring the right people, and growing my business.
So actually, let's close on that. Fundraising has energy and momentum. It has a cost for fundraising as well on what you just said. You're not running your business and you're not running your team. Can you speak about your desire to compress this in time and to make this happen? Talk about that for a moment.
Yeah. So before we do the raise, I asked myself, what needs to be true to close this round in 6 weeks? Because beyond 6 weeks, I don't want to spend any more time fundraising than that this year. So it's like, we have a lot to do. So I just try to architect it. And I tell the in funds, like, if your diligence process is longer than 6 weeks, then it's not going to work. Like, I'm being very firm on that. I also make it clear that like, I don't need your money, and I'm happy to go take a family office's check if it's going to take more than 6 weeks, because I really need that momentum in my business. And so, yeah, the first thing is I just set a timeline and I try to hold that boundary, which is like, when early in my career, when I didn't know anything about fundraising and didn't have as much confidence, I was very loose on my timelines. It was like, oh, cool, we'll spend all year raising this round. And it's like, no, like, that's a major distraction. And, just drawing a line around what you're trying to do, I think is really powerful, because it signals to people, this is my first walk around the block. I know what I'm doing. I'm at least partially in control here, and I don't need you. And, the other way I think about, Peter, is like, the person who's in love the least has the most control in the relationship. So if I'm like hungry for your money and leaning in and I'm like, please, then like I have no power. But if I don't need you and I don't, I can hold
never look desperate.
Yeah, exactly. So so I just try to architect those kind of conditions where I can be in love the least authentically and not come off desperate. Yeah. So we can close it quick. Yeah.
Amazing. Joe Stolte, CEO of Daily.ai. And by the way, if folks who in the Fund Your Purpose course are building a company that could use Daily.ai, how do they make an appointment to get a free test run?
Yeah. So you can go to daily.ai.com and sign up for a demo. It's very, very, very simple, very straightforward. And if you go through the process and you tell the person that you talk to that you'd like to use discount code PETER30, we'll give you a 30% off discount on any of our pricing plans, regardless of where you're at on your journey.
That's amazing. And the website again for booking that?
Daily.ai, www.daily.ai.
I think you said daily.ai.com. So daily.ai.
Just daily.ai. No dot.
All right. Awesome. All right, guys. I hope you enjoyed that. A master fundraiser, Joe Stolte. Thank you, Joe. And now let's go to our next CEO journey on Fundraising 101. Welcome back to Fund Your Purpose. I'm here with an extraordinary CEO, Ben Lamb. I've known Ben now for the better part of 3+ years. And when I say he's one of the most amazing CEOs, you'll understand why. He's also an incredible fundraiser. Ben, good to have you here. Thanks for giving us your time.
Yeah, thanks so much for being involved, and thanks for the kind words.
Yeah, so just in full disclosure, I am both an investor and an advisor to Ben's company called Colossal. And you may have heard of Colossal. It took the news by storm over the years. I'm going to start with the end point. The company has just recently raised $150 million at a $1.45 billion post-money valuation, which is amazing, especially during the time period of 2023 when you raised that money, when no one was getting any money. But what I'd love you to do, because people watching this program are mostly at the beginning of their company, beginning of their fundraising efforts. I want you to go back to the beginning of Colossal where I believe you were raising $8 million at a 30 million cap. I was an advisor. I was through Bold, one of the early investors too. But just for folks who heard this and see the numbers, went from a 8 million and 30 million cap to 1.45 billion valuation in 3 years, which is lightning in a bottle. And so, if you don't mind, I'm your venture capitalist today. Let's go back in time 3 years, and I'd love to see you share your presentation, how you presented it, because it's also a moonshot, big, crazy idea. So again, hats off to you. Let's go back in time and share the experience.
Yeah, well, it's been a moment, and I feel like it's been a lifetime for us since we started this business. But I will share my screen. Full disclosure, I haven't done the original pitch in 3 years. So it has changed a little bit, and I haven't seen this deck until you, Peter, asked me 5 minutes ago to pull the deck up. But we will give it a whirl. And so my big thing, I guess, before I get started, Peter, is like, I'm a big believer, obviously, in entrepreneurship. My whole background is in building technology companies with much smarter people than me. And this is my true first moonshot. Most of my businesses were very static. They went the same process. You build the business plan, you go. This was one where, it was a big idea. It was, it's been an incredible journey so far, and we think there's a lot more to come, including the mammoths, because we don't have them yet. But this has been one of those things where on day one, we didn't have all the answers. And I don't know if every entrepreneur that does moonshot has all the answers, but this is how we took it. And so,
and if you don't mind coming into your first meetings here, I want you to go back to that mindset. Are you, who are you bringing with you? Yeah. And are you presenting your success stories in the past? How are you opening up?
Yeah, so I'll start it, and just to frame it, this is late 2020 is when we started having the conversations. Early 2021 is when we officially started capital raising. So that was still in a world where people didn't want to be together and be in the room. So it was mostly just me on a Zoom, right? And I'm a very in-person person. So the whole concept of COVID and this distributed world that we now pseudo live in has been a challenge. It was a learning curve for me. So the framing is early 2021 by myself and through Zoom. So trying to keep the attention through Zoom. So with that, I'll get started. So, I always start and say, hi, my name is Ben. I'm a serial entrepreneur that's had 4 exits to date. I'm currently running a defense company that's doing over $50 million in revenue. But I'm leaving that to start the world's first de-extinction company with one of the most brilliant minds in synthetic biology of all time.
So as soon as you've said that, right? So I know a lot about you in that first minute of introduction, right? You're a serial entrepreneur. You haven't given us the exits in terms of the sort of the success ratios of what you had, but it's still pretty extraordinary. And you run a $50 million company, so you're credentialed off the bat. Which when you're taking a big moonshot risk, having that credentialing is important. So you might not start a de-extinction company as your first company out of college, so to speak.
I don't know if I would have been able to start my first one out of college, but I also will say that, I always started like that because I wanted people to know that I was willing to give up a successful business to go all in the line on this.
Super important.
That is early feedback I got, Peter. I had a handful of my closest investors saying, after I gave the pitch, they're like, this is ludicrous. You shouldn't do this. You're going to ruin your career. But if you want to start a software company instead, and you just want to do another software company and leave your current software company, I'm happy to support that. So jumping back in. And so I put this up because this is the true, point. Like, when was the last time you invested in something that actually changed the world for the better, right? We all invest in companies. I've built a handful of software companies. They've created lots of value for investors. They've created interesting solutions to the world, but they weren't really step function change. And I've always said I wanted to change the world, but I really just built companies that had good cultures and solved problems, but I ultimately never really changed the world, especially for the better. I really just created great companies, but not all great companies do change the world for the better. And so this is a challenge to myself, and this is a challenge to you as a potential investor, is like, when was the last time that was the mandate and not just on a return? So let me tell you a little bit about Najid and Fatu. I'm sure you've heard of the northern white rhinos, but what I don't think you've heard of is that they are functionally extinct. You know, people are working to save them. Some people probably know that they are actually both female. What functionally extinct means is there's not currently the technologies to save them. And on their own regards, they will not be able to breed because they're two females. And so we as humanity have completely eviscerated this species. And you are looking at one of the last pictures of the last species unless we actually intervene. And so what's interesting about that, oh, sorry, Ben.
I was just going to say, Ben, what you did beautifully there is get into storytelling right away. You've captured my mind and my heart, and we receive in story. So jumping with a great story is awesome.
And it's also a connection to nature, right? Because I'm building a nature-based company. It's like, if our current technologies, which will not work for the northern white rhino, fail, they are extinct. That's something that mankind has done, and there's not a solution. So this is, I think it's even a step beyond storytelling. We're making it, I'm trying to connect to the audience of like, you've heard this story of these northern rhinos, meet them. Like, they're about to be gone, and this may be the only time you have a chance to play a part. And so extinction is a major problem. It's a colossal problem facing the world. And, Najid and Fatu are not alone. And what's crazy is that the world thinks, and what's interesting, Peter, so one side note, we at the time predicted, so these are all, I'm a big believer in sources. When you put stats, you shouldn't, this is just my belief. When you put a stat out there, you should source it unless you were the expert that did the research to show it. At the time, this is what's crazy about what's happened in 3 years. At the time, I was like, experts predict that over 10% of biodiversity will be gone by 2050. You know what's terrifying? That number is now 50%. So when I did the original pitch, it was 10%. So I almost said 50% because now I tell people about 50%. It's actually, it has accelerated beyond some of the most grave issues. And so what's interesting is that loss of biodiversity is actually up to a $500 billion problem, and it actually contributes to climate change and climate warning. And so what I was trying to do with this slide was make people realize that if you thought about 10% of life on Earth being completely gone, that's a bad thing, right? No matter, like, you don't have to know the ecology and you don't need to know the system. You know that that's a bad thing. And it's not something that's just an emotional thing. It's something that countries are now paying attention to. So countries actually recognize biodiversity right next to man-made climate change as two of the biggest existential threats that most countries around the world completely agree on. And they're starting to work with the United Nations and across borders, even with countries that don't even like to work with each other, to actually build biodiversity offsets, carbon credits to support biodiversity, and build full programs around Eden bonds and green bonds to actually save biodiversity. The crisis is so bad that countries are now pouring in funding to support initiatives to save biodiversity because modern conservation just doesn't work.
So this is where Ben's saying the why this, right? Why this and why now is being answered by these slides.
And so what is the solution that we are proposing? We're proposing to build a de-extinction lab and library that brings back the woolly mammoth. Why the woolly mammoth? Not just because it's iconic and it's big and it's interesting, but humanity needs a rally cry. I just showed you pictures of the northern white rhino, and everyone knows they are functionally extinct and heading to extinction, but that's not enough for people to really rally behind it. If we can bring back the woolly mammoth and successfully rewild it back into the wild, an animal that's been dead for over 3,500 years, since the time that mankind was building the pyramids, then we can leverage those technologies to save critically endangered species today. And this is a rally cry that humanity can get behind. And it will also create a birth of a lot of other technologies, including that will empower us to do species replacement, add genetic diversity into existing critically endangered species, and biobank the critical species that exist today. So the infrastructure or system that we are building to bring back the mammoth will absolutely change how we think about conservation and biodiversity loss. And so with that, it's not only it's not only this incredible opportunity to bring back biodiversity that has been lost, like the woolly mammoth, but it's also not an opportunity to save existing biodiversity, but it's also a genetic story. And so fundamental to the success of bringing back the mammoth and saving the other species is genetics. It's not protecting land. It's not creating vaccines. It's actually not just stopping poaching, but it's a genetic story. So Colossal will build the first genetically modified organism that goes back into the wild, leveraging CRISPR and other tools and technologies, which are extremely cutting edge for genome engineering. And on that path, we'll actually develop new technologies that can create monetization opportunities for our investors.
Beautiful.
And so while de-extinction is our North Star, and the success and the R&D and the breakthrough of bringing back the mammoth is our North Star, this will give rise not only to technologies in wetware in the lab, this will give opportunities to educate the world through docuseries, through movies, through games, through edutainment. All of the major studios like Disney and Nat Geo and Netflix love the idea of nature-based documentaries. They love the idea of cutting-edge science. So if we can bring that together, not only are we building a company that can help biodiversity and help the world, we're building a company that can build technologies like CRISPR software and others, as well as genome editing tools. But we also have an opportunity to inspire the next generation. And so for us, Colossal is the perfect Venn diagram of value creation for our investors, impact for the world, and inspiration for the next generation of moonshot creators that can actually make a difference for this planet. And so with that, what are the types of technologies that can come from this? Technologies like artificial wombs and even the sub-pieces of artificial wombs so that can be created. There are no real science gates in actually doing this, which I'll show you shortly. There's actually just big engineering challenges. And if we can marry strong engineering with strong science and artificial intelligence and software, we can build tools and technologies that make us better at genome engineering. We can biobank and build systems to protect life on Earth externally, like for critically endangered species. We can also build artificial technologies like artificial wombs that will allow us to grow anything from humans to extinct species to critically endangered species to even new humane ways of growing food sources like cattle, fully ex utero, fully in environmentally safe systems that have a negative impact on climate. So the path to the mammoth will revolutionize different categories from software, wetware, all the way to hardware innovation.
So Ben, you're at this point, you're sharing with everybody the various business models and revenue engines and products and services that are being sort of hooked onto this massive moonshot. And do you think that was needed for you back then? Do you think that the audacity of de-extinction was so big that people needed to know there's other real lower hanging fruit revenue engines?
I think that about 50% of the people looked at it as binary. If you can bring back mammoth or even another extinct species, you've invented technologies and you've built a brand that's worth tens of billions of dollars. I'd say that's probably 50%. The other 50% that came in did not grill us on the technologies or the full model, but I think they appreciated that we're at least saying, here's areas that we have to innovate in, not necessarily invent, but truly innovate in and take something that exists and make it even better and more efficient. And everyone knows there's lots of opportunities for technology just to innovate in. So we try to tell the story not of science gates or these we don't have to solve faster than light travel or cold fusion to do what we're doing. But we did have to make really strong innovation leaps in a couple of different key verticals. And I think that about half of our early investors just appreciated that, it was very, very early, but we knew where were the gold mines at, even if we can precisely tell you how much gold was in those mines.
Got it. Please continue.
So who is doing this? Who is my co-founder? How are we thinking about this? Meet George Church. If you don't know George, George is, arguably the father of synthetic biology, runs genetics at Harvard, was one of the first people to ever leverage CRISPR, and it actually was the first to publish even before Downa and many others out there. And he's been seen as the leader in next genome sequencing, next genome writing, and he actually holds the record for multiplex editing and editing more DNA edits in a single cell than any other lab in the entire world.
So so George is amazing. What is his official, he's a founder and your science lead. How important would you say on a 10 scale was George to being able to fund this company?
I would say for me, given I don't have a science background, right? I just know how to build teams of much smarter women and men than me. I would say it was critical, 99%.
Yeah. So I just want to point out, you as the entrepreneur don't need to be the technologist or the scientist or the coder. You can be a great storyteller, a great entrepreneur, leader, an aggregator of talent, and have someone like Dr. George Church, who is beyond reproach in this area. And the other thing I think that's fascinating is George is not full-time. He's a fraction of his time, but yet that fraction was sufficient to credential this.
Yeah, and I think that George in the early days, not just endorsing the company, and people knew that he was excited about this because he'd been talking about it for years and years. But another really important thing about George's involvement is George was willing to talk to investors. We actually did put him on many investor calls. I tried to be very respectful of his time. But when he got asked about it, even just to ping an email, he's like, this is 100% possible. And it's really just a focus and funding problem. And I believe that Ben is the right person, to go lead this, and I will support him in it. And so,
amazing.
So George was absolutely critical kind of in that. And so in case people didn't know George, I didn't go into, but George isn't just this incredible scientist. George is also a biotech entrepreneur. He's built numerous genetic related technologies companies that have gone, some have been sold for tens of millions of dollars, some have been sold for hundreds of millions of dollars, and he's already built some that are multi-billion-dollar companies. He has one of the most prolific labs in the entire world, and so many people from all over the world, the best scientific minds of the future, are going to George's lab, not to just learn from George, but to build companies with George. And so he's not just an incredible scientist, he's an incredible genetics businessman and biotech entrepreneur.
Amen.
And I don't have quite the credentials of George, but my background is really just working with much smarter women and men than me in building teams and helping set that vision. And so while I don't have a science background, I've worked in a myriad of different categories and worked and been successful across everything from instructional design and e-learning to mobile app platforms, to AI and gaming, to conversational intelligence. Fast forward now, we call it large language models. At the time, we called it conversational intelligence. So we missed it by $70 billion. But we did have a great company called Conversable. And my most recent company that I'm currently running is a satellite software and defense company leveraging artificial intelligence at the intersection of critical infrastructure, space, and defense. And so before I started Hypergiant, I had zero background in defense. I had zero background in infrastructure. I had zero background in space. And so, but I knew that building technologies to solve these archaic problems in these legacy systems was something that we needed to leverage next-gen interfaces, coupled with, omni-channel presence, showing everything from a command center to a Humvee, all the way into heads-up displays, all the way up into satellites, and be able to collate that data and give decisions to a major energy command center or a warfighter in real time. And you can only do that through automation and AI. And so I leveraged my background in artificial intelligence to build a defense company that had a very large focus on space, on the space aspects of our defense business, and I knew nothing about it before. And so, so just so everyone knows, I tell that story about Hypergiant because I wanted people to know that I don't have to be a biologist to build a biology company.
Amazing.
And I have an incredible team of advisors, starting with most prolific, most good-looking on the left, and then working down the line. And these are folks that have built. Some of these are on the boards of Pfizer and Eli Lilly. Some of these are funded by the Gates Foundation. Multiple entrepreneurs here that built multiple moonshot companies. So even though we're early, we're already surrounding ourselves with leaders that can help mentor and support us and open up doors, because Colossal is not George's company. It's not my company. It is an opportunity that will change the entire world, and the world will never be the same if we are successful in the mammoth and some of the other species that we're planning. And that takes more than inside the gates of Colossal. We have to go outside and build a world-renowned advisory board that can help us on that journey. And so, interestingly enough, fast forward today, we have an executive advisory board with Peter's on. We have a conservation advisory board. We're about to launch an indigenous board. We have a youth advisory board because we want to listen to the youth, and then we have our scientific advisory board. We actually have over 75 people on our various different boards that help us all over the world. And so we have a whole team that helps leverage our connections through our advisory boards to execute and activate across the world.
Ben, I love it. And one of the things we've talked about in this course is the importance of advisors to create credibility and super credibility by surrounding yourself with those individuals. So you've done it in a beautiful fashion.
And so I like to put this in here. I highlighted at the beginning, but to your question earlier about monetization is, we did say that there is a 3-phase monetization plan. So just letting them know that we kind of set the art of the possible up front, but then we wanted to layer it in phases where people knew that we could be focused. So we said this is actually a 3-phase monetization plan. Phase 1 is media and licensing. People are going to be excited about the story. People are going to be excited about the opportunity. Brands are going to want to partner with us. And so we're going to build that first, which will actually not only let us monetize, but it'll actually help us recruit even more. 2, we're going to leverage those technologies that we develop on the path, which we've already started to do. And then long-term with our success, we're going to work with governments, indigenous peoples, and private landowners to rewild the species and get government subsidies and offsets around that. So what I wanted to show with this, Peter, was really the high-level buckets we hit on earlier. I wanted to bring it back at the end of the presentation and show that it is a phased approach, and we can start now. And just so you and the rest of the team knows how we're executing on this, we've just signed or I guess in September, we're announcing it actually next week, a Oscar award-winning nature documentarian who people are calling the next David Attenborough for a 5-year deal. We're working with one of the largest car companies in the world that wants to be the official car of Colossal. And we're building out with several different celebrities a couple of consumer education products that will hopefully inspire kids and also generate revenue for Colossal. And then we have spun out our first technology company, Form Bio, which is a CRISPR-related software and research tool that's already doing 7 figures in ARR in its first year and a half. So we're showing the progress. So I'm giving you guys kind of updates on the progress that we have made towards this vision. And last and certainly not least, how big the consumer market is around environmental and animal content. More people watch animal-related content than any other content. So we wanted just to kind of show that, given that it was our first peer. And so lastly, where are we on this journey to change the world and really make history? It's a 10-step process. We've mapped the Asian elephant genome. We've identified the traits. We've already collected the tissues. George has already started to leverage CRISPR to build out the guides in his lab. And now we need to start the process of transfection and implementing those guides. Then there's an entire process of verifying the edits that have made, verifying the traits. We have to solve some challenges around embryology and then implantation, and then there's 22 months of gestation. And so the reason why I end with this is I wanted people to know that even though this is a very simple slide, we have an entire data room that had a pretty detailed breakdown of these 10 steps. But for the initial investor, I wanted them to see this isn't just an idea. There has been actual progress to this, and we have a roadmap. We're not there, and we don't have a mammoth yet, but we have actually started the process, and we are in the editing phase.
Amazing. And this is a confidence-building set of slides here. This is letting people understand, the path, and you're on the path going forward.
Yeah. And then I end with this, and then just kind of open it up to questions.
Amazing. I'm curious. First of all, it succeeded. Congratulations. And it's been an epic ride to going from raising 8 million to 150 million and going from a $30 million.
225 total to date.
225 total. Amazing. What was your biggest doubter or complaint, or what was it that you'd get hit with that would prevent someone
It really came down to, I'd say 90% of the no's, and we got a lot of no's, came down to two things. It was 100% binary. The biotech investors that we went to, we had to be really thoughtful about who we went to, because the biotech investors were like, we could validate the science and we believe you, but when does the mammoth go through phase 1 clinical trials? And it's like, so we lost them because they're like, it does not compute. Like
they're so stuck in their ways.
Yeah. I mean, I won't say who, but an investor who I love and I really wanted in this business is like, this sounds like a nonprofit. I love it. And I believe you'll be successful, but I can't invest in this. So like, no, this is actually a pretty big business. And then the people that saw the opportunity in the entertainment aspects and saw the opportunity for, building like a Disney around de-extinction level company, they didn't know if it was possible. So they knew of George and they can talk to George, but they were like, we're not scientists. So we really had to find people like you and Bold and people like Jazz Ventures and people that you also introduced me to and people like Thomas Tull and many others and Jim Breyer that could think on the event horizon that we needed to think on, because this isn't a 24-month blip. Could also think about the impacts but could also kind of bridge the science and the business. So it was pretty binary. Half the people that believed we could do it didn't know how we could make money. Half the people said, if you do it, this is $1 trillion, but we don't know if you can do it. I'd say that was probably 90%. And then 10% were, we don't know how we feel about it. Like we kind of like it. We kind of believe it. A very large investor that you introduced me to that did not come in the early days. That's one of the most successful entrepreneurs in software of all time. I wanted incredibly badly. And his family office was like, I don't know how we feel about it. Like, is this a good thing? Do we feel good about it? We agree that saving species is important. We agree we need new technologies, but how do we feel about mammoths? And so there was about a 10% that just had an emotional connection one way or the other.
I think one of the lessons that's important as an entrepreneur to learn is just because you get a number of early no's doesn't mean you have a bad business plan, doesn't mean you have a bad idea. It means that it's not right for that investor.
Yeah.
And how did you go about, was it networking from one investor to another? Was it your previous experience? Was it, how did you find the investors who turned out to be the most beneficial and supportive?
Well, I think that we really did a good job of aligning. I went to a couple of consumer investors like Thomas Tull so Thomas has done consumer and tech, and I was like, given that this is
who is Thomas Tull for those who don't know?
So Thomas is arguably I would say one of the most successful businessmen in America. He founded Legendary Pictures. We built an entire movie business. People know him from like Godzilla and Jurassic World and all of that stuff. But he actually built, most people don't know this, he actually built Legendary Pictures on the backs of technologies. So he actually has a background in physics, and he went out to Hollywood and he actually built an entire technology company and actually looked at all of this data that actually helped inform what movies they were going to launch. So it wasn't just this like random Hollywood thing. After he did that, he started a handful of other companies, including he helped build a company that at the height of the pandemic went public, which was like the Nike of scrubs for like $7 billion. So, he built consumer businesses, he built technology businesses. He's an incredibly passionate technology data guy. So finding people like him and also people like Jim Breyer, who built Excel and many others. Jim, had built everything from like helped build Walmart.com and helped build Facebook, but also to like help build Marvel Entertainment. So finding these like convergent players was key, and then helping us, open and look. Like, I'm not just saying this because we're friends, but I mean, you were really helpful. Like, you were our first introduction. You were like, I'm in. I wanted to do something like this with George for a long time. You're now building the business. I believe in you, and you opened up the door and really helped get us. You helped us with Jazz. You helped us with many of our early investors, and so I think our early advisors and early investors really filled the round in the early days, and then the momentum took us from there.
Amazing. I'm curious, how did you meet Thomas Tull? Thomas, are you able to say how much Thomas has put in?
He is our largest investor.
Okay, we'll leave it there. How did you meet Thomas?
I met him through Animal Capital. So Marshall and those guys were friends with him. They saw this. He's an LP in their fund, and he's like, "You got to meet Thomas." And
so, just one of the things that's important here is getting investors in opens the door to other investors, to their LPs, to the people who invested in those venture funds, and to venture funds they co-invest with. It is your job to be a power networker, and man, oh man, Ben, you are a incredible power networker. I always answer the phone whenever you call. It's like, what is Ben going to tell you about today?
You do, or you send me an immediate voice note saying, "I'll call you back." And so and then Tony Robbins was my previous business, and then I got the connection. So my grandmother always taught me, you don't get anything you don't ask for. So, I mean, Peter, you know this, the painful way is like, I'll be like, "Hey, can you make an introduction to this? Hey, can you put money into this? Hey, can you do it?" So I'm not afraid to be told no. I just you just don't know until you get asked. You just got to ask people for stuff.
There's another thing, Ben, about you is your level of enthusiasm. So watching Ben here present this and just hearing our conversation, it's an infectious level of enthusiasm, and that optimism, leads someone to believe in you and want, and like you. It's, I think being liked and being optimistic and having people believe in you is like, if they don't have that, why would they invest in you?
Yeah, I think I really do subscribe to your worldview of abundance thinking. Like, we don't have flying cars and all these things because people just aren't passionately focusing on it. We have flying cars. We have eVTOLs. Yeah, but we don't have them at the scale we need them, right?
Okay.
And it's so if we could have women and men like that are doing more and more moonshots, what I'll tell you is after Colossal, like whether we are the most colossal success or the biggest colossal failure, I won't ever do anything that's not a moonshot again.
You've set me up for that, right? I was just speaking with Mark Laurie, who started Jet.com and was head of digital at Walmart, and has now got his big project called Wonder. And we were talking about the fact that it's not worth doing anything small. That going big. So what I want to close on a piece of advice. If someone has a big vision, but they're early in their career, they haven't built 3 or 4 success stories, they're not driving 50 million in revenue, but they have a big vision. What's your advice to them? Should they do some smaller things first, or what?
I believe everything happens for a reason. So that was my path, but I don't think that you have to just follow your conviction, right? It's like, there are people that have never built a couple companies. Like, I do feel like while I learned a lot, I wasted half a large portion of my life on those things. And I wish I would have gotten to these things bigger. If you have the conviction, I would say just don't stop, because whether you're starting a small business or a giant business, you're going to have tons of problems along the way, and you're going to get told no every single day. And every single day is going to be hard on some level. But if you can rally and find incredible people to support that vision, even if you don't have the money, that's where to start. I had several people, George, one of our first employees at Colossal, that told me I should do this. So it's like I had people around me that like really supported the idea. And so if you can rally support, you can rally the money eventually.
Yeah, it's getting the right community around you, getting the right nest to build your idea in. Because if you're going for anything big and bold, and you're in a community that's telling you it's a crazy idea, it'll never work, you can't defend yourself against that.
And that doesn't, and that echo chamber is not helpful, right? So you want to be near people that inspire. And what I will tell you, in my experience, regardless where I was in my career, I always sought out incredible mentors and advisors and I have found that people that were incredibly established, they will listen to you if you have big ideas and you're passionate and you have goals. I do agree that passion sells more than even good ideas. And so if you're passionate, I've been very blessed that I've had some of the greatest mentors ever that have helped support me to get me where I am. But it's because I went to them and I sought them and I was consistent and I stayed with it. And I think that if you do that, you will have people that you may be surprised at their level at the time will support you. And that's been a big saving grace for me.
Ben Lamb, CEO of Colossal. As I've said, you're an extraordinary
entrepreneur and a dear friend, and I appreciate you. Thank you for all you're doing, pal.
Thank you, Peter.
Hey everybody, welcome to our third and final pitch session. This one is with Josh Tetrick, the CEO of Just. He's an extraordinary entrepreneur and really one of the best storytellers I've ever met. Full disclosure, I'm an advisor to Just and super excited about what they're doing in the world. Before we go into his pitch session, I want to share with you a clip from my Moonshot podcast I did with him, where he explains what Just is, a little bit more about himself. What I want you to pay attention to is his ability to story tell. It's extraordinary. And after that, we'll go into his pitch. Everybody, Peter here. Welcome to Moonshots. I'm here with a dear friend, a brilliant entrepreneur, Josh Tetrick. Josh, good to see you, pal.
Hey, Peter. Good to see you.
Where on the planet are you today?
I am in the East Bay in Alameda, California. So Alameda is where our headquarters is based.
Is it exactly where it was last time? Has it grown and expanded into new territories?
It has, yeah. It's grown and expanded. Yeah. So we started off in a studio apartment in Southern California. Then we moved to a garage in the Mission in San Francisco. Then we moved to the last place that you saw, which was an old bread company.
I remember that.
And now we've moved to Alameda, a little bit more professionalized, a little bit better lab infrastructure, our production facility, and a team of people who are making this happen.
You know, let's kick off with your moonshot, because it's an ambitious moonshot that in reality, billions of people around the world want you to succeed with. How would you describe your moonshot at Good Meat?
We want to make meat without the need to slaughter a single animal. We think the world's most consumed meat shouldn't require billions of animals, shouldn't require a third of our planet just to plant soybean corn to feed those animals. We think we can make meat in a smarter way, and that process is called cultivating meat instead of slaughtering meat.
Yeah, and it's a chance to reinvent what we humans have been doing for hundreds of thousands and millions of years. You know, I've often thought about the fact that just because we used to do something an old way for a long time doesn't mean it's the best way to do it. I don't think people realize the implications on every aspect of our lives and the environment of our food systems, our food economics. If you want to just jump in 1 second and talk about that.
Yeah, so we've, as a species, been eating animals for tens of thousands of years, first with a spear, and then really beginning in the 1950s, we began to mechanize, industrialize the process. There was a chicken farmer in Delaware who got an extra order of chickens, and she didn't have enough space for them outdoors. So she said, well, maybe I'll move them inside my house. And that was really the beginning of what we call conventional animal agriculture, where we could farm billions of animals to feed ourselves. The issue with that, though, is that about a third of our planet today is dedicated just to feeding those animals that we eat. So I'll say it again for your listeners, because it's a hard thing to really wrap one's brain around. A third of our planet is
like a third of the landmass of planet Earth.
1/3 of it. So, we see those potential sources of intelligent life that may or may not have been visiting us through the recent congressional investigations. Imagine them coming down here and doing a survey of the planet and them asking themselves, well, how are they using this planet? And one of the aliens tells the alien, what seems like a third of it is dedicated to this food. Well, is it for them? No, it's to feed the animals that they eat. And then, they probably then leave right away because they determine that we're not the most intelligent species. But that third of a planet that we use to feed the animals we eat, the total volume of that food is actually more than we feed the billion people who are going to bed hungry every single night.
It's insane.
Yeah, the second issue with the consumption of all these animals is that when we look at what is driving climate change, all of the billions of animals that are slaughtered for our consumption are responsible for more greenhouse gas emissions than all the transportation sources combined. So many of the soy and corn fields that are planted are where biodiverse rainforests used to stand, which are sucking in carbon from the atmosphere and helping to mitigate climate change. Third, the animals we eat are often packed body to body in small spaces, and that leads to a breeding ground of zoonotic diseases like a mad cow disease or like an avian flu. And then the last, thing, Peter, and this is the thing that resonates the most with me, not the most with investors or, my friends. I don't know why we have to cause any harm to any living thing if we don't absolutely have to.
It's fascinating. First of all, I love those three massively compelling reasons. I think along with the first reason you brought up is the fact that as people are moving out of extreme poverty to middle class, they all want higher and higher quality protein. And, who are we to say they can't, right? And if they can, then what do you clear cut more rainforests? Do you chop down, city buildings and plant crops there to feed them? We need to reinvent how we produce high quality protein for individuals.
Yeah, I spent a little bit of time in sub-Saharan Africa in one of the countries I worked in, Liberia, which is the third poorest country on the planet. These two security guards were outside the building I was working in. And every day when I would come in and leave, I'd say hi to them and we'd talk a lot about food. And I would notice that 29 out of the 30 days of the month, they would be eating corn, potatoes, cheap plant-based foods. And then one day of the month, and it was the day they got paid, they'd be eating chicken and beef. And I thought in that moment just how difficult the situation is, because I want them to get paid. I want them to get paid more. I want them to rise up the income ladder and have improved livelihoods. But as they do that, they're going to want to, just like us, consume more chicken and beef and pork and lamb and seafood. And how do we allow them to do that without creating the incredible pressure that it's placing on our health and our environment, our ocean ecosystems? And I think the way around it is, let's give folks the meat they want, but let's just make it in a different, better way.
Amen. I want to go back to that story you told about the woman bringing the chickens into the house. And I was fascinated in prepping for this session. I asked myself the question, how many chickens are there on planet Earth? And when I Googled that, I was blown away. I think people have no idea how many chickens there are on planet Earth, or cows, or sheep, or pigs. What's the number you keep in your head for the number of chickens on the planet?
It's about 90 billion, at least that I've seen. And Peter, what's amazing about the volume of farm animals is the total biomass of the chickens, of the cows, of the pigs that are slaughtered every year is more than the total biomass of every other animal, human and other non-human animals combined. There was an article I read about, what would be the most relevant traces of humanity millions of years from now? Like, what would be our defining feature?
Chicken poop.
Someone suggested chicken bones.
Wow.
And I hope we're known for a little bit more than that.
I hope so too. I hope so too. So this woman brings the chicken into her home. Why did she do that? And then what happened next? And how did we end up going from, I don't know, hundreds of thousands to, tens of billions of chickens on this planet?
Yeah. So she had a nice little outdoor farm, and this is how farm animals used to be raised. And it's still the conception that we often have today, right? Their animals come from a farm with a red barn and a little girl, catching butterflies in a net. But that's a fantasy vision. But back in the day, it was actually true. So she lived in Delaware, and she had a home with about 50 chickens in her yard, basically in her backyard. And she got a delivery. And this time, the delivery truck was much bigger than it usually is. And it had about 500 chickens. And she didn't have enough space in her backyard. So she thought, okay, well, I don't want to turn down this delivery. I'll just bring them inside. And bringing inside then did a really important thing for the animal industry. It then stimulated this movement where animals can be raised in much closer quarters and much higher densities. And by raising animals in much higher densities, you can produce more meat per square inch. You can produce more meat per minute, per day, per hour, per month. And that obviously is a big motivator for meat companies. So that accident, and I think her first name is Cecilia, then led to the advent of the conventional animal protein industry that we have today, because this was after World War II. You had people moving to suburbs, they had more income, and there was a real demand for more animal protein. And companies began to realize that there are a lot of technologies, automation that was being used previously in the automotive industry that could be applied to animal protein. And that's what happened. And
so that was the birth of Purdue and Tyson's and all the massive industrialization of this industry.
That's right. That's right.
Amazing.
And it was also the birth, Peter, of a whole new kind of bird. So the chicken that we eat for food today is not the original chicken. The original chicken is called the jungle fowl. It was athletic, fly to the top of trees, was a very agile predator. But what we've done to that jungle fowl is we've created sort of a monster chicken. The chicken we have today lives until 45 days. Its breast is enlarged. It can barely stand up. Its colors have been wiped away, only to have white feathers. It's engineered for a single purpose: to make as much chicken as quickly as it possibly can before it's slaughtered and then fed to us. So it is a genetically hardwired chicken for food consumption and nothing else.
Yeah, I don't think people realize, people talk about where I'm anti-GMO and I, not for this, but we've been genetically modifying our foods intensely, whether it is the chicken, as you just said, or an ear of corn that 100,000 years ago was the size of, my pinky and had like 5 kernels on it. It's amazing. And from that innovation to today's industry, protein industry, it's the number one consumed protein on the planet by far, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's chicken, and then it's pork, and then beef, and then lamb. The thing about, these animal protein companies and what we did, no one, including I think her name is Cecilia, who moved those chickens indoors, was doing it for bad intentions. Right? They weren't doing it thinking, I really want to inflict harm on the planet or these animals today. They were doing it because this seems like a more efficient way to produce animal protein. That was the logic. So I step back and I get it. I can see how that could have happened. I see the logic of it. The problem is when you begin to expand that industry to serve the needs of 7, 8+ billion people, you then have a big issue. Because when you need to slaughter an animal for food, you have to feed that animal. And when you have to feed that animal, then you need all this land and all this water and all these resources. And that it's the sort of the idea that you have to slaughter the animal in the first place is the first inefficiency. And if you can somehow change the paradigm that you can get meat without that slaughter, you can create a more efficient way of making meat.
One of the things I love about you, Josh, other than amazing human heart and entrepreneur, is your storytelling. And we've talked about this before. And those listening, I want you to listen carefully to Josh as he tells his stories, because it's part of what you built inside your organization. And as we're serving entrepreneurs here, I'm going to come back to storytelling as one of the most important skills that an entrepreneur can have. So if you listen to that conversation about Cecile or what happened in this farmhouse, it makes it vivid. And we as humans are storytellers, and we consume data as stories. So tell me the story, if you would, of the first time. So you had been running Eat Just, which we'll talk about a little bit prior to this. And like I like to say, an overnight success after 11 years of hard work. You started it back in 2011, looking at the monk bean, right? The monk bean?
Yeah, the monk bean.
Yeah, being able to be scrambled and cooked like eggs. And it's amazing if anybody's ever eaten the Just Egg products. But I remember when you pulled me aside, I was visiting your facility, your last facility, and you said, we're going into cultured meat. And we can talk about whether, back then we were calling it stem cell grown meats or lab grown meats. But what was that founding story? What was going on? When did you, click in that, like, there's an opportunity? Because it's massive as compared to anything else.
It is. Well, I'll go back a little bit. So I was raised in Birmingham, Alabama, on a lot of chicken. I remember getting off the bus at Chelsea Middle School when I was 10, and if I was lucky, my mom would have a plate of chicken wings and collard greens waiting for me. I remember eating chicken sandwiches at Burger King. I remember eating lots of meat at outdoor barbecues before football games. I grew up in a meat culture. That's always been with me. The second important step was I read a paper when I was in law school. I was in a constitutional law class by this professor named Catherine McKinnon, and she was teaching a solid class, but I was more interested in this NASA paper on culturing goldfish for long-term space exploration. I don't know why they picked goldfish.
Goldfish.
No, I don't know why, but they had run an experiment where they wanted to see if they could culture goldfish for long-term space flight. And then as we built the company, I began to think, well, what else could we do that would be next? What else could we do that, if we solved it, wouldn't just solve a portion of the problem, but might solve almost all of the problem? And I thought about all the folks I grew up with, really good people who love meat, right? I thought about the challenges in the plant-based industry. Sometimes, no matter how good it tastes, the fact that it's not actually meat is a limiting step for good people to choose it. And I thought about the technology around cultivating meat. And then I also had my best friend, co-founder of the company, who's always there to push me to do things. His name is also Josh, who said, you know what? You should go for it. So we decided that would be what we would do next. And we began a small research program to investigate it. And that eventually led to where we are today.
What year was that in?
It's about 5 years ago.
And all right, take me through this, because you had been working with plant proteins. In fact, you had built one of the most extraordinary databases of all plant proteins out there and their attributes and how they combine to create different kinds of foods. And it was amazing. And you had a lab full of protein scientists, right? And Michelin star chefs as well to how to cook it.
That's right.
And so wasn't there a story that involved your dog as well?
Well, my buddy Jake, who I lost a little bit ago, we named the initial project the Jake Project as a nod to him and what he did for my life.
So the Jake Project gets started on an idea that this is a big chance to really impact food insecurity and do something good for the world, uplift humanity. What did you do next? So what is a moonshot entrepreneur like you do when you have that big problem? Do you hire people? Do you do research? What was step one in this venture?
Step one was figuring out what the current state of the research is. So we had a few of our scientists talk to people who had looked at this in the past. We had our scientists look at what's happening in the world of biopharmaceutical research and production around cell line development and production. We had them gather information to see what is the current status of where cultivating meat is, so we could then plan our next steps. So our scientists spent 6 to 8 months doing that. And what they came back with is a lot of the techniques being used in the biopharmaceutical world around cell line development and culturing cells could be applied to this. There's been very little thought on how to translate that to food production. And there's nothing, just from a first principles perspective, that would make anyone think that this isn't doable. So that was enough to say, all right, Let's now take the next step and really begin hiring people to build a program to attempt to really do it.
All right. Well, let's bring in Josh Tetrick. Josh, good to see you.
Hey, Peter. Good to see you.
Josh, Just, which is an extraordinary company. We'll talk about it in the food space. You've raised how much capital to date?
A little bit over 900 million.
That's amazing. Do you mind taking me back to the earliest days of fundraising when this was just an idea, and set the setting for me? And then what I'd like to do is have you sort of present to me as the CEO of this startup. And I'd like folks to hear how you were presenting this company, which has gone on to raise $900 million and really revolutionize how we produce food.
It takes me back to my ex-girlfriend's studio apartment on Reeves Drive in Los Angeles. I co-founded the company about 12 years ago. And I was staying with the ex-girlfriend because she was the only one who'd give me a couch. I was there trying to figure out what I was going to do with my life. And that's where the company was founded. And the beginnings of the company are my best friend and co-founder really challenged me to use my life to make the food system better. And there are a lot of issues in our food system today. When you zoom back, you see about 80 billion animals on the planet that we eat for food. And those 80 billion animals you eat every day for food occupy, just by the feed they consume, about a third of all space, ice-free space on the planet. And the most ubiquitous of all is the everyday conventional egg. And my best friend challenged me to make it better. What would it look like if instead of needing a chicken and all the resources, we could do it differently? What if we could do it with a plant? And that was enough to get me rolling.
And quite a powerful mission. So, all right, from the time you came up with the idea to the time you were making your first pitches, how long did that take you?
Probably took about 60 days. I met a chef who had some initial formulations for making an egg from plant-based sources instead of the end result of a hen's ovulation cycle. And I used a combination of those beginning formulations, and we built a presentation around it. But it was, those initial formulations were enough to say, all right, there's a there. And what if we get real science behind this? What if we build a real team around this? Could we eventually find something that would really scramble like an egg? So it's about 2 months from the initial idea of the company till we were actually in front of people.
Awesome. And do you remember how much you were going to raise in that first round?
Yeah, the target was $500,000. Yeah, which was $497,000 more than I had in my bank account. So I figured that was a good place to start.
All right. So if you're at the beginning of your company and you're thinking about raising $500,000 sort of in a pre-seed round, here's a great example from going from a sort of a moonshot idea. And by the way, just a spoiler alert, since that moment in time, Josh has sold the equivalent of 500 million eggs. You just passed that milestone. That's amazing, Josh. So connect with the fact of that young entrepreneur 12 years ago to 500 million eggs. Pretty extraordinary. With $3,000 in your pocket.
Yeah, and with a handful of experiments in my ex-girlfriend's bathtub and sink that I stopped up many times. And when I started, she gave me 6 months to try to figure it out. But if I couldn't figure it out in 6 months, then I was out. So
you were then an ex-boyfriend.
Yeah, exactly. All
right, Josh, I'm going to put on my VC hat, and if you don't mind, pitch me this. You're going for $500,000. Welcome, Josh. I've not heard about Beyond Eggs, but do you mind giving me an overview?
Yeah, good to be with you, Peter. Because because you've invested in a lot of these companies, that technology has changed many industries, how we communicate, how we locate each other, how we drive, how we entertain ourselves, but it hasn't touched one of the biggest and most important, how we feed ourselves. Why? One of the biggest examples of how technology hasn't touched how we feed ourselves is the animal protein that we all consume. A third of the planet is dedicated just to feeding the animals we eat. So look at the planet, take a third of it. That's not dedicated to anything else other than feeding the billions of animals that we all eat. That system's responsible for more greenhouse gas emissions than all the transportation sources combined. And the most ubiquitous of all is the everyday conventional egg. Over 2 trillion eggs are laid every single year. 2 trillion by about 30 billion animals. And this is not laid in a highly efficient, technology-rich environment. It's laid in a warehouse that looks like this, with 8 birds crammed into a tiny cage so small they can't even flap their wings, and they lay on average about 1 egg per day. And then about a third of those eggs end up in the mayonnaise and the cookies and the muffins and the pasta you eat. And what I'm thinking as I'm sharing this with the VC is there's a 99% chance the VC has never heard this before.
You're also you're disrupting my pattern about this. I haven't heard. Those numbers are extraordinary. 2 trillion eggs, 30 billion chickens.
And even more unexpected is, when we're eating, when we're sitting down with their family and we're having cereal and a blueberry muffin, we're not thinking we're contributing to animal suffering and accelerating climate change when we're enjoying our blueberry muffin, right? When we're having chicken salad at our son's little league game to celebrate them winning the championship, we're not thinking that we're contributing to something bad. But hidden in all this is a highly inefficient, extremely cruel, very backward system that if we were going to all start from scratch, no one would do it like this way. You wouldn't gather all these animals in a tiny space like this. You probably would do it instead with a little bit of ingenuity, a little bit more technology, and that's what Beyond Eggs is about. And we're going to start here with the egg, but eventually we're going to get into other products like pork and like beef. But this is where we start, and specifically we start not even with the egg that you scramble, not even with the egg that you do as an omelet, but the third of all these eggs that just end up as ingredients. And a quote that has always appealed to me that informs how the company thinks is this Fuller quote: "You never change things by fighting the existing. You need to build an entirely new model." And we're going to build an entirely new model of animal protein, starting with the conventional egg. This is where the slides get a little bit wonky, but it's okay.
12 years ago, it's okay.
Yeah, 12 years ago. So this is a guy named Chef Dave Anderson. He had some early prototypes that gave me as an entrepreneur the idea that something like this can be possible. He had cheesecakes, he had cookies, he had muffins that were good enough to say, all right, there's actually something here if we put some real talent behind it. Now, this egg market that I talked about, the global meat market is well north of $5 trillion. Eggs specifically are about $200 billion. And just the ingredient part of it is $6 billion. Again, these are just the eggs that end up in these common foods like mayonnaise, cookies, and cakes. We're focused on making something that's significantly more efficient and lower cost than the conventional ingredient. This initial approach is not going to require a ton of CapEx. We're raising $500,000 to simply get going here to develop a formulation and execute on our very first sales. And we have some particularly tight connections with the Humane Society of the United States that's going to be connecting us with major food companies to help get our first prototypes in the hands of real decision makers.
So at this point, you've sort of clarified the size of the initial market you're going after and what you're going to use your capital for. Do you want to take a second and tell me what that $500,000 is going to do for you, or do you get to that later in your deck?
I can do it. I get to it later, but I tell you, so the $500,000 is gonna the $500,000 is gonna get us to a prototype and enable us to get the very first sales. So we're raising $500,000 to get to something that we can actually commercialize, not in a lab or my ex-girlfriend's sink, but in a real manufacturing environment, and get those very first sales for you to see that there's something actually legit here. And as I'm, saying that to a venture capitalist, I'm knowing that, you're attempting to mitigate your risk, right? You're okay taking a bet, and you're looking for a milestone. And before you ask me what my milestone is, I want to tell you, what the milestone is. The milestone is a commercialized product into the very first sales. And now you have something to judge me on and to ultimately decide whether that second, million or whatever it is going to be invested in me.
Yeah, I love, it's a very concrete milestone that is a black or white, it's a bright line. You're either going to have something that people want to buy, and a product or not.
That's right. So this was our very, very early team. We had I'm using this slide as a way of saying, UVC are probably looking at me thinking like, who is this dude that grew up in Alabama that played a little bit of football, that spent some time in Africa, that's now talking about like rewiring the food system? Like, who the hell are you? I'm thinking this is not about me. I'm surrounding myself with people who have experience in food, who are highly technical, like Johan Boot, who was a global R&D for Unilever, like Dave Anderson, who's an extraordinarily talented chef, like Jackie Farah, who formerly led, was a part of Unilever leading sales for 27 years. So it's establishing the credibility that people who get food, who get selling food, are also a part of this.
Yeah, we've talked about before, creating a super credibility by virtue of who you're surrounding yourself with, right? Because for Josh to get to know these people, they have to and allow him to put their names and photos on the deck. He had to spend enough time to make them feel comfortable, develop a relationship, and so by the transitory principle, I'm like, okay, these guys believe in Josh, and he's a credible, super credible guy.
And one of the most important people on deck is my co-founder up there, Josh Balk. He's the one that opened up my eyes to the system, and it's probably right here where I'll tell a little bit of a personal story and saying, just to share a little bit more about myself. I dreamt of playing in the NFL when I was young, and I wasn't nearly good enough to do it. I played college football for a second and went to Cornell, studied sociology, spent some time in sub-Saharan Africa, and eventually decided that the experiences that I had wanting to do something meaningful really needed a for-profit motive behind it. And it was me seeing that, just the nonprofit stuff wasn't really moving the needle in the way that I wanted. With my best friend opening up my eyes, got me to this place. And I'm sharing that both because it's 100% true. And I want you as a venture capitalist to know that it's not like I'm doing this because I like talking to a venture capitalist and I like the idea of like hanging out in Silicon Valley. I'm doing this because this is coming from the story of my life, of trying to figure out how I use my life to do something meaningful. So yeah, I find it's both true and effective to share that.
Yeah, and I know you've told the story. I've heard it in different presentations of what it was like for you growing up as a kid.
Yeah.
Extraordinarily poor. Would you tell that story in that first meeting? Because I mean, it really is a hyper personal story. And of course, what Josh is doing here is answering the question, why me? Why this? You'll probably answer the question, why now? Why is now the right time to do this as well?
I typically would. So I would say, when we think about all the issues in the food system, it's not just the suffering of animals and the planet. It's also me, my family, your family. cardiovascular disease in the United States is primarily caused by the stuff that we put in our body. And today, we have a food system where it is easier to eat things that are harming your body than, are helping your body. I grew up in Birmingham, Alabama. My mom raised me as a single mom hairdresser. And I remember getting off the bus at coming home from Chelsea Middle School, and eating her chicken wings, eating the fattiest food from Burger King, nachos and cheese from 7-Eleven. And that's the food environment that you live in when you don't have a lot of money. And part of this is also trying to figure out how we change that. And that's personal for me. I think really smart venture capitalists, the more vulnerable and just brutally honest you are, the better. And less smart venture capitalists, maybe not always, but better assume you're always talking to smart venture capitalists. So yeah.
I think when you're vulnerable, there's a level of trust that gets developed.
I think so too.
Please continue.
So the first venture capitalist I pitched to was a guy named Samir Cole and Vinod Khosla at Khosla Ventures.
Amazing.
Extremely smart venture capitalists.
Vinod is amazing.
Yeah. And they're so used to being pitched. I think when you come in and, you say things like, this is not certain what I just told you, Samir, Vinod. This is not certain that we're going to do this. Here are the reasons why this will fail. And clearly list them out. They're going to fail because we won't figure out a way to get the cost down. It would fail because I'm not going to be successful in surrounding myself with people that are smarter than me. It's not going to fail because we're making the assumption that food companies are going to buy this ingredient, but the reality is their supply chain is too addicted to conventional egg. And here's how I'm going to mitigate against those risks. Like right away, that's building trust, because they're actually used to 90% of entrepreneurs just telling them why everything is great, why there's 100% chance they're going to win. And when you veer the other direction with intelligence, right? Yes. In a very analytical way, that is actually where I found to be a lot of power. And I do that so much more today than I did back in the day. And that's probably, if I had to change one thing about how I, pitch even early, it would do a lot more of that, because smart venture capitalists, they get it. They get this is not certain. And they want to partner with someone that is also not living in the clouds, right? They want to partner with someone that understands this thing is not certain, right? But you're going to mitigate against the risks, right? And you're going to do everything every day to increase the probability that does win. So just to give you a sense of like, what does it mean? We're talking about egg ingredients. What does that mean concretely? Well, if you're walking down the grocery store aisles in the bake section, the sauces and dressing, remove all the egg-based products, and this is what they look like. These are just different segments that we go after major food companies like Kellogg's, General Mills, Natural Foods, Whole Foods, Gardein, and then the restaurant chains. This is establishing there's a plan of attack in terms of who we begin selling to. So one of our connections is with the Humane Society of the United States, and our co-founder is the corporate policy director there. And he knows from conversations with many of the world's largest food companies, Dunkin' and Sara Lee, Heinz, Denny's, that if there was a product that could help them lower the cost of ingredients that tasted the same, they would look to buy it. So he's already gone out. He's talked to all these companies. So although it's not the same as the companies actually buying it, there is a strong initial indication of interest in some of the world's largest food companies. When you think about what the demand for this product is, one is, again, think about all these eggs that are being laid. They're increasing in their costs. And the reason they're increasing in costs is because the feed is going up. So soy and corn right now their prices increase. The more drought there is, the more water being used, the higher the prices for soy and corn. That's why when egg prices go up, you can bet the feed prices are going up right along with it. Two is there's a rise in avian flu and salmonella, and 34 million people also have egg allergies or egg sensitivities. I'm thinking as I'm presenting this, um, when I first presented, I was even more attuned with the unit economics of egg ingredients even than I am right now. I want them to understand I'm not just thinking about the vision, but I also understand the unit economics and the cost drivers of why this would matter. With all this said, the biggest reason why I'm personally doing this is why would you cause harm if you don't have to? We cause all this harm, and it's completely unnecessary. It's entirely inefficient. And Beyond Eggs is about creating an entirely new way of doing it. These are just quotes from we went out there and talked to Kellogg, we talked to 7-Eleven, we talked to General Mills.
And so you're showing proof, obviously, of interest, because the question is, this is disruptive and new, and will anyone ever actually want this? And this is inside of the first few months from starting the company.
This is like 90 days in. I'm making the assumption that the VC is thinking. I had no idea about the egg market. I had no idea that a third of the eggs are used as ingredients. I had no idea the size of the market is $200 billion. I had no idea that animals are treated that way. I'm now thinking for the first time, wait a second, why hasn't technology affected the food system? And then I'm also assuming you're thinking, okay, but do food companies even care? Who care? Like, would they be a buyer? So these slides are meant to establish. We've actually gone out there. We've talked to General Mills. We've talked to Kellogg. We've talked to 7-Eleven. And again, this is not the same thing as a purchase order, but it's an indicator that they'd be open to buying. So as long as we can drive the cost down and the taste is the same. So as I'm thinking about pitching, I'm thinking there's probably a smart venture capitalist who understands how certain trends work. And one of the biggest issues is food safety. Right now, there is a bulletin, United Nations bulletin for H5N1, which is a highly pathogenic strain of avian flu. And this is not an isolated deal. It kind of makes sense if you crammed 9 humans in an elevator and left them there for a year, someone's getting sick.
Yeah.
And it's no different for non-human animals. I'm also thinking as I'm pitching this is August 29th. So it's just like right around the time that I'm pitching. So, it's just current news. And then finally, I'm not someone who's affected by an allergy. I don't know if you venture capitalists, have someone in your life with an egg allergy, but 34 million Americans have egg allergies or sensitivities, right? This is unexpected. So there's a market for people that want to eat food without the conventional egg in it. And then here's a quote to establish the credibility that other companies are looking for that too. Now I'm thinking the venture capitalists probably thinking, well, what about the science of this? Like, okay, sounds good. Like, how the heck do you actually build this thing? Mm-hmm. So if you look at the egg is made up of a number of parts. Obviously, the shell, the outer membrane, the yolk, the white, the inner membrane, and the egg has 22 distinct functionalities. So you don't typically think about it, but the egg binds, it browns, it clarifies, it gels, it emulsifies, bringing oil and water together. It tenderizes, it has a certain flavor profile, a certain mouthfeel, it enables freezing, it clarifies. And our objective here is to attempt to use plant-based ingredients, lower cost, more efficient plant-based ingredients to meet or exceed the functionalities of an egg. So the whole purpose of this raise is to more effectively identify these plant-based ingredients. So we then can create a product that will replace some or all of the functionalities of an egg.
So at this point, you're on your own making this presentation.
I am on my own. Yep.
In retrospect, do you wish you had a scientist with you, a head of marketing? What would you recommend someone going in at this level to make this presentation?
This presentation would have been much better if I had a highly technical founder sitting right next to me. Mm-hmm. Because I, as a VC,
Were you successful, by the way, in making this presentation, in raising the money?
Yeah, Samir and Vinod invested $500,000 in it. Yeah. Yeah. So I
By
was
the way,
successful.
an extraordinary venture fund to kick off your company with.
Yeah,
Super A grade. Yeah.
that was one of the most fortunate. Yeah, because Samir initially it was around the time where he was realizing, wait a second, this big system food, we don't invest in it. We don't talk like we've got technology is affecting everything, but it's not touching like what I'm eating for dinner. It was right around the time that he was getting that, I had the fortune to sit down with him and Vinod and share the story. But yeah, if I had a highly technical founder, it would have made it even more effective. And even more effective is if I had the highly technical founder and someone who had real experience commercializing a product in food.
Is that where you went? Yeah, where you went next in terms of building your team?
It is, yeah, yeah. So I eventually brought this guy, a VP of R&D on, and then someone who had experience in commercializing food at a much larger scale.
What do you think made it possible for you as a solo entrepreneur to raise that? Because this was not your background. This was clearly your passion.
Yeah.
Was it your ability to sell? Was it your passion? Was it your commitment?
Yeah.
What was it?
I think this is where like getting in front of the right venture capitalists is important. I think Samir saw in me and in others initially that although I wasn't someone with food experience or someone who had started a company, I was someone who understood how to deal with things and, had a chaotic life growing up and could figure out shit. And I think he saw someone who could figure out shit and saw someone who, I think that was a piece of it. I think another piece of it was this idea of technology is here, food is here, and I'm saying don't think of them as separate. Like, what does it look like if we now combine them? And that thought, that contrast of things, that unexpected contrast, I think had a big impact. And then I think
virgin territory, sort of.
Yeah, exactly. And I think third, especially to a venture capital firm like Coastal Ventures, I'm raising $500,000, right? I'm not raising 5 million. I'm not raising 30 million, right? I'm saying we got a little something in a market you've never really thought about. Let me prove to you, right? Let me show you what I can do with this. And if I fail, then I fail. But if I get it right, we can build $1 billion company together.
Which you have. How much the company did $500,000 buy? Did you ask them for a particular price tag, or did they make an offer to you?
This is a slide I used. I said, this is our proving it. I said, we want to raise $500,000 and this is what we're going to do. And this is how we're going to mitigate, this is how we're going to mitigate risk. So I said, we'd like to raise $500,000 to achieve those milestones.
But you didn't, did you set a price here?
Yeah, price. So I had I would have done this differently. I had a friend of mine who was at McKinsey build a discounted cash flow model. And that valued the company at 3 million pre.
Okay.
And I presented it to Samir, who probably was like laughing when he saw it. And he said, yeah, I should have gone in with 20.
But why you say he was laughing? I mean, so a discounted price model is good, but when the market, I think you probably need to build more traction to understand where you are on that curve early on. Right?
He's probably laughing because he was just like, he's probably just thinking, Josh, it's just way too early to be building a discounted cash flow model for that. The valuation here is not going to be set by, a couple assumptions that, your friend is more or less doing his best informed approach to put in a model. That's not how the valuation is really a negotiation between me and you about what percentage of the company I want to own.
You basically said, give me $500,000 at 3 million pre.
Correct.
Right. So he owned, whatever that is, like 15% of the company.
That's right.
At that moment.
That's right.
And how would you do it again now? Would you say, make me an offer, or would you go in, because, or
Yeah.
maybe you do it as a safe today?
I probably would do it as a safe today if I had to do it again. I think that's probably the better approach. But if I wasn't going to do it as a safe, yeah, I probably, Peter, would say, well, one is I would, I would pitch to more simultaneously to see if I get competing offers. At that time, it was really just them.
Well, which, by the
And
way, is extraordinary to get a yes from your first pitch. It's not.
yeah, that was
especially.
that was really fortunate. And then second, yeah, I would say Samir, you've invested in a lot of companies. What do you think?
How did you get to Samir and Vinod? How did you reach them?
My co-founder best friend, he knew someone that I think Vinod had donated to, a nonprofit that Vinod had donated to. I'm forgetting what nonprofit it was, and it was through that connection.
By the way, what you're seeing here is networking, right? This was not a cold call knocking on the door. It was find somebody who knows that somebody who knows Vinod Khosla.
I would never. I mean, you can send cold emails, it's fine, but like the probability someone like that replying to a cold email is very, very low.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's all about trying to find someone who could get in front of them, even for 5 seconds, and say, talk to this kid. It's 5 minutes, just talk to him. Yeah, and that's how. And when I was sleeping on that couch, I'd never raised $1. I didn't know a single venture capital firm. I didn't grow up in Silicon Valley. I didn't know any of that, right? So this whole thing I had to build from scratch. And the very first, brick in that, I didn't know you, right? But the very first brick into that was trying to figure out a way to find someone who knows Vinod so I can get a few minutes with him and Samir.
But you chose him for a reason.
Yeah.
What was that?
I chose him and Samir because it really felt like they really cared about making things better. It felt like it wasn't just a venture. Of course, they care about making a lot of money. But
by the way, there were not many food industry venture capitalists there, so you weren't going to be finding somebody in that category. You were looking for someone who's disrupting industries, right?
Exactly. There was really no one there. So it felt like they cared. Vinod at that time was talking a lot about climate change and clean energy, and they were one of the biggest investors in clean energy in the early days. So that was an element. Second is, I had heard Vinod use this quote, what would it look like if you knew you couldn't fail?
Yes.
There was an edge to him in the firm that I really connected with. And yeah, it felt like they have guts. Like they're okay to be wrong.
So they put the money in.
in.
Did you achieve these milestones?
No. Well, we didn't achieve the price. We achieved different milestones. We ended up getting we had agreement with General Mills. We had really good functionality. We decided not to do the sensory with Kansas State. And I realized that, again, especially a smart venture capitalist, they understand that you're just doing your best to list out milestones here. Right? That what these milestones are a metaphor for are you getting important shit done that's actually advancing the company?
Are you learning?
Exactly. And I think what Samir saw that eventually triggered the 1.5 stage 2 is that it was learning, right? The product was getting better. We had filed intellectual property on it. We had, really advanced talks with General Mills. I was hiring really smart people. I was willing to listen.
So let me take a step forward here. So
you achieve this, and you go back to them for the next round?
I did. I went back to them for the 1.5.
Did you go to anybody else?
They took the 1.5, and then this was seed here, the 500,000 and 1.5.
Yeah.
And then I went to others for Series A. So then we talked to the Collaborative Fund. Founders Fund was an early investor. What really helped us with those investors was honestly just saying Vinode's an investor.
Yeah. And by the way, we talked about that. Your first investor, you may not take the very best, highest valuation. You may take the investment that brings with it the most credential, the most help. Did Vinod help you get to other investors as well?
Yeah, he was very good about getting on the phone and telling people, or Samir specifically was very good at getting on the phone and telling people, what his honest thoughts were, and connecting me to talented people that I could hire, and to other folks that might want to invest.
I don't know if there's any slides you want to wrap up with here before I ask you a few closing questions here.
This is our growth strategy. This is what we're going to be doing between today and the end of 2013. You see where 500,000 gets us, and then if we prove ourselves, we'd like you to consider 1.5 million. Sometimes I see entrepreneurs asking the venture capitalists, like, what are milestones that you would like to see? And maybe they'll say it to you. You got to lay out the very, very concrete milestones that, again, show you can think properly about what the steps necessary to build the business are. Because again, a smart venture capitalist will realize, is the right number 2 to 3 mid-sized accounts? I don't know. Maybe it's 4, maybe it's 1.
Yeah.
The point is, you're moving things forward and you're thinking about things critically.
Buddy, just to summarize, you raised the $2 million. You've done 7 financings since then. You've raised $900 million. You've revolutionized not only the plant-based egg industry, but since then gone in with Just to create a whole new set of products, cultivated meats, and congratulations for that. Give me a second of your distilled wisdom for young entrepreneurs who found their passion and their mission, and they're looking to go and raise the capital to make that happen. And it's never easy.
I'd say a few things, Peter. One is, I would say, do not get thrown off by folks saying no. I've had, even though I was really fortunate for, that one of the first pitches to get a yes, I've had a lot more no's over the last 10 plus years than I've had yeses. 10 times more no's than yeses. And when someone says no, you can't get thrown off by it. You just got to keep going. So that's one. 2 is, realize that the more you can combine the big vision with the concrete, granular understanding and communication of unit economics. And I think a vulnerability and connection that you have, the higher the probability of being successful.
Folks, this is about having the investor actually like you and connect with you, right? No one likes. I have this extraordinary fondness for you as a good human being, someone I look up to and as a friend, and I want to, there's a desire to support you. And that goes a long way.
I think one of the things that I think I do so much better now than the early days, that the final bit of advice I'd leave for entrepreneurs is, vulnerability is not just about, like, for me saying, I grew up in a really poor environment and, sharing that story, but vulnerability is also saying, here are 4 things we haven't figured out yet. And here are my concerns about figuring those things out. And that building this thing into what I want isn't certain, but making sure that we do the work every single day to increase the probability of it, that you can count on. And again, I think if you are smart, truly a smart venture capitalist, you're hearing that and recognizing that you're not being bullshitted. Like, you're hearing someone who both has a big vision, but also can be self-aware enough not to think that everything is perfect, right? To share bad news, right? To share that there's some things that are off that we're working on. I see it in my own team. The team members that I trust the most are the ones that give me the bad news the first, take accountability the quickest. Um, and I end up liking them more and having a lot more trust in them too, because, that you're building a company, shit's going to happen.
I want to close on one thing. One of your superpowers that I've heard you in presentations is your storytelling ability. If you take a second, I don't know if you have a storytelling framework, but I remember when I brought a group of XPRIZE donors, everybody in your organization had this amazing story to engage people with. Can you talk about storytelling and the criticality?
Yeah, well, first, I think it just starts off with we are, no matter how advanced our degrees are, we're still, a bunch of cavemen hanging out with each other, sitting around a fire. And I think it's just really important to remember how primal we all are, and sharing those stories, that's been the fabric of human communication for thousands and thousands of years. So it just starts there. I think
our brains are wired to receive information through stories.
Yeah. I think a couple of things I always think about, when I'm sharing stories with people, are the more concrete you can be, the more effective you're going to be. So for example, if I say Just Egg is in 40,000 doors, 40,000 points of distribution, that's one way. Or if I say Just Egg is in 40,000 points of distribution, now let's make that more concrete, including the Birmingham, Alabama Walmart, 7 miles from where I went to elementary school. Now you're beginning to see a little bit more. In the Potrero Hill, like I would know maybe where you live, in the Potrero Hill Whole Foods, right? Right in the middle of the city. It's almost taking the same amount of time, but one you feel, one is a lot more concrete, than the other. Another thing I think about, when I'm sharing a story, is the more unexpected and the more contrast that you're communicating, the better too. A good example of contrast is the highly inefficient egg industry with 8 birds crammed in there, in biochemistry. This idea of technology impacting this highly inefficient system, right? That grabs the human brain, I think, having that contrast, and there's an unexpected quality to it.
One other one that I've heard you do masterfully is telling the story of a single individual.
Yeah. One of the most important things that ever happened to me is we're the first company in the world to have cultivated meat approved. So we launched in Singapore in late 2020. And there's a young girl named Kia, who was at a table of 7 kids who were selected because they were doing good things in the world, and we wanted them to be the very first people to buy this commercially. And I was all excited, feeling, like I'm the man, like I'd done this really historic thing. And Kia, after trying the chicken, said, "Josh, I have a question." And I said, "Yeah." And she said, "This is good, but how are you going to do this faster? This is just a single dinner. We don't have time just for, this single dinner." Like, as I tell that story, I think part of the reason why it's effective is it's unexpected that this young girl would be so bold. It's emotional also. Yeah, that's definitely a true story, and something that I feel like has also resonated when I've shared it.
Well, buddy, listen, I'm proud to be an advisor, more proud to be a friend, and thank you for your bold mission. Let's wrap this with a where does Just go next? 500 million eggs. You've gotten FDA approval in Singapore and the United States for cultivated chicken. Pluck a cell from a chicken and let the chicken go on. And 30 billion chickens on the planet. That's a lot of saved lives.
Yeah. So I think next step is we want to make that egg from a plant less less costly than an egg from a chicken. So we want to keep driving the cost down. We now sell everything at a positive margin, which is a big accomplishment for us. So we want to keep driving the cost down. We want to turn that 500 million eggs from plants sold into 5 billion eggs sold, not just sell in North America, but across Europe and across Asia. And then on the cultivated meat side, we don't want to just sell in a couple of restaurants, but we want to take up Kia's charge and build a large scale facility and sell tens of millions of pounds of it. All of it is going to be hard, but I can't imagine doing anything else.
Truly the words of a great entrepreneur. Ladies and gentlemen, Josh Tetrick, CEO of Just. Josh, thank you, buddy. A pleasure spending time with you.
Thanks, Peter.
I hope you enjoyed those presentations as much as I did. I'm just so enamored by those three founders. They're extremely successful. They've done this multiple times, and the energy and passion and story with which they pitch is beautiful. Please model them. All right, now it's your turn. In our next exercise, I'm going to ask you to outline your own pitch deck. So open up a PowerPoint deck or a Google slide presentation, and I want you to create 15 slides. After the cover slide, whatever you're going to name your company, I want you to title the next 13 slides as we've outlined: introduction, mission, problem, solution, product or service, market, key metrics, business model, strategic roadmap, financials, team, investment opportunity, use of funds, and then a thank you slide at the end. Don't forget on your thank you slide to put your name, mobile number, and email. I can't tell you the number of people who in their funding presentation don't provide the contact details. How are they going to find you? All right, now for each of those decks, please jot down 2 to 3 bullets on each slide. What are you going to put in there? Include some key points, maybe an image or two to grab the individual. Whatever comes to mind, do not think too hard about this. Your goal is to get down a V0.9 down on this presentation. So take your time. I want you to pause this presentation and go and build V0.9, right? An early version. It's not going to be perfect. Jot down the ideas. If you want to refer back to some of the slides in your resource library, please do. Let's go ahead and do it. Build your first pitch deck. At this point, you have your pitch deck, at least the outline. You understand how much money you want to raise. It's time to finally create the list of investors you're going to go out and pitch. So first off, what amount of money are you looking to raise? Are you going after a friends and family round, a venture round, an angel round, a seed round? Figure that out first, because we're going to use that information to search through the resource library and find investors who are looking for investments at that round. We're going to also use the resource guide to look by domain and focus area. One of the things that's important to realize is that you have to go to investors who are used to investing in your field, right? If you're a biotech company, don't go to software investors expecting them to invest in a biotech company. People invest in areas that have comfort in and knowledge in, experience and expertise. So let's continue on. Let's build your investor list. So how big a list are you going to want to build? Well, it depends on the total amount of money that you want to raise and the average check size. Don't be surprised if you have to make 50 pitches before you land your first investor. Just because it's hard doesn't mean your idea isn't worth funding. I mean, something to take comfort from is that, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, reportedly pitched 350 investors before they got their funding. For me personally, on the X Prize front, it took me 150 pitches, to finally meet the Ansari family who funded the original $10 million prize. Every no that you receive, if you learn from it, is one step closer to a yes. Once we build your investor list, how do you reach out to them? We're going to be getting to that very shortly. Before we dive into some cold research on investor lists, think about the fact that the best person to get as an investor is someone who knows you already, someone who trusts you, someone who likes you. If you can build a relationship with a venture capitalist before you actually ask them for money, it's going to come a lot faster. A warm start offers strong credibility and enables you to say, I've gotten this individual as an investor, why don't you join me? Landing that first investor is so critical. So now it's time to build your list. I'd like you to begin by opening a Google Sheet or a Microsoft Excel file and save it as your investor list. Off the top of your head, I want you to list any and every investor you know personally or think you can get access to through a friend. These may be members of your family. These may be university professors. They may be friends of friends, depending on what stage you're in. Who do you know out there? These are going to be the most probable investors for your stage in these early days. Include any and all wealthy individuals or family and friends that you know. So that's step one. Create that list. Next, step two, I'd like you to create a list of the companies that are similar to yours. Perhaps they're direct competitors. I want you to research who funded them. Go to Crunchbase or PitchBook and research the VC firms, the angel investors who back them. Very likely, they're the same types of investors who might back you. All right, the third step here, go to our resource library. Go there. You can search by investor stage, by domain, by geographies, and create a list of those investment firms that you think are a good match for you. Ultimately, you're going to use your networking powers to create a means to reach the individuals in those venture funds. But let's create the list of venture funds first. All right. Pause the video here and create your investor list on your Google Sheet or Microsoft Excel. Now that you have your investor list, I want to take you back to mindset. We talked about that in the beginning of part one as being the single most important asset that you as an entrepreneur have. So what's your going in mindset when you're going in to make your pitch? Take a second to think about this. If you're going in desperate, I guarantee you they can smell that desperation. If you're going in not feeling confident about your tech team, your co-founder, your business, your market, the investors are going to feel that. Remember, when you're going in to ask for an investment, what you're truly doing is offering them an amazing opportunity to invest in you. Imagine that you're Uber and Airbnb at the earliest days, and you're going to become a multi-$100 billion company. What would you feel like going in to pitch that investor? Understand why it's worth having them invest in you. Be willing to invest yourself, your time, your resources, your relationships. The goal of that first meeting isn't to close your investor. It's to get to your second meeting. It's to get them to love who you are, what you stand for, to trust you, and to say, this is a team, this is a business worth looking into. Let's bring them back. Let's do our due diligence. One last thing that's going to help your going in mindset, remember to practice your pitch. Practice your pitch. We'll talk about this a little bit later with your existing angel investors, your directors, your advisors. Go in with confidence. Confidence is intoxicating to your investors. All right, that's your going in mindset. All right, final thing I want to touch on in this section is key questions to consider in advance. All right, so when you're going into your pitch, and we'll be talking about this in more detail in a moment, who do you take with you? And how many people go in with you? I've seen situations where a entrepreneurial CEO comes in with a team of 5 or 6 individuals, and just 2 of them speak. This is not a chance to impress your entire team. What you want to do, bring in the key principals who are actually going to be part of the pitch. These are the co-founders. It might be your head of marketing, your CTO, yourself as the CEO. Each individual that you bring in needs to play a role. Another question you're going to ask is, do you go in via Zoom or do you go in person? If you're a company that's based in the same city as the venture fund, please, for goodness sakes, go in person. If you're coming in by Zoom, unless they've asked you to come in by Zoom, it tells them something. They're not worth the travel distance. In the earlier days, pre-COVID, every single pitch was in person. And it's interesting, a lot of individuals on the venture fund will tell you that they're going to know whether they're going to invest in you in probably the first 5 minutes. There is so much that goes on in body language. So if you can be there in person, you want to be there in person. If you end up pitching via Zoom, your goal is to get to an in-person meeting, right? You're not going to close millions of dollars, let alone tens of millions of dollars, just digitally. Next point, have you practiced it enough in advance as a team? Are you sure that you're not going to cut each other off, that you know which slides you're covering, you know what questions you're covering? Along that lines, do you understand the investor well enough, what they've backed in the past, what they're looking for? Believe me, the information is out there. You can find out. So you've got confidence again. How do you structure your hour? And hopefully you're clear about this. You want to give time for your investors to ask you questions. If you talk for 55 minutes and they have 5 minutes for questions, that's a fail. What you really want to do is at least half of the time should be set aside for them to ask you questions. Are you ready for all the questions they're going to ask you? How do you know what questions they're going to ask you? Well, I guarantee you, if you give your pitch, a dozen times to smart people and ask them to grill you on the questions, they'll ask you every question that the venture capitalist is going to ask you. So the more times you give the pitch, the more questions you're going to hear and the more prepared you're going to be. If you're doing a demo, do you have the tech and the support ready for you to make that demo? It can get pretty dicey if you're in there giving a demo and things aren't working well. And then finally, go in with an intention for that meeting. What is the goal of your meeting? At a minimum, it should be to get a follow-up meeting. Don't expect you're going to get someone to write a check. It's possible, but don't expect you're going to get someone who's met you for the very first time to write a check for millions of dollars from just one meeting. They're going to say, I'm interested. Let's start due diligence. And that's a fantastic outcome. People always ask me, how do you know these people you know? And it wasn't like I set out to go and meet that individual, in a few cases perhaps, but mostly it's having an interesting story and being personal and passion driven and having people connect with me. I mean, there are a lot of people who I'll never get to know because we just don't connect on a passion front. And many people who I never expected to meet, but they loved space, or they loved our mission at X Prize, or they loved the idea of longevity. And if someone connects with me on that level, it's super simple to get to know them. And then they want to introduce you to their friends. At the end of the day, it's being authentic, it's being interesting, it's being passion driven, and it's being willing to go and make the connection. Now, there's somebody who for me was an absolute hero. And this is back in the old ages. This is the year 1982. I'm going to take you back there. I'm an undergrad at MIT, and I had just flown to Vienna, Austria. It was my first international trip on my own. I was at the United Nations Conference for the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, and as I was representing my first organization ever called SEDS. We've spoken about SEDS. And at this conference, there was satellite dishes everywhere, and there were horses and horse-drawn carriages, and there are UN flags. And we walk in, I'm there with my colleagues, Bob Richards and Todd Hawley, and they see a guy over there, and they go, oh my God, that's Arthur C. Clarke. And so I knew who Arthur C. Clarke was. He was the inventor of the communication satellite, the author of 2001: A Space Odyssey, and a multitude of incredible books. And I was like, let's go talk to him. And they're like, no way. That's like Arthur C. Clarke. And I'm like, let's go talk to him. So I said, come on, guys. And I wasn't bashful. We went over and started talking to him. And in the middle of the conversation, he leaves. And I'm like, what's up with that? And I'm like, that is so strange. And I was kind of pissed. And so he's up on the dais with the heads of nations and the heads of all the aerospace companies, communication companies. And afterwards, he goes backstage to go and do some interviews. And I said to my friends, he's going to buy us dinner tonight. I don't know where that came from, but I was just absolutely convinced he's going to buy us dinner tonight. So I go backstage and I say, excuse me, Mr. Clark, can I ask you a question? And he's like, sort of, like, yes. I said, would you mind if my friends and I bought you dinner tonight? And one thing led to another. He's in the middle of the interview. He says, we'll just wait there a second. And at the end of the interview, he goes, sure. And we met him at Intercontinental Hotel. And of course, we didn't buy him dinner. He ended up buying us dinner, and I won my bet. But over the course of that dinner, we got to know him, and he got to know us. And he told us stories about what it was like. He wrote the very first paper on the idea of a geostationary satellite. And he ended up, having incredible successes. He had just done, the film 2001: A Space Odyssey a decade earlier. Anyway, long story short, we got to befriend him. Didn't ask him for anything. And he became the chancellor of the International Space University and opened so many doors for us. And again, boldness gives you wings. And so my willingness to go and approach him in the first place and then go and say, let's get this guy to buy us dinner, opened the door that created a space university and built a lifelong friendship. Now, with that in mind, knowing that the sky is the limit and you can reach anybody, let's talk about investor outreach. Now it's time to reach out to your investor list. The people you know, obviously, go directly to them, but those that you don't, how do you reach out to those investors who've got the capital, have the interest, but don't yet know you? So there's lots of different ways. Most website pitch submissions, if you go to a website and it says, submit your pitch here, the reality is most of those go directly into the wastebasket. You need to get in touch with your investors individually, one way or another. Listen, by far, the very best way is a warm introduction. So there is somebody that you know that likely knows that investor, or someone that you know that's 2 degrees away from that investor. At the end of the day, LinkedIn is your friend. If you know founders in the same field of that investor, ask them. Go around, ask your friends, who do you know? Do you know this individual? Who do you know that might know this individual? We're going to talk about cold emails in a second. Cold emails work, and there are a few great examples of how they worked extremely well. Very famously, in high school, Steve Jobs made a cold call to Bill Hewlett, the co-founder of HP, and he was looking for parts, ended up getting a summer internship. It was a cold call back then. Today, it's an email. I'm going to share with you in a moment an email from Tim Ellis, very famously to Mark Cuban, that scored him a $500,000 investment in a 3D printed rocket company. So let me share with you my principles for emails. I feel very strongly about these. Number 1, you need to capture them in the first line, right? I never forget, I was speaking with Larry Page, who's on our board. The Google phone and the Android phone had just come out. And so Larry is there basically with his phone, and I'm saying, what are you looking at? He's scrolling, and he says, I'm looking at the first line. The reality is when someone is that busy, they don't have time to read all their emails. What they have time to do is read the subject line and that first line of your email and make a decision right then and there whether they're going to delete or open to read. So you've got to capture people in that first line. Second, make sure that your ask is clear. It's got to be in there upfront, at least by the second line, or at a minimum, if it's a short email, make sure that it's bolded, italicized, that clearly what you want from the individual is right there. You don't have to search for it. Number 3, credential yourself. If you can, immediately, right? This is someone you don't know. They need to know, am I willing to spend time with this individual? Next, provide a few verifying points. Ask a specific question of which they can answer yes or no. For example, are you willing to have a Zoom? Are you willing to have a phone call? Is this of interest to you? When you ask a very clear question, the individual is likely to respond if you're polite about it. Keep the email short. No one's got time for the hundreds of emails that we receive every single day. Subject lines matter immensely. Keep it short, keep it clear, keep it unique. I can't tell you the number of generic subject line emails I get, like quick question. Honestly, I'm not going to answer that email. It needs to be specific. And then finally, in my opinion, be polite, but skip the pleasantries. You don't want to have the first 2 lines of your email be all about, it's a pleasure to meet you, hope you're doing well, and that's the only information that the individual gets when they're scanning on their phone. Let me share with you a few examples of some cold outreach emails for funding that you can use as a model. Here's the first one. The subject line reads 10x Diagnostic Center /Steve @ Peter. So what does that mean? It's like, okay, I'm giving them information. 10x is always of interest to an investor, right? They're always looking for tenfold or greater return. And my name is Peter. Your name is Steve. We're connecting each other. Dear Steve, John Smith suggested I reach out. Assuming that John Smith is someone that Steve knows, immediately there's a connection, right? There's a validation. We've scaled revenues tenfold, 10x over the past 6 months, and I would love to have you and Ace Ventures as an angel investor. So all of a sudden, I'm credentialing what we're doing, right? This is 10x growth over 6 months, very impressive. And I'm telling the person, I don't want just money, I want them. Next, I'm attaching a brief PDF overview of my company and would welcome a chance to present it to you. My mobile number is so-and-so. Who on your team should I coordinate with to schedule time? Right? That last one that's bold and italicized here is the direct question. So what would happen if I received this is I would forward this to my chief of staff and say, please schedule time. Or I'd forward it to an assistant and say, please look at the PDF and tell me whether I should schedule time. It's action-oriented. I've viewed it in 60 seconds and I've taken action. Here's another one. This one, by the way, opens up credentialing the company and to some degree credentialing myself because we both know John Smith. Here's another one. The subject line says MIT AI startup, again, /Steve connecting with Nick. Dear Steve, I'm an MIT graduate and have recently exited my first company. Okay, it tells them a lot right off the bat. MIT graduate, fantastic. You've had an exit so far. You're a proven entrepreneur. I'm seeking pre-seed capital investment for an AI-related company that me and my best friend are super excited about launching. A lot of information in that line, right? So it's a pre-seed. Hopefully, in this case, Steve is looking for pre-seed investments. It's AI-related. Hopefully you've done your homework and Steve wants AI deals. And when I say, or when Nick says in this email, it's him and his best friend, that is a super positive signal, right? Friends who build things together, best friends have great success records. I'm attaching a brief PDF overview of the concept and would welcome a chance to discuss it with you. My mobile number is this. Who on your team should I coordinate with to schedule a brief Zoom? Again, pretty direct, pretty short, and it enables, in this case, Steve, to make a very quick decision, yes or no. All right, let me share with you these two pearls. The first is an outline from Tim Ellis. Full disclosure, Tim is a friend. My venture fund's an investor in relativity space. He's an extraordinary aerospace entrepreneur. And Tim reached out on a cold call. So Tim and his co-founder had both been working at SpaceX and Blue Origin when they left their companies to go and build this 3D printed rocket company. Crazy idea, right? So he sent out a cold email to Mark Cuban. And basically what he did was he just guessed every possible combination of Mark Cuban email addresses. And you can search and find a lot of people's emails on the web. But his subject line with "Space is sexy, 3D printing an entire rocket." And that was enough of a hook to get Mark to say he was interested. Mark did 2 months of due diligence and then wrote them a check for $500,000. Here's another email example. A friend of mine, Jake, who runs a podcast, wrote directly to a billionaire who he was able to guess his email address. And he said, would love to have you on my podcast. And my podcast in this example is a hyperlink to a list of all the podcasts he's done. Previous guests include Joe, Bob, Sally. He provided the full names. This is super credibility. It would be a real honor to have you on the show. Signed, Jake. And Jake, in this case, was a hyperlink to his bio. And it worked. That short email scored him a podcast with an extraordinary individual. So what I'd like you to do now in the next exercise is draft an email to your investors. These are investors you don't know. This is a cold email. If you have the time, please write an email to an investor that you do know and use as an example. Remember, is the subject line and the first line enough to get them to read the email? What's the most super credible sentence you can write about yourself or your idea to hook them? Third, what is your clear yes/no ask? Are you making it by the second line? Or if it's not by the second line, is it bold and italicized in a way that they see it and they can answer it by either forwarding it or answering it directly to you? Next, do you have any mutual connections that you can reference for familiarity? Number 5, have you clearly communicated what you do and why you're writing? Next, keep it brief. Use a word counter. Keep it to 500 characters. Attach your pitch deck so they can see what you're actually working on. And at the end of the day, don't expect you're going to hit 100%. If you hit 1 out of 10 or even 1 out of 20, you're cooking with gas. All right. So hopefully that's an exercise that you're going to take a second to do right now. Pause the video and take the time to write out that email. In a moment, I'm going to send you off to your investors. I'm going to show you how to pitch. But before we do that, let's talk about one of the single most important elements of your pitch, and that is storytelling. The human mind was designed from the very beginning to communicate through story. We did that around the campfire for the last few 100,000 years. And being a great storyteller with passion and clarity is critical to your success. Ultimately, every CEO I know is a fantastic storyteller if they're successful in their business and successful in raising money. Storytelling is going to be important for hiring. How do you steal that employee away from another organization? It's going to be important for closing customers, to motivate employees, and in this context here, for closing investors. So you need a story that makes you and your company's success feel inevitable. Let me take a second. A lot of people I know are bashful about storytelling. They're scared to get in front of a crowd and to speak. And believe it or not, that was me as well. I remember when I first got to MIT, I was extraordinarily insecure about public speaking. And the very first time I held a meeting, it was that meeting of SED, Students of Exploration and Development of Space, that I postered the entire campus and got about 30 people into a room. And I was scared out of my wits. I set as a goal at that moment in time to learn how to be a great public speaker. And today, I speak internationally all over the world to audiences from hundreds to tens of thousands. And I've learned a few things, and I'd like to pass them along. Now, first of all, how did I learn them? I learned them by watching the best. I've had the pleasure to go to TED multiple times, but you and I can both go to TED just watching the content online. Next time you're watching a TED Talk or a TED speaker, and you stop and you say, wow, that's a fantastic speaker. Ask yourself why. What is that person doing that is conveying to you something that makes you feel like, man, this person's great? Chances are it's the way they convey their energy, their passion, the way they pause, the way they have inflection on what they're talking about. You know, what really brought that home for me was watching my friend Tony Robbins. He's an extraordinary speaker. And when I was on stage and I thought I was conveying things with passion, really letting that emotion shine through, I thought I was putting out at an energy level of 10. The audience sees it at a 7 or 8. If you really want to have an energy level of 10 on stage, you need to be at an 11 or 12. And that energy, that passion that shines through authentically is what's going to capture your audience. So don't read your slides. Obviously, that's a big issue. I learned that lesson. My first university, International Space University, every year had a graduation. The first summer we were at MIT. This was in 1988. The next year we were in Strasbourg, France. The third year we were in Toulouse, France. And I was the graduation speaker. And I had a speech written out on a piece of paper. And I remember standing up in front of the crowd of dignitaries from the European Space Agency, the graduates and their families. And as I started reading my speech, I literally started flubbing it and freezing. And I just stopped cold. And I took the speech and I folded it and I put it away. And I spoke from my heart. And I've never gone back. Right? When you're reading something, it conveys a very different tonality. If you know your subject well enough, like you will know your company and your slides, you can speak from the heart. You can have a few bullet points on a piece of paper or on the slide behind you. Speak from the heart. Don't read. Learn from every presentation that you give. Ask for feedback. Like, was that too much? Was it too slow? Was it too fast? Did you enjoy that story? Do I need more stories? Do I need to pass the baton to my co-founder more often? Being able to really get that art of storytelling out is so important. Have the story you're presenting make sense. At the beginning, so important. People who you're presenting your company to want to know who you are and what you stand for. Right? I'm going to share with you the way I pitched the X Prize early on. And I want to share that story as an example. And this is how I probably gave the story when I was pitching it in the first millions of dollars I raised for that $10 million prize. Now, I was born in the 60s. I grew up with the Apollo program just having happened. And that scientific documentary, Star Trek, and it shaped my view of the future. Apollo showed me what humanity could do. Star Trek showed me where we're going. And then in the 70s and 80s, the entire NASA program came to a grinding halt. And I was so enamored with this potential future that there was nothing I was not willing to do to go and make it happen. Then one day, a dear friend of mine gave me a book called The Spirit of St. Louis. And I read in this book, it was written by Lindbergh, that in 1927, he crossed the Atlantic not on a whim, but to win a $25,000 prize. And I was so blown away that 9 different teams spent $400,000 to win this guy's prize, flying between New York and Paris or Paris and New York. He said, that's the way I'm going to kick off the commercial spaceflight industry. Anyway, you can see the story and the passion that comes out of that. And being able to connect, right? As soon as we say, let me tell you a story, people go into a very different mindset. So make your story simple and compelling. Deliver your story with emotion and energy. Never underestimate the power of emotion. Finally here, you want to focus on the why, not the what. Why are you doing this? For me, on the Ansari X Prize, the why was the space program had come to a halt. Something had disrupted. Something had to kick off the commercial industry. Why are you building the company you're building? What is the purpose? And they know that you're there to make money and make them money. That's table stakes. Why else are you there? Why me? Why this? Why now? Critically important. All right. Now, let's get into practicing your pitch. So let's talk about practicing your pitch. And the difference between a good and a great pitch
is everything. I'd like to tell you a story. It's not exactly a pitch to a venture capitalist, but it was as important for me in my life. It was me practicing for my pitch from the TED stage. So in 2012, I had co-authored a book called Abundance, The Future is Better Than You Think with Stephen Kotler. And Chris Anderson, the head of TED, reached out and said, would love to have you present. And I was like, fantastic, that's awesome. Dear friends of mine, Lynn and Norman Lear, you might know Norman Lear as the very successful producer, writer in Hollywood, used to have an event at their home every month. And she had just gotten a copy of my book. And she said, please come and do a book conversation about abundance. Would love to have it. And the timing was just right for me to say, okay, I'm going to use that to practice my TED Talk. Because I had written my TED Talk out. I had the slides. I went and I gave it. There was a room of about 80 or 90 individuals. A number of them I knew. And I felt like it went pretty good. And then afterwards, a friend of mine, Eric Hirschberg, comes up. And Eric had been the CEO of an advertising company, Deutsch LA, and was then the CEO of a LA tech company. And he goes, Peter, that was okay, but it wasn't great. That reminds me of a story I probably mentioned to you earlier that Elon Musk had mentioned to me, that your friends tell you everything is great. Your best friends tell you what suck. So Eric was a close enough friend to tell me you can do a lot better than that. So I sat down with Eric and we rewrote it. And I pitched it again and again and again. And I must have rewritten that TED Talk over the course of the 30 days that followed, probably 15 or 20 times. And in fact, I was redoing segments of it up until the morning that I presented it. At the end of the day, I had practiced pitching that over 100 times. And as you might know, on the TED stage, you get 18 minutes. And I was like, I'm coming in directly on that mark. And I did. I came in just a teeny bit beforehand. And it felt great. And I felt like I left everything out on the stage. And I want you to feel the same way. And the only way to get there is practice. So again, the difference between a good and a great pitch is everything. And the primary difference is practice. So when you're pitching with your co-founder or co-founders, are you stumbling over each other? Are you interrupting each other? Or are you like just in the groove and finishing each other's sentences? That says a lot about your sync up and your ability to work together. At a minimum, you should be practicing your pitch in front of your entire team, your advisors, your existing investors, and you want to ask them again to ask you the most difficult questions possible. That way, there's not a single question you haven't heard before you go in. You don't want to be getting a question for the first time in the middle of your venture pitch. Get the smartest people you can to ask the hardest questions you can. And then the final thing is fine-tuning your pitch with emotional energy, pauses, inflections that help carry the authenticity and the energy that you're bringing to your company. So let's talk about your agenda. When you go into a meeting, you're likely to be given an hour. We've mentioned this before. It's a very simple point. You don't want to be lecturing at the VCs for the entire hour. You want to set aside at least half of the time for them to ask you questions. You can, if you wish, say up front, I would love if you'd ask me questions along the way, right? Your goal is to get in an engaging dialogue with individuals. The problem when you ask questions along the way is I'm going to be answering that in a few slides. Most of the time, they'll want you to get through your pitch deck. So please make sure you can get through it in the first 30 minutes and reserve the second half for questions. It's that simple.